hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. My goodness, it has been so long. I'm so sorry I haven't been doing Tagalog Time lately or Tagalog Thursdays lately. I have missed you, that's for sure. Let me go ahead and just mute this. Hang on one moment. Okay, and then of course, let me go ahead and invite our other friends. Let me know if you can hear me, just because I want to make sure everyone can hear me, okay? And then I'm going to go ahead and grab our Instagram friends as well. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I have missed you so much. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. Let me know if you can hear me all right. If you can hear me, go ahead and let me know where you are watching from, maybe how old you are, and why you want to learn Tagalog. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I'm so happy to see you. I know it's been a while. I haven't done the last two Tagalog Thursdays. I've been slacking, I know. One of the weeks, I think I was doing something with my kids, and then last week I was in Chicago. Shout out to all of the Chicagoans. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, but you guys totally know all of the iconic places there. I posted that picture of me in the Bean, and I asked you if you knew where it was, and within minutes, like 1 or 2 minutes, people were like, "Oh, that's the Bean. It's the Bean, of course. It's the Cloud Gate." You guys know exactly what it is. Hello, hello, everyone on Instagram. Remember, this whole lesson will be on my YouTube channel, or it is currently on my YouTube channel as well. I am loud. Because I'm reading a comment here on YouTube. It says loud and clear. That's great, great. But I am also live on YouTube as well. And on YouTube, you will be able to follow along with the lesson. You'll see everything written out, and you'll see maybe some graphics and everything like that. Okay, let me just catch up and see where everyone is. Go ahead and write where you are currently from, how old you are, or maybe like why you are learning Tagalog. Let me see. Hello, hello, everybody. Let's see. Phil Rosario is from Toronto. Hello, hello. Las Sas is from San Diego. Mr. Celebrity is from India. Abel is from Illinois. JMW from St. Louis. Carl from New Orleans. Hello, hello. Let me see over here on YouTube. Where are you watching from? Saul is from Dallas, Texas. Hello, hello. Andy is from Anaheim, California. Oh, I want to learn because us Mexicans relate so much. Well, hello, hello, welcome. That's so great. Roland said, love your channel. Salamat, maraming salamat. Okay, let's go ahead and jump on to our lesson here. Okay. Oh, yes, Brett said, good evening, Ate Bat, watching from North Dakota. I'm 62. I'm going to move over to YouTube so I can answer. Yes, go ahead and jump onto my YouTube channel. I am live on YouTube as well, and you'll be able to see the whole lesson on my YouTube channel. And the recording will be up there as well. Okay, let's go ahead and jump into our lesson. Sorry to interrupt your regular programming of the Olympics. By the way, if you are watching on the East Coast over here, over here it's like 8:51, so it's the Olympics right now. I know it's a big night with like gymnastics and everything. Okay, so tonight this is what we're going to be learning. We're going to be learning some phrases to use while you are telling a story. A lot of people always ask me for casual, useful conversation things like phrases or words that you can say to sound like a native speaker, right? So here are some phrases or things that you can say while you are telling a story. And I'll give you some hints to use like Taglish throughout your conversation as well. So if you don't know how to speak Tagalog fluently, you will be able to still use some of these phrases in a Taglish way. Like you can still incorporate Tagalog here and there. And then as you build more vocabulary, like a bigger vocabulary, then you will be able to say like full phrases, full conversations in Tagalog. Okay, and then we will also be learning some acknowledgement words. These words are fun. You can throw them in anywhere and it'll make you sound like a native speaker. And then at the very end, I will give an example story, and then we'll see if you can kind of understand it. We'll put in everything that we learned in the lesson, and then let's see if you can kind of see the pattern, see how everything is put in place, and then be able to recognize or understand what was being said. Okay, so when I think of a story, like when someone is talking about something that happened to them or, something they anticipate to happen, there are certain parts of a story, right? There's an intro or a hook, and then there's an order of events. Then there's a dialogue, sometimes like he said, she said, this and that. So that's like a dialogue in a story. And then sometimes, like depending on who you're talking to, you might get some acknowledgement for what was being said. Okay? So those are just different parts of the story. We'll break it down and see what you can say in Tagalog for these different parts. Let's just jump right into it. Here are some phrases that you can say to introduce a story or as a hook. For example, may kwento ako para sa'yo. May kwento ako para sa'yo. May means to have. Cuento is a story. Ako is I. Para is for. Sayo is you. So may kwento ako para sayo means I have a story for you. Okay, so that's like a way to hook someone into your conversation. You're like, oh my gosh, I have a story for you. Oh my gosh, may kwento ako para sayo. Okay, here's another thing you could say. May sasabihin ako sa'yo mamaya. May sasabihin ako sa'yo mamaya. So may means to have. Sasabihin means will say or will tell. Ako means I. Sa'yo means to you. Mamaya means later. So may sasabihin ako sa'yo mamaya means I have something to tell you later. Okay? May sasabihin ako sa'yo mamaya. I have something to tell you later. Yes! TMD Texas says chismis. Oh yes, we're going to get to that. Okay, so again, these are just hooks or intro phrases to kind of get someone excited about hearing your story. Okay, so if you're just joining, we are learning phrases that you can say while telling a story. And if you're on Instagram, this whole thing is on YouTube. You'll be able to follow along with my lesson. Just look up Tagalog Time with Pat. Okay, another thing you can say to introduce the story is, alam mo ba, ... Alam mo ba? Alam means to know. Mo is referring to you. Ba is a question word. So, did you know ... Alam mo ba ... For example, alam mo ba I got a new job? Did you know I got a new job? Or, alam mo ba my car broke down? Did you know my car broke down? Okay, so alam mo ba ... Did you know? Or guess what? Sometimes it almost translates to guess what? Or like just a way to bring someone into the story. And then lastly, here's something you could say. May chismis ako. May chismis ako. That means I have some gossip. Or may balita ako. I have some news. May balita ako. So chismis is gossip. Balita is news. So you might have seen some people in the comments here on Instagram talking about chismis. One thing, in Tagalog, it's spelled with a TS. The TS combination makes that ch sound. So, may chismis ako means I have some gossip for you. And another way to say it is like, may balita ako, I have some news for you. Yes. Andreas on YouTube said, marites ka. Speaking of, so let's talk about chismis a little bit. I feel like it's embedded in the Filipino culture, right? Some gossip. I guess in any culture, people love talking about other people, unfortunately. So chismis, again, is gossip. And you might hear the phrase marites, or that's kind of like the name given to someone who is a gossiper, who loves to gossip. It's like, oh, marites siya. She is a marites. And marites, unfortunately, is a real name. Like, people are named marites. But over the years, recently, this name has been given to people who love to gossip. Kind of like Karen, like, oh, she's a Karen means someone who likes to complain a lot. So marites is kind of the negative name of someone who likes to gossip a lot. And it comes from this phrase, mare, or sorry, not mare, what's the latest? So do you see the marites in there? Mare, what's the latest? Marites. So mare is like your friend who's a girl, like, hey girlfriend. That's like mare. Usually like ninangs or people who are like have godchildren with each other. Like if you choose someone to be your kid's ninang, that's like your mare and pare and things like that. But do you see, it just comes from this phrase, mare, what's the latest? So they're always saying that. So they got this name, marites. Okay? Yes, JB said, haha, chismis. I heard that a lot from my aunties growing up. Yes, there's a lot of chismis, or as my husband likes to call it, Chex Mix. And then so someone might be called marites, someone who likes to gossip, or just the classic traditional name is chismosa or chismoso, someone who likes to chismis, someone who likes to gossip. So chismosa is a girl or a woman. Chismoso is a guy or a boy who likes to gossip. Okay? And then madaldal, that's just an adjective meaning someone who likes to talk a lot. Like someone who likes to talk too much sometimes. Madaldal, just keeps talking and talking. Sometimes if people are like, bakit ang daldal mo? Why are you talking so much? If like they're giving someone else's secrets all out there. They're like, ang daldal mo, you know? Oh, Andres, thank you so much for the super on YouTube. Thank you. Any gifts that I get on these platforms, I really try to give back. Speaking of, these earrings are from Sunkissed Pinay. I love wearing Filipino-inspired jewelry or buying products that I can share with you. Maraming salamat, Andres. Thank you. Okay, so everyone got it? You know what a marites is? Again, marites is someone who likes to gossip, also known as chismosa, chismoso, or someone who is madaldal, likes to talk a lot. Okay? Now, we talked about how to reel someone into your story, right? We talked about an intro or hooks that you can say at the start of your sentence or of your story. Now, here are some words or transition words that I like to call them that you can use in your story to describe the order of events. So, una is first. Una. Pangalawa is second. Pangalawa. Pangatlo, third. Pangatlo. Tapos means next or then. At saka means and then. At sa huli means finally. And then yun lang means that's all. So let me give you some examples of how some of these are used. First, do you see that these first three, una, pangalawa, pangatlo, if you know your numbers in Tagalog, it's just the matter of adding pang before it, except for the word una. Una is its own thing. It comes from the Spanish uno, meaning one. But if you know your numbers like isa, dalawa, tatlo, apat, lima, you can just say like pang-apat, pang-lima if you have a lot of things that you're listing out. The fourth, the fifth. So here's an example of how I would say this. If I was baking, like frying an egg. Una, ibubuksan ko yung itlog. I will open the egg. Or sisirain. How do you say crack an egg in Tagalog? I guess I've never really said it. Pangalawa, maglalagay ako ng oil sa kawali. Then second, I will add oil in the pan. Pangatlo, ilalagay ko na yung itlog. I guess first it should have been the oil. Second, then it's the egg, whatever. You know what I mean. So you're just adding these phrases at the beginning and just know that if you know the numbers, you can just add it with the pang prefix. Pangalawa, pangatlo, pang-apat. Okay? Now, I like to use these next ones throughout a story. It really helps it flow. So, tapos means then or next. For example, umuwi ako tapos naligo. I came home and then I took a shower. Tapos, naglinis ako ng bahay, then I cleaned the house. Tapos, nagluto ako ng hapunan, then I cooked dinner. Okay, and then at saka, technically it's spelled at saka, but when it's pronounced, remember the TS combination, it makes that ch sound. At saka, so that means and then blank. So, umalis ako ng bahay at saka sinundo ko yung kaibigan ko. I left the house and then I picked up my friend. So, at saka means and then blank. Same with at sa huli. Even though there's that TS meeting there, you don't really say at sa huli. It's separate. At sa huli, ... Finally, blank. So, at sa huli, nakatulog na ako ng maaga. Finally, I got to go to sleep early. And then, yun lang means that's all. So it's like, maybe you said this long story and then someone was waiting for you to say more and you're like, yun lang, that's all I got. Yun lang. Okay? So those are different vocabulary words you can say as like order of events and transitions throughout a story. Yes, JB said, pang-apat is fourth. Exactly right. So, una is first, pangalawa is third. Pangalawa is second. I was reading a comment up here. And then pangatlo is third. Pang-apat is fourth. Panglima is fifth, and so on. Okay? Now, here's an example, or here are ways to talk about dialogue. So whenever you're talking about like something that's happened in the past, usually it's like, oh, he said, she said, then I said, and then they said, So in order to incorporate dialogue or talk about what someone has said, you would say, sabi niya, ... That means he or she said something. Sabi ko, ... I said this. Sabi nila, they said this. So sabi means to say. And then you just fill in the pronoun. These are all possessive pronouns. It's almost like you are possessing what has been said. So sabi niya, sabi ko, sabi nila. Sabi mo would be you, like you said, ... I will say sabi is a kind of like an abbreviation, or it's like the shortcut. Usually, technically, it should be sinabi niya. Sinabi is the past tense conjugation of sabi. Sinabi. But if you want to sound natural, if you want to sound like a native Tagalog speaker, usually they just say sabi, sabi. Like, sabi niya, he was going to go home today. He said he was going to go home. But it's not wrong if you say, sinabi niya, uuwi na siya. He said he's going to go home. Just know that technically it's sinabi. Okay? Now, here are some acknowledgement words. Okay? I like teaching these because people always want to know like quick and easy words and phrases that you can start using now. So these are really good words to throw in there whenever you are talking to a native Tagalog speaker. It will really help you sound like you know what you're talking about. Okay, so talaga means really, talaga. And then grabe, wow, grabe. Hala, oh no, hala. Ayos, nice, ayos. Galing, great, galing. Hindi nga, no way, hindi nga. And then mabuti naman, that's good, mabuti naman. Let me just catch up on some of these questions here. Oh yes, David said this slang makes Tagalog so hard to learn. I know, it does make it a little bit tricky. Let's see, did anyone have any questions? If you have a question, go ahead and just write it in here. I don't want to miss it. Okay, we'll keep going. So these acknowledgement words are words that I use all the time. So, oh no, it said you can't hear me. Let me just go ahead. My mic might have died. Sorry. Hello, Instagram. Can you hear me? I think my microphone died a little bit. Any luck? Hello. Still no audio? Hang on. Okay, I think it's working now. Let me know. Yay. Okay. Yes. So again, these acknowledgement words are words that I love using all the time, and I will always use them. Like if someone is like telling me good news, like, hey, I just won the lottery. You're like, oh, talaga? Really? Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Or one way to use like grabe, wow, it can be good or bad. Like, grabe, she was so mean. Like, wow, she was really mean. Or, grabe, I'm so happy for you. Wow, I'm so happy for you. So a lot of these can be used in different contexts. Just change your tone a little bit. Like, hindi nga, no way. Like, oh no, I lost my cat. You're like, hindi nga. Oh no, no way. Or something really exciting like, I got a raise. You're like, hindi nga. You're like, no way. Okay, so a lot of these you can just incorporate in different contexts. Do you know of any other acknowledgement words that you like to throw in there? I think this is a pretty good list. I use them a lot. Oh, so Imagine said, ikakainis. Nakakainis means like, oh, so frustrating, which you could also use as an acknowledgement word. Like if someone was telling you a frustrating story and you're like, wow, nakakainis naman. It's like, wow, that is really frustrating. This word naman, you'll see it here with the mabuti naman. That's an emphasis word. Technically, you don't have to add naman. You could just say mabuti, cool, mabuti, or that's great, good. But when you add naman, it's like, that's awesome. That's really good. Okay. Yes. Fubo said, grabe naman. Same idea, right? We know grabe as wow. If you say grabe naman, it's like, wow. You know, it's just adding emphasis there. Yes. David said, sige. Sige means okay. So if it's like, hey, I'm going to go on vacation. You're like, oh, okay, sige. Sige, okay. Football juggler said sayang. Is that what you? It says saying. That could have been autocorrect there. Sayang, yes. So sayang means too bad. So that's a good one to say as well. So like if someone was like, oh, I lost the competition. You're like, oh, sayang. I know you worked hard. Oh, too bad. Right? Football juggler said sana all. Have you heard that phrase, sana all? So sana means hopefully, or I hope, hopefully. All is like all of us. Hopefully all of us can have whatever it is you're talking about. So for example, if someone is like, oh, look, I got a new car. You could be like, oh, sana all. That means like, oh, I wish I could have that too. I wish everyone could have that. Okay. Sana all. Someone over here said, I think that was it over here. Oh, yes. Little Duck on YouTube said, totoo. Totoo means true. True. So yes, that's a good one to throw in there as well. So it's like, if someone is talking about like, you know, they're wasting all of this plastic. I wish they would just recycle it. You're like, oo, totoo. Yes, that's right. Totoo. JB said, I thought sayang meant pity or waste. Yes. So it does mean like, oh, too bad, or that's a waste. So if you're using it kind of as an acknowledgement, it's almost like that's a waste. Like, oh, too bad. You know, kind of like metaphorically wasted. Okay. Oh, yes, JB said, Ate Pat, may tanong ako. I have a question. Is sana all an expression of envy? Absolutely. It's like people are envious of what you had just told them or envious of what you have. So they're like, oh, sana all. I wish I had that. I wish everybody had that. Okay, any others that you can think of? Oh, David on Instagram said, bongga. Bongga. So I'm asking you if you know of any other like acknowledgement words that you can throw into a conversation. Bongga. Bongga means like, wow, like awesome, flashy, or like, really cool. It's like, oh, look at my new hairstyle. I got a new haircut. And you're like, oh, bongga. Or like, look at my new bag. And you're like, bongga. It's like, oh, you're so stylish, or like, nice. Oh, yes. RTFLE said, diba? Diba? So, diba means really. It's like putting together the words hindi ba. Do I have a filter on my face on Instagram? Why is it so weird? Maybe not. Okay. We'll see. It used to be the dog ears. It would always pop up. I think maybe it's gone. Anyway. So, di ba is the words hindi ba put together. So it's like, right? So if you were to say, the play starts at 3 o'clock, di ba? You're like, it starts at 3, right? So it's like, di ba, right? It could also be like an acknowledgement of like, yeah, like just giving, again, just further emphasizing what's been said. Okay. Oh, over here, Little Duck said, Hay nako. Hay nako means like, oh no, or like, I can't believe it. That's a good one too. Like if someone is giving or telling you a story of something crazy or something someone did, you're like, Hay nako. It's like, oh wow, oh brother. Very good, very good. Okay, so again, those are just acknowledgement words that you can incorporate. Really, really try to use these when you're learning Tagalog so that you can start incorporating a little bit Tagalog and then build on what you know. Let's go back a slide here. So for the order of events, remember I told you you can start using like Taglish when you can. I personally really like Taglish while you're learning Tagalog because no one's going to expect you to be fluent from the get-go, right? That's very rare for someone to just catch on, especially in Tagalog. It's the grammar and the conjugations can be tricky. But what you can do is start incorporating a little bit of Tagalog in your daily conversations. So, for example, take a look at these words from order of events. If you can start incorporating tapos, like then, if you can start incorporating that almost like all the time, then you're like using Tagalog without even thinking about it, right? So it's like if you were just talking about your morning, you're like, oh yeah, I was running late. Tapos I got a flat tire. Tapos I ran out of gas. Tapos when I got to work, my manager was mad at me. So do you see how I'm just incorporating tapos throughout the conversation and, build upon that later on? Building upon that, you'll have to learn verb conjugation, sentence structure, which, by the way, you can see the whole full-length lessons on how to do that on my YouTube channel. But for the meantime, if you can just incorporate Tagalog little by little, that's going to really help, okay? Same with the word or the phrase yun lang. That's really easy to incorporate in everyday conversations. Like if someone was waiting for you to tell more about your story and you're like, yun lang, that's all I have. Okay? So yes. And then going back to these acknowledgement words, these are, again, a good way to incorporate Taglish. So if someone is telling you a story and they can speak Tagalog, you can say, talaga? Really? Talaga? And then like, oh, mabuti naman. That's great. Mabuti naman. Okay? Yes. Ejam on YouTube said, does tapos also mean finished? Yes, it does. It does. So, like, it can be a verb to finish. So it's like, tapusin mo na, finish it. Go ahead and finish it. Or if you're watching a movie and someone comes in late and you're like, oh, tapos na, it's done, it's finished. So yes, tapos, it's a homonym. It's one of those words that has a different meaning depending on the pronunciation or depending on the context of the phrase. So when it's tapos, when the emphasis is at the end, tapos, that means finished. When the emphasis is on the first syllable, tapos, then it means next. Interesting there. Very interesting. Oh, yes, yes, yes. So JB said, ubusin mo ito. Ubusin mo ito means finish this. And then you could also say, tapusin mo na, finish that. So that's kind of like two different finishes, actually. When you say ubusin, that means consume. Like, ubusin mo na yung tubig mo, or ubusin mo na yung kanin mo, finish your water, finish your rice, right? When you say tapusin mo na, that means finish your activity. So it's kind of a different context there. Yes, EJ, well, you're welcome. Walang anuman. So very interesting. Yes, JB, that's a very good point. So there are two ways to say finish this. You can say tapusin mo na, or you could say ubusin mo na. Ubusin is the consumption finish. Ubusin mo na ang tubig mo, ubusin mo na ang kanin mo. Finish your water, finish your rice. Or tapusin mo na yung ginagawa mo. Finish what you're doing. Very interesting there. Let's see. There was a question up here. Let's see. Yes, someone asked, how do you say goodbye in Tagalog? It means, or it's paalam, paalam. Okay. Oh, yes. Football Juggler said, I hear kasi a lot. So kasi isn't really an acknowledgement word. It's more of a transition word. It means because. Kasi. So it's like, my head hurts kasi I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. My head hurts because I didn't get a lot of sleep. So that's what kasi is. Very good. Imogene said, where do you live in the Philippines? Actually, I live over here in North Carolina, in the States, on the East Coast. My family is from Bicol in the Philippines, Catanduanes, and my mom's side is from Sorsogon. When we go, I go to Manila. And now I visit Cebu too, because my husband's family is from Cebu. How about you? Where are you guys from? All right. So we learned intro phrases. We learned then we learned like marites and what chismis is, right? Then we learned words or transition words to describe the order of events. And then we learned some acknowledgement words, okay? Now, here's an example story. Here's an example. I want you to listen carefully, okay? It's okay if you don't know everything. One thing I want you to get from listening to this is I want you to try and recognize words that you may already know in Tagalog. Maybe it'll help if you close your eyes or something, okay? See if you can recognize any words. See if you can recognize a grammar pattern, like see where the subject is, see where the verb is, and then try to recognize all of those words that we learned at the beginning of class, right? Like the transition words, maybe some of the phrases we learned, okay? Ready? Here we go. Uy, may kwento ako para sa'yo. Naaalala mo ba si Sarah? Yung kaklase natin noon? Nakita ko siya sa tindahan ng isang araw. Sabi niya, nakatira daw siya malapit sa atin. Tapos sabi ko, dumalaw siya sa bahay minsan. At saka sabi niya, may 2 anak na siya. Sabi ko, isama niya yung mga anak niya pagbisita sa atin para makapaglaro sila at ang mga bata. Tapos yun lang, umalis na siya. So that was, in a way, this example is it's like a little repetitive. I really wanted to use all of the transitions in there. It's a little verbose, right? There, it's very wordy. But you get the idea. I hope you see the transition words that were used. Did you understand? What do you think? Was there anyone in there who like understood it all? I'll read it again, okay? I'll go a little bit slower. Uy, may kwento ako para sa'yo. Naaalala mo ba si Sarah? Yung kaklase natin noon? Nakita ko siya sa tindahan nung isang araw. Sabi niya, nakitira daw siya malapit sa atin. Tapos, sabi ko, dumalaw siya sa bahay minsan. Oh, there's a typo right there. At saka, sabi niya, may 2 anak na siya. Sabi ko, isama niya yung mga anak niya pagbisita sa atin para makapaglaro sila at ang mga bata. Tapos yun lang, umalis na siya. What do you think? Let me just catch up on some of these comments here. Oh, let me answer your question in just a minute, okay? I'm Terry. Yes, exactly right. Feminine womanhood. You got it right. I have some news for you. Remember our classmate? She said she lives near us. I said she should come to visit. Exactly right. I said she should bring her kids so our kids can play. That's all. Then she had to leave. Yay! So here's the translation, okay? So exactly right. Remember, we learned, Uy, may kwento ako para sa'yo. Hey, I have a story for you. May kwento ako para sa'yo. And then, naaalala mo ba si Sarah? Do you remember Sarah? Yung kaklase natin noon. Our old classmate. Nakita ko siya sa tindahan nung isang araw. I saw her at the store the other day. Sabi niya, nakatira siya malapit sa atin. She said that she lives close to us. Tapos sabi ko, dumalaw siya sa bahay natin minsan. Then I told her she should visit our house sometime. Tapos, where am I? I lost. Oh, at saka sabi niya, may 2 anak na siya. Then she said she has 2 kids. Sabi ko, isama niya yung mga anak niya pagbisita sa atin para makapaglaro sila at ang mga bata. I said that she should bring her kids when she comes to visit so that they can play with our kids. Tapos yun lang, umalis na siya. Then that was it. She left. Exactly right. Let me catch up on some of these comments here. Oh, nice. Feminine Womanhood said, I learned Tagalog at 18 years old. LOL, English is my first language. How did you learn? Were you in like a class? Did you move to the Philippines or what? What is your secret? People always ask like what is the best way to learn? You know, it's like the best way I think is immersion. But what did you do? My older kids are now following your channel. They are also first language English speakers. Thanks for all you do. Oh, maraming salamat. Maraming salamat. All right. Let's see here. Oh, Feminine Womanhood said, I moved back to the Philippines. I knew it. Alam ko yun. That is the best way to learn. Okay. Now, very good. Ras Vega said, how old are you? Where in Pinas are you from? So how old am I? How old do you think I look? Pop quiz. How old do you think I look? And then, where in the Philippines am I from? I was born in Manila. Pinanganak ako sa Maynila. Tapos, lumipat kami ng pamilya ko dito sa Amerika nung 2 taon lang ako. Actually, hindi pa nga ako 2 taon nun eh. Dito ako nag-2 taon. I moved to America when I was almost 2 years old. I turned 2 here. So I'm over. Oh my goodness, how do you? Imogene and T-Rex said 32. Oh, is it because I said it at the beginning? Or are you just a little creepy? No, I probably said it in the beginning. Alrighty. Very good. Oh, YouTube, everyone on YouTube thinks I'm a little bit younger. 25, 20s, 27, 25, and 26. Okay, let's just say I'm 20. All right, guys. So here's just a review of everything we learned. This was just a little quickie, right? A quick lesson here. So we learned some phrases and words that you can use while telling a story, right? We talked about intro phrases or some hooks that you can say to bring people into your conversation or your story. We also learned some order of events like transition words. Una, pangalawa, pangatlo. So first, this happened. Second and third. And then we learned like tapos, that means next or then, and so on. And then we learned some acknowledgement words. Again, these are really good words to just keep in your pocket and throw them out there in a conversation. When someone is talking to you or telling you something, say, talaga? Really? It will make the other person smile. It will make you look like you know what you're talking about. It's a win-win for everybody, right? Yes. PC Not said, can this be watched somewhere else? Yes, the full recording with everything written out will be on my YouTube channel afterwards. Yes. Oh, Imogene said, I guessed 32 because my wife is 34 and she looks just like you. All right. Okay, and then we practiced with an example story. So the example there was really just to test your comprehension. It's okay if you didn't get it, if you didn't understand it all. But I think those kinds of practices are very helpful for you to understand the flow of a Tagalog story and just to hopefully see some patterns in sentence structure and things like that. Oh, yes. Ray asked on YouTube, how long does it take for most students to learn basic or functional Tagalog? That's a very interesting question. So I'm going to bring it back to like when I was learning French in high school. I feel like when you're learning a new language, it really takes at least like half a year, maybe a year, at least a few months to be able to know like basic functional Tagalog or that functional ways to use a language, right? And one way to really do that is to learn short, useful phrases, keep them in your pocket and then build on them. Okay. So that's one way I would do it. So learn small phrases, build on it. Also, really listen to native Tagalog speakers. You'll be able to pick out phrases that are used often, or you'll be able to recognize different ways to use words and phrases. So again, try to take as much information as you can and build on it, okay? But also, one tip that I love giving is using Taglish. Now, don't rely on Taglish forever, right? Like, if your goal is to become fluent, really try to learn more vocabulary so that you can switch out all of the English words for Tagalog. So you can say full sentences in Tagalog. Okay? Alrighty. So anyone have any questions before I let you go tonight? Oh, bye, Imogene. Have a good night. All right. Oh, yes. T-Rex said, once you can hold a conversation, it really takes off exponentially. So maybe leave like a hand raise up there. Are you like a beginner? Or are you like intermediate? Or are you like expert level in Tagalog? Maybe if you're a beginner, leave like a Filipino flag. If you're an expert, leave 2 Filipino or no, intermediate, leave 2. And if you're an expert, leave 3 Filipino flags. So someone had asked, how long does it take for students to learn basic or functional Tagalog? And then someone on Instagram said, once you really are able to hold a conversation, it really takes off. I think part of that is confidence, right? Like if you know that you can have at least a short conversation that kind of boosts your confidence, you're like, okay, I can do this a little bit. I will say, don't let others bring you down. Okay, there will be a lot of naysayers there, or there will be people who will laugh at you or make fun of your accent. Ignore them. Completely ignore them. Keep going. Maybe if they really make you feel uncomfortable, don't interact with them in Tagalog anymore, right? Go to someone who will support you, and there are people out there who will. So keep going. Don't be discouraged, and I know you can do it. Ejam said, oh, yes, wait, hang on. There are lots of people with one Filipino flag. M is a 2 Filipino flag. Awesome. Again, if you are a true beginner, leave 1 Filipino flag. If you are intermediate, leave 2. Oh, I see. T-Rex said 2.5. That's pretty good. Awesome, awesome. Ejam said, is your background in teaching or education, Ate? You're awesome. I'm trying to learn Cebuano at the same time. Yes. So, yes, I was certified to teach high school science. Like I got a teaching license. I graduated with a biology degree, and then I got a license to teach high school science, which was pretty tough because I look like I'm in high school, right? We already determined that I look very young. But then I became a nurse. Surprise, surprise. Anyone really surprised? No, I don't think so. But yes, my true passion is teaching. It's always been. So yes, thank you. And then you said you are learning Tagalog. What are you using to learn Tagalog? Because I want to learn Tagalog too, actually. My husband's side of the family is from Cebu, and I would love to learn Visaya or Cebuano. Awesome, awesome. Let me see. Oh, T-Rex said, I can hold a conversation without any English. My accent is good, but my grammar can be incorrect. Yes, you know, about the accent, everyone has an accent, or like, it's funny because if you are in America or in another country that's not the Philippines, you probably have an accent. But even within the Philippines, there are accents, like people in Cebu or like people who speak Bisaya. They have an accent when they are speaking Tagalog too. So sometimes, you know, it's okay if you have an accent. Just push through it. It's going to be fine. And then about the grammar. Yes, grammar can be very tricky. There's like a ton of different conjugations, but then also, like, depending on what kind of sentence you're making, the pronouns have different placements. So it can be a little tricky. One way to improve on grammar is listening to native Tagalog speakers. Then you'll be able to recognize, like, oh, okay, that's how you say a sentence like that. Or when you're watching a movie, it's like, oh, okay, so that's how that's used. So those are different ways to learn grammar. Let's see. Oh, someone here. Fluffy said, how many languages do I know? English and Tagalog. Do I really know French? No, not really. Not anymore. I took it in high school and a little bit in college. But it's like one of those things, if you never use it, it just kind of goes away, right? I could probably recognize it. If I really, really tried, I might be able to make a sentence. But yeah. Interestingly, I remember when I was learning a language, like learning French, speaking it was always the hardest part, right? Like oral practice is always the trickiest part when learning a language. Usually, like, you can write things, you can maybe read and recognize things, but when it's time to speak, that can be the tricky part. So I know exactly how hard that can be. T-Rex said, I watch movies, listen to music, listen to locals. Early on, I refused to speak unless I repeated. Okay, that's a good way to learn. Oh, yes. Master Urban World said, oh, yes. They are learning Tagalog by randomly speaking to people. And if I forget something, I switch to Taglish. So like saying, mag McDonald's tayo. Let's go have McDonald's. Mag McDonald's tayo. Yes, exactly right. Oh, okay. EGM said, I follow a YouTube page called Let's Talk Bisaya with Loved Ones. Oh, I gotta find them. I gotta look them up. Ray said, have you watched Sing and Sarah on YouTube? The Indian guy speaks Tagalog. Really? No, I've never seen that. I'm gonna look him up. Oh yes, Mr. Urban World said French pronunciation is harder than Mandarin. It can be. Yeah, they have a different kind of pronunciation. Alrighty, guys. I hope you have a good rest of your evening or day, wherever you currently are. Again, if you want to watch this recording, it is up on my YouTube channel. Otherwise, I will see you guys next time. Maraming salamat. Paalam. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. I'm so happy you're here with me on YouTube. Let me go ahead and just make sure our other friends are joining us as well. We have a really fun class tonight. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. I have missed you. I've missed you a lot. Tonight is going to be a very fun night because I actually have something that we're going to use, and I think it's going to be very, very helpful. So if you looked at my Instagram story, you'll notice that I put a link up there for some flashcards that I made for us. So I have been working really hard. I made some Tagalog verb flashcards for you. And not only are they vocabulary words about the different verbs in Tagalog, but on the back of the flashcards are conjugations of the verbs as well. Oh, TikTok, let me see if I can flip the screen so that you can see it. Is that better? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So these flashcards are so great because they have the word on them, and then on the back is how you conjugate the verb. Okay, a lot of you have said, oh, verbs and conjugation are like some of the most challenging things about Tagalog, and it's true. And if you have watched my full-length Tagalog lessons on YouTube, then you know that there are different types of verbs, and then there are different categories, different conjugation patterns, and everything like that. And one of the things that I said is the more verbs you learn, that's kind of how you will learn what group these verbs fall into, right? So it's just a matter of gaining more vocabulary, and getting these flashcards will help you with that. Again, tonight's Tagalog lesson is about Tagalog verbs, and we are going to be using these flashcards that I made for us that have the Tagalog verb on the front, and on the back is the conjugation. Conjugation means changing something into a different form. So these are the conjugations in the present tense, the past tense, the future tense, and then there's one more conjugation in there, or one more type of phrase. It's the command. You'll see how they are used when we go through them. Again, if you want to get your own copy of these flashcards that I made, the digital download is on my Stan store. I put the link in my stories, but also it's in the in my bio as well. Go ahead and write where you are currently watching from. Maybe tell me how old you are, and does anyone have a shout out? One time someone said, oh, it's my girlfriend's birthday. Can you say hi? If anyone has a special event, please let me know. Or is it just a fun night? No special event on your side, but just something to celebrate just being with me learning Tagalog. Let me go ahead and catch up on some of these comments. Okay, let me catch up on some of these comments on Instagram here. Major said, Ate Pat, gumagawa ako ng mabuti. You're doing something good. Are you trying to say you're doing well? You can say mabuti ako, mabuti naman. What you said literally means I am doing something good, like you are doing a good deed or something. Oh, Chunkin Deuces said, quick question. Is there a difference between learning Filipino versus Tagalog? Very, very good question. Does anyone know? I know the answer. But does anyone know the difference between Filipino and Tagalog? Think about it, write it in the comments, and let's see what everyone thinks. Hello, magandang araw, Vic said. Let's see. Hi, ate. Kawabanga said. Miss Anna Adams said, kumusta ka, ate? Mabuti naman. Hi, Love and Lulu. All right, let's see here. Again, we're just waiting for everyone to join. Hello, hello. Oh, so many people. Let's see here. Rose from San Diego, Ronnie from LA, Royston from Singapore. I'm Heme from California, Brandon from Jacksonville, Florida. Hello, hello. Dilshan from New Zealand, Fritz from New Jersey. Hello, hello. Mabuhay Thursday. Hello, hello. Let me see. Oh, did someone have a shout out? I forgot. Earrings are fire. Team D Texas said, salamat. These are from Pick You Official. I think Pick You Official. Let's see. How about over here on TikTok? Captain says, I'm a Filipino. I'm all the way from LA, California. Hello, hello. Yes, exactly right. So Rocky's Barber. So the question was, Chunkin Deuces asked, what is the difference between Filipino and Tagalog? And over here on TikTok, Rockin' Barber said, Filipino incorporates the borrowed phrases and words. Exactly right. So Tagalog is a very old language. In fact, it's one of the oldest ones in the Philippines. There's like written by Bayin that's been found. It's just a very old language. And of course, the Philippines itself has had a lot of influence from so many countries, like Spain, of course, when they occupied it for 300 years. Then there was America and even Japan for a little while. And Chinese, because there were a lot of immigrants from southern China. So along with all of those different cultures, they incorporated a lot of those words into Tagalog. So much so that Tagalog itself kind of got mingled with all these languages. So they had to change it a little bit. And Filipino is the language that incorporates all of those different languages. For example, hikaw, the word hikaw is earring. That is a Chinese word, or it stems from the Chinese culture. But technically, there was at one point a true deep Tagalog word that was used before hikaw. And usually, I love Tagalog, like deep, deep Tagalog, because it's very literal. When you think of the word a chair in Tagalog is upuan. There are lots of different words for chair. Upuan is a word for chair. Like the verb upo means to sit, upuan means a place to sit. But also, a deep Tagalog word for chair is salumpuet. Salumpuet. So that's like true deep Tagalog. And it means, salo means to catch. Puet is your bottom. So salumpuet is something that is catching your bottom, right? Your chair. So that's the difference between Tagalog and Filipino. So yes, Filipino kind of incorporates all of those different borrowed words, as Rockin' Barber said, whereas Tagalog really is like the pure whatever it was before all of those influences. Although nowadays, Filipino, Tagalog, Filipino, they are used interchangeably and people will understand what you mean. But technically, there is a difference. Oh, Hello, Tagalog Kurt. Someone is saying hello, Tagalog Kurt. Are they here? Anyway, again, thank you, thank you. Let's go ahead and get started. Tonight's lesson is going to be all about Tagalog verbs. Okay? So depending on where you are in your Tagalog learning journey, you might already know how to conjugate verbs and you just want to learn more. Or maybe you are a true beginner, you just want to gain more vocabulary. This is a good way to do it. Or maybe you are kind of a little bit more experienced and you just want to quiz yourself, or you just want to make sure you know the right words. We are going to be using these flashcards that I made for us. I'm so happy that I made these flashcards, you guys, because not only do they have the Tagalog word on the front, so this is a picture of a shower. To shower in Tagalog is maligo. And it says that on the front, okay? On the back of the card has the conjugation of the or of the verb. Okay, so it's like there are different ways you can use these cards. One way is to cover the Tagalog word and then quiz yourself. Be like, okay, what is to shower? What is to shower? Then you're like, okay, it's maligo. Now, what if I want to say, I am taking a shower? What is it again? What is it again? Then you look on the back, you're like, oh, naliligo ako. Naliligo ako. Okay, so you can purchase your own copy of these flashcards in my Stan store. The link is in my IG stories right now, or the link to my Stan store is in my bio as well. I will note that when you purchase it, it is just a digital copy. So you're going to be purchasing the PDF form, and it's going to look like this, okay? It's just a PDF form, a document, and you will be responsible for cutting them out and putting it back to back if you want. And then I even went farther and put a lamination on them just to make it have that flashcard feel, okay? But if you don't want to do all that, you could just print it out, maybe like put holes in it and put it in a 3-ring binder, or even just put a staple in it and call it a day. You know, this is just a really good way to review, I think. Let me check over here on YouTube. Okay. Oh, Saul said, nakakatawa ka. I learned that yesterday from your Insta. Salamat, salamat. Nakakatawa ka rin. You're funny. All right. So let's just go over some basics about Tagalog verbs, okay? In Tagalog, there are 5 different types of verbs in Tagalog. Okay, let me find these cards here. I had organized them and now I'm just gonna find, here we go. So in Tagalog, there are mag verbs, mag, meaning they start with mag. Mag is their prefix. There's mag verbs, then there's ma verbs, ma. They also start with ma, like matulog. Then there's verbs, Then there's in verbs, in. And then verbs, verbs. John Legacy on YouTube said, are you going to post those flashcards anywhere for us to download or purchase? Yes, they are already up on my Stan store. The link should be in my bio, and you will see it. It says new 100 Tagalog flashcards, so you should be able to purchase them there. Again, there are 5 different types of verbs in Tagalog. Mag, ma, in, and e verbs. Why is that important? Well, it's all going to determine the patterns that we use when we conjugate them. Okay? And if you need a review of how to conjugate these different types of verbs, you can watch the full-length Tagalog lesson on my YouTube channel. There's like present tense conjugation, past and future tense conjugation videos there. It will go step by step with lots and lots of practice. But we can also just learn them tonight, okay? I don't want you to get too bogged down about the patterns themselves, but I do want you to recognize that there is a pattern. Okay, you'll see. There's repeated syllables. There's certain affixes or prefixes or infixes. Okay, so I want you to just listen and see what we get. Okay, so let's just go through some of these verbs here. If you know the answer, write it in the comments. What is to clap in Tagalog? What is to clap in Tagalog? Do you know? What is to clap? Oh, thank you so much for all the gifts on TikTok. They are going so fast. FJMLV, thank you so much. And I think someone else up there, thank you. What is to clap in Tagalog? To clap, yes, Mr. Mark Tricks. So, palakpak or pumalakpak? Very good. Yes. Oh, Solman, thank you so much for the roses on TikTok. Maraming salamat. Thank you. So, pumalakpak or palakpak. So, technically, the root word here is palakpak. Palakpak. All verbs in Tagalog have a root, and then something is added to them to change the tense. For verbs, sometimes they are referred to as just the root, palakpak. Sometimes they are referred to with the already in it. So if you said palakpak, that is correct. If you said pumalakpak, that is also correct. JB on YouTube said magclap. Yes and no. So I love mag verbs because you can always use mag as a way to turn an English word into a Tagalog verb. If you don't know a verb in Tagalog, turn it into a mag verb and conjugate it that way. So JB said magclap because they couldn't remember what to clap is. So, but technically it's palakpak or pumalakpak. Now let's take a look at how it's conjugated. Oh, Jess, thank you so much for the gift on TikTok. Maraming salamat. So if you want to say I am clapping, it would be pumapalakpak ako. Pumapalakpak ako. So that's just right here. Again, these flashcards are on my Stan store. You can purchase the digital copy and then you can cut them out and laminate it yourself. On the front of it is the verb. On the back are the conjugations. Okay, so in the present tense, it would be pumapalakpak ako. Pumapalakpak ako. Oh, Saul, thank you so much for the badge on Instagram. Thank you. In the past tense, it's pumalakpak ako. Pumalakpak ako. Future tense, it's papalakpak ako. So, it's very interesting. Again, all of these patterns are very specific and don't get too bogged down. I just want you to be able to recognize mostly the root and then see if you can recognize that there is a repeated syllable and then certain affixes and prefixes. Now, if you want to say it as a command, it would be pumalakpak ka. Pumalakpak ka. Clap your hands. Okay? So pumalakpak means to clap or palakpak. Interestingly, the noun form of clap, like applause, is palakpak. So sometimes it can be confusing if you don't use the People can be like, are you talking about the verb or the noun? And of course, you would just use context clues from there. All right, let's keep going. What is to yell in Tagalog? To yell. Do you know what to yell in Tagalog is? To yell in Tagalog is sumigaw. Sumigaw. So in the present tense, sumisigaw ako or sumisigaw siya. Yes, very good. Warhawk got it right on TikTok. Sumisigaw siya. She is yelling. Or sumigaw siya. She yelled. Sisigaw siya. She will yell. Okay, so sigaw or sumigaw means to yell. Sumigaw. Okay, what is our next verb here? What is to dance in Tagalog? What is to dance in Tagalog? To dance in Tagalog is... Oh, Christina, thank you so much for the rose on TikTok. Thank you, thank you. To dance is, sumayaw. Yes, very good. Leonardo on TikTok got it right. Jasmine, very close. Jasmine on Instagram said, masayaw. So that's another tricky thing there. It's like you might know the root, sayaw, but then you have to figure out, is it a ma verb, a mag verb, or an verb? Sayaw is an verb. So sumayaw means to dance. Again, on the back is the conjugation for your review if you do want to learn them. Sumasayaw ako, I am dancing. Sumasayaw ako. Sumayaw ako, I danced. Sasayaw ako, I will dance. And then as a command, it would be sumayaw ka. Dance. Sumayaw ka. Dilshan said, isn't masaya happy? Yes, masaya means happy. Sumayaw is a little different from masaya. Okay? I guess we're in this stack of verbs. What is to cry in Tagalog? What is to cry in Tagalog? Oh, Cam said, where can I get the flashcards? You can download the flashcards from my Stan store. You can, when you download them, they will come as a PDF and you just print them out yourself. And you can cut them, laminate them like I did, front and back, or just print them, maybe put a staple or put holes in it and put it in a 3-ring binder. So however you want to use them, you're going to download it. It'll come like this. What is, yes, JB, you got it on YouTube. To cry is iyak, umiyak, umiyak. Very good, JB. Very good, very good. Umiyak means to cry. So in the present tense, umiiyak ako. Umiiyak ako. Past tense, umiyak ako. Umiyak ako. Future tense, iiyak ako. And then as a command, wag kang umiyak. Wag ka nang umiyak. Don't cry. Don't cry. Okay. So Dilshan said, diba means isn't it? Yeah. Means like right, correct? Or is it not? Yep, that's exactly right. Okay, next verb here on our list. What is to laugh in Tagalog? What is To laugh in Tagalog. To laugh. Yes, very good, Cam. Tumawa. Very good. So to laugh in Tagalog is tumawa. Tumawa. Very good. So, tumatawa ako. I am laughing. Tumatawa ako. Or tumawa ako. I laughed. Tumawa ako. That's past tense. Tatawa ako. I will laugh. Tatawa ako. Or as a command, tumawa ka. Laugh. Tumawa ka. Okay? Here's another verb. What is to sing in Tagalog? To sing in Tagalog. You might have heard this if your family is into karaoke. People will always make you try to sing. Yes, Cam is exactly right. And Warhawk. Yes. Very good. Kumanta. Kumanta. Yes. Alpo Blit. Kumanta. Very good. JB said, once again, where do we download these cards po? It's in my Stan store. So the link should be in my bio, or if you just go to my profile, look for the Stan store link. Again, when you download it, it will be a PDF like this, and then you will print it yourself and turn them into flashcards, or you can just keep it like this, put it in a folder, things like that, okay? So, kumakanta ako, I am singing. Kumakanta ako. Kumanta ako, I sang. Kumanta ako. Kakanta ako, I will sing. Kakanta ako. And as a command, kumanta ka, kumanta ka. If you've ever gone karaokeing, or if you've ever karaokeed with Filipinos, they have probably said that to you. Kumanta ka, sing, kumanta ka. They leave no one behind with the singing. What is everyone's go-to karaoke song, by the way? I like Crazy for You by Madonna. I like, what else do I like? I don't know. I'm not like an amazing singer or anything. Oh, what's that one song that I like? I'll have to think about it. Yes. Okay. Oh, you might have already seen it. What is to hug in Tagalog? To hug. Oh, Captain said All of Me by J.M. Guzman. Oh, I don't even know what song that is. I'll have to look that up. Hart said Whitney or Mariah Star Spangled Banner. Number 1, do they even have that version? And number 2, I need some evidence, please. Yes, very good, very good. Oh, Captain said rap songs by Andrew E. Do you know who Andrew E. is? Andrew E. is a popular rapper in the Philippines. I feel like he was a lot more popular in like the 90s or early 2000s, like just really, really fast Tagalog raps. Are you into Glock 9? Glock 9 and like Ruby Ibarra, of course, Phil Am. There are lots of newer. Oh, and Easy Miller, hello. Like a lot of newer rappers out there. Yes, very good, very good. Yakap or yakapin means to hug. Yakapin. So, yakap is the noun, a hug, yakap. Yakapin is the verb to hug. Captain said Sharon Cuneta. You like to sing Sharon Cuneta songs? Oh, Chris McCollin said, I met Andrew E. Really? How? Jez said Dilaw by Maki. I don't think I've heard that one. I'll have to look that up. So yes, yakapin. Now we're in the in. Where am I? In verbs. In. So the first set of verbs we looked at were verbs. These are in verbs. The difference there is that verbs can be object or actor focused. In verbs are usually object focused. Again, all of that is nitty gritty. If you do want to get into all that, be sure to watch my full length Tagalog lesson videos about present tense conjugation and future and past tense. Oh, Serrano said maybe this time. I love that song. I love that song. Ozzy Mandia said, hi, I just wanted to thank you for the lessons. I plan to visit the Philippines later this year. I'm pretty good at the language. Oh, at language, so I'm absorbing everything. Good, good. JB said, my way. Do you know what happens when you sing My Way in the Philippines? It doesn't always happen, but for a while, there was like really bad things happening whenever you sang My Way in the Philippines. It used to be like maybe like 10 years ago, for a while, when people sang My Way, they would get unalived. They wouldn't, I don't know what would happen. Like, it would be so violent. And then, yeah, so for a while, there was just that thing where it was like, don't sing My Way, or it became a joke where it was like, oh, you're going to sing My Way. So be careful with that song. Okay, yeah, so yakap or yakapin means to hug. In the future tense, it's, I'm just trying to think because I don't want to say it wrong. Yinayakap ko siya. I am hugging him. Yinayakap ko siya. Past tense, yinakap ko siya. Future tense, yayakapin ko siya. Okay, so yakap is an in verb. As a command, maybe you can use this on your sweet, lovey loved one. Yakapin mo ako. Yakapin mo ako. That means hug me. Yakapin mo ako. I'll put it up here so you can see it. That's the command, hug me. Yakapin mo ako. Try saying that to your honey tonight. I'm sure it'll make them super kilig. Yakapin mo ako. Okay? Someone wrote a question up here. Someone asked why. Why is it that when you sang My Way, you would get like unalived? I don't know. It was just like, maybe it just happened to be that when people were singing that, there were like violent people around them. I don't know. But for a while, you should look it up. It was like singing My Way at karaoke was kind of dangerous. Oh, and then someone asked, do you know how to speak Bisaya? No, I do not, but I know someone who does, and I'll be sharing them with you in just a little while, like maybe next week or in a couple weeks. Oh, someone up here asked, Ladorabi said, is Filipino Sign Language the same as American Sign Language? So I feel like either last year or the year before, I posted a video of Filipino Sign Language. And then people commented, oh, it's the same as American Sign Language because American Sign Language actually is universal. So people said it's the same, but I'm sure there might be some nuances. But that is a great question. If anyone knows, like, is there a difference between Filipino Sign Language and American Sign Language? Let us know. Jasmine said, I heard of you sing it badly. So maybe if you sing My Way badly, then that's why it was so violent. Patch said, your tutorials really helped me in my tutoring sesh with my US students. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maraming salamat. Thank you, din. Oh, interesting. Okay, so PJ said Japanese Sign Language is a little different. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, there might be some similarities between Filipino Sign Language and then like American Sign Language, but also there might be some differences as well. Warhawk said, I'll never sing that song in the Philippines. Yeah, don't sing My Way. You might not want to. Okay, and then someone asked, do I speak Waray? No, I do not, but I'm looking for someone who can teach it. If you know anyone who can teach Waray, send them my way. Okay. What is to pull in Tagalog? What is to pull in Tagalog? Yes, JB, yakapin was an in verb. We're actually in the in verbs now. Tots asked, can you speak Kapampangan? No, I cannot. I wish I knew people who could, though. Yes, Serrano. Hilahin. Very good, Warhawk. Hilahin. Hilahin. Very good. Hilahin means to pull. Hila means to pull. That's the root. Hila. Hilahin is like the conjugated version, or it's just incorporating that in affix there. So hila means to pull. Hilahin is conjugating it as an in verb. In the present tense, it's hinihila ko ang lubid. I am pulling the rope. Hinihila ko ang lubid. In the past tense, hinila ko ang lubid. In the future tense, hihilahin ko ang lubid. As a command, it would be hilahin mo ang lubid. Okay, so again, I just want you to notice the root word. I want you to notice that there is a pattern. You don't have to get into the nitty-gritty of all the exact patterns if you don't know them yet. But see if you can recognize oh, that sounds like it's present tense. That sounds like it's past, or that sounds like it's future. Okay. But more than anything, I do just want you to get the root word to be able to recognize that, oh, hila means to pull. Again, these cards, these flashcards are on my Stan store. You can purchase them. When you buy them, though, remember that it's going to be the digital download, and it will come as a PDF. When you print them out, you can cut them, you can laminate them like I did, or you can just keep it like this in a folder and use it to study, okay? You said, can you send me that card? Someone said on TikTok. Just go ahead and get it from my Stan store. There are 100 verbs. 100! I found 100 verbs for you. But tonight we're only going to do maybe 25 or 30. I went through and got some of the more common ones for us to learn. But there are 100 verbs. You gotta go get it. Oh my goodness, you gotta go get it. Okay. Now, what is to sweep in Tagalog? What is to sweep in Tagalog? Samurai said there are many Filipino shops and restaurants in our region in Oman. Oh, that's nice. Very good, Serrano. To sweep in Tagalog is walis. Oh, Serrano, you bring up a really, really good point. So in this card, I am showing it to you as an in verb. Walisin. Take a look at the conjugations. Winawalis ko ang sahig. Winawalis ko ang sahig. I am sweeping the floor. Now, Serrano on TikTok said, magwalis. Oh, I love this, you guys. Walis is one of those verbs which can be either object-focused or actor-focused, okay? So there are certain verbs in Tagalog that can take on different types of verbs. So remember, there's magma, in, or i. Walis can be an in verb, or it could be a mag verb. When it's an in verb, it's being conjugated as an object-focused verb. So you can even see it in the conjugation example. Winawalis ko ang sahig. I am sweeping the floor. The focus of this sentence really is the floor. What are you doing? I am sweeping the floor. Now listen to this. When I say Nagwawalis ako. Now I'm conjugating it like a mag verb. Nagwawalis ako. That just means I'm sweeping, right? It's a complete sentence. Nagwawalis ako, I'm sweeping. There's no floor, there's no object. It's just about me, the actor. It's actor focused. What are you doing? I am sweeping. Versus, what are you doing? I am sweeping the floor. Do you see the difference there? That is a prime example of a verb that can be object or actor focused. Very good observation there, okay? Tim said, I love those cards. Thank you. Again, these cards you can get on my Stan store as a digital download. When you purchase them, it's going to come as a PDF form, and you can cut them out and laminate them like I did, like front and back. Or you can just keep it in a folder and use it to study that way. There are 100 verbs in this pack, okay? Okay. Oh no, I have to go, Ryo said. Bye. Salamat. Let's see. This random name said, are you American? Yes, I am. And I'm also Filipino. Okay. What is to tell or to say in Tagalog? What is to tell and to say in Tagalog? Kakak said, how do I get the cards? A link to them is in my bio, the Stan store. Look for the link to my Stan store. Oh, very interesting. String said, magsalita. Very close. Oh, very close, you guys. Yes. Dilshan on Instagram said, nagsasalita. JB said, is the Stan store on your IG page? You can find it in my YouTube channel as well. Just go to the About Me area and then look for the Stan store. Yes, JB actually got it. So it's sabi or sabihin. So very interesting. A lot of you are saying salita. Salita means, it also means to say, but really it means like to talk. Magsalita ka, talk. But also it can mean like say something. So salita and sabi are very similar. It's kind of like saying say, tell, talk, right? They're all kind of similar. Sabihin technically means to tell or to say. Very interesting. Oh, Yahia said, what is the best free app to learn Tagalog? Anyone know what is the best free app? I know of like this one app I made a video for. What is it? Turong Wika. Turong Wika. That means teaching a language. They teach Tagalog. I know other languages or other apps teach Tagalog as well. I just don't think they're free. Oh, Diego said, how do you say I don't know? How do you say I don't know in Tagalog? What do you think? Write it in the comments. That one is easy. There are a couple ways to say it actually. Oh, Mr. Crank said, is there an app that you would recommend to help learn Tagalog? Let's see. So the one I recommended earlier, Turong Wika, that one is a good one. Does Rosetta Stone have an app? I made a video for them. I know they have like an online profile, but I don't know if they have like exactly an app. Does anyone know? And then Ling is an app. I think they have Tagalog as well. Does Duolingo have Tagalog? Does anyone know? Oh, yes, very good. To answer Diego's question, how do you say I don't know? A lot of people on Instagram and TikTok are saying hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam literally means I do not know. Hindi ko alam. Or an easy way to just say it is ewan, ewan, or ewan ko. Very good, okay? Yes. Someone had some questions up here. Oh, Diego said, Hi Pat, ako si Diego. Currently started your first video on Tagalog and I can't wait to learn more. Very good, very good. Okay. Let's keep going. So yes, sabi means to say or to tell. So take a look at the conjugations. Maybe that'll help you kind of determine or help you understand the difference between sabi and salita. So, sinasabi ko sa kanya. Sinasabi ko sa kanya. I am telling him. I am saying it to him. You see the difference there? Sinabi ko sa kanya. I told him. Sasabihin ko sa kanya. I will tell him. Okay? And then, as a command, sabihin mo sa kanya. Tell him. Sabihin mo. Oh, okay. Diego said Duolingo does not have Tagalog. Interesting, interesting. What is to find in Tagalog? What is to find in Tagalog? Oh, Warhawk said Bluebird app is decent. Bluebird app. To find in Tagalog is... Yes. So, hanap is the root word. Hanapin is the verb. Hanapin, to find something. Hanapin. Like, oh, hanapin mo. Find it. Hanapin. So, here's the conjugation. Hinahanap ko ang susi. Hinahanap ko ang susi. I am looking for the key. Hinahanap. That's the present tense. Past tense, hinanap ko ang susi. Hinanap. I looked for the key. Hahanapin ko ang susi. Hahanapin ko. I will find the key. Okay? So again, hanap means to find. Hanap. Oh, Jcast said, where do you buy these flashcards? You can buy them from my Stan store. Link is in the bio. Look for my Stan store. You will get the digital download. You will get the PDF form, and it looks like this. And then you can cut it, laminate it like I did, or you can just keep it like this, maybe put it in a folder or in a binder, and then use it to study like that. But I have 100 verbs for you. 100. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy for you guys that you have this resource. But we're only going over like 25 tonight. Oh, thank you so much. Sean said, I bought them. Salamat. Maraming salamat. Okay. What is to run in Tagalog? What is to run in Tagalog? Oh, Major said, Ate Pat, can you give me a Tagalog tongue twister? Ooh. Let's see. Let's see. There's so many. I don't want to say it wrong now. There's that one. It's like, Mecánico ni Monica. Minicánico ni Monica. Minicánico ang... I don't even know what it is now. Someone write it in the comments. Minicánico ni Monico ang makina ni Monica. Minicánico ni Monico ang makina ni Monica. That means Mokino, the mechanic, fixed Monica's machine. Minicánico ni Monico ang makina ni Monica. Oh my goodness. And then there's so many more. Yes, so to run in Tagalog is very good. Blasian, you got it. La, Yesam, and JB, you got it. Tumakbo. Tumakbo. Yes, very good. Tumakbo. So, takbo is the root word, takbo. Tumakbo is showing that it's an conjugation. Tumakbo. So, if you want to conjugate it, tumatakbo ako. I am running. Tumatakbo ako. Or, tumakbo ako. I ran. Tumakbo ako. Tatakbo ako. I will run. Tatakbo ako. Julie and Captain both just asked back to back, where can we get these cards? Yes, so these flashcards are on my Stan store, stan.store/Tagalog Time Pat, or you can just go look on my bio. Look for the link that says Stan Store, and it's going to be a digital copy. When you purchase it, it's going to look like this as a PDF, and then you will be able to cut it, put it together, laminate it like I did, or you can just keep it like this, keep it in a folder, and study it like that. But there are 100 cards, 100 verbs. Oh my goodness. Okay, what is to drink in Tagalog? What is to drink? Oh, Diego on YouTube said, when do I use mo? So mo is a possessive pronoun, and you use mo for certain verbs if it's an object-focused verb. Okay? So, it goes into all of that in my full-length Tagalog lesson, I think 3, present tense conjugation. Take a look at that. It will break down how to use mo in certain verbs. Yes, very good. Serrano said, umiinom or uminom. Uminom means to drink. Very good. Blasian, JB, you got it. Yes, Delician. Uminom. To drink, uminom. Very good. Now, as a conjugation or to conjugate it, umiinom ako, I am drinking. Umiinom ako. Or, uminom ako, I drank. Uminom ako. Iinom ako, I will drink. Iinom ako. Or, uminom ka, drink, uminom ka. That's a command. Remember how I told you that some verbs can be object or actor focused. Inom is one of those verbs that can be both. So, uminom means, or it's focusing on the actor. I am drinking. Umiinom ako, I am drinking. But if you want to focus on the drink itself, you actually have to conjugate it as an in verb. So, iniinom ko ang kape. I am drinking the coffee. Iniinom ko ang kape. So, as an in verb, it's focusing on the object. As an verb, it's focusing on the actor. Very interesting. Only a few more will do here, guys, because it's getting kind of late. So here, what is to eat in Tagalog? What is to eat in Tagalog? Yes, Shalona McFarland said, where do we get these cards? These cards, again, are on my Stan store. I made them for you. They are the digital download. So go to my Stan store. The link should be in my bio. When you purchase them, you're going to get them as a PDF form. You're going to get it like this. And you can cut it and laminate it, or you can just keep it like this and study it like this. Keep it in a folder, put it in a 3-ring binder, whatever you want. Or you can cut it out and laminate it like I did. Very good. So, very good. Kain. Kain. Kumain means to eat. Kumain. Yes, Blasian said, pwede bang magtanong? Can I please ask? Why does it change to ininom? Like in the conjugation, iinom as the future tense, that's just the pattern that it is. You have to repeat the first syllable. Or, like, are you asking why does it become an in verb when it's an object focused verb? It's just one of those things that it's like a thing in the Tagalog language. Some verbs can be actor or object focused, and that's how it would change. It would change by the affix or prefix. And not all verbs are like that, just certain ones. Very good. Oh, La Yesam said, can I get these cards in Canada? Yes, absolutely. When you purchase them, it's just a digital download. So it will go straight to your email, and then you can print it however you want, and then you can cut it out, or you can even just keep it like that. Very good. So kumain means to eat. Let's conjugate it. So kumakain ako. I am eating. Kumakain ako. Or past tense, kumain ako. Kumain ako. I ate. Kakain ako. I will eat. Kakain ako. And then as a command, kumain ka. Eat. Kumain ka. Okay, kumain ka. You might have heard that phrase. A lot of people like to feed their guests. So that is the thing there, the phrase that you might hear a lot. Let's see, what else? Let's take a look at some of these E verbs. We didn't get to look at them. How do you say to write in Tagalog? To write. So to write something. I'll give you a hint. It's an E verb. To write, E. Oh, hang on. Who was that? String Hands said, hi, Pat. Your content helped me talk to my mom during her last years before she died. Maraming salamat po. Oh, my goodness. Strings, first of all, I'm so sorry for your loss, but also, I'm so happy to have helped you. Stay strong, okay? I lost a parent too, and it's not easy at all. Oh, Julie said, I can't find your Stan store. Let's see, go to my link or go to my bio, and I think just click on whatever link is there, and then more links should pop up. So go to the Stan store. Someone even put it up here. I think you just type in stan.store/Tagalog Time Pat or Tagalog Time.pat or something like that. You could even try to Google stanstore.com. I'll definitely put a post or make a post about it afterwards so we can all find it. Oh, very interesting. Yes. So Serrano again said magsulat. I have it as an E verb, isulat. Yes, Blasian also said nagsulat. So yes, this is one of those things these are one of those verbs. Again, isulat means to write, but that's focusing on the object. Like, isulat mo ang pangalan mo. Write your name. Isulat mo ang pangalan mo. Write your name. But magsulat just means writing. Like, nagsusulat ako, I am writing. Oh, someone on TikTok said it's only showing the coffee, buy me a coffee. Oh, yeah. So if you're on TikTok, maybe just go open a browser and do stan.store/Tagalog Time with Pat or tagalogtime.pat, or you can go to the links in my Instagram. It'll be there. Stan Store. So, isinusulat ko ang libro. I am writing the book. Or isinulat ko ang libro. I wrote the book. Or isusulat ko ang libro. I will write the book. But again, sulat can be a mag verb. Nagsusulat ako. I am writing. Or nagsulat ako. I wrote. Okay, let's do another E verb. Actually, we'll do two because they're opposites. What is to raise and to bring down? So this one is showing people raising their hand. What is to raise? This one is showing a man putting a box down. So what is to bring down? So to raise and to bring down. What is to raise and to bring down in Tagalog? And I gave you a hint. It's an E verb. To raise in Tagalog is itaas. Itaas. The opposite of that, to bring down, ibaba. So itaas, ibaba. Very good. Yes, exactly right. And you probably heard the phrase like, bababa ka ba? It's one of those things in Tagalog. It's like, baba, just depending on how you put the emphasis, it can mean different things. So bababa ka ba means, are you going down? Like, are you going down the stairs? Are you going down the elevator? So ibaba means to go down. Itaas means to raise, like to raise your hand. Let's take a look at ibaba. So ibinababa ko ang bagahe. I am bringing down the luggage. Ibinababa ko ang bagahe. Or past tense, ibinaba ko ang bagahe. Future tense, ibababa ko ang bagahe. And then as a command, ibaba mo ang bagahe. Bring down the luggage. Okay? Now, let's take a look at itaas, again, to raise. In the present tense, itinataas ko ang bandila. I am raising the flag. In the past tense, itinaas ko ang bandila. I raised the flag. And then in the future tense, itataas ko ang bandila. I will raise the flag. And then as a command, itaas mo ang bandila. Raise the flag. So Love said, spaghetti pababa, pababa, ng pababa. Does anyone remember that song? So baba means to go down, and there was this song back in the day, maybe like, was it early 2000s, I think? Spaghetti pababa, pababa ng pababa, Iser said. And then spaghetti pataas, pataas ng pataas. And it was just this silly, silly dance, and you heard it on every variety show on the Filipino channel. You heard it on the radio all the time. People still dance it. I don't know why it's like that. It's like, why is the spaghetti going down? Why is it going up? Oh my gosh. You can't like not dance when you hear that song. Yes, Blasian said, is there another word for flag? Yes, so I said bandila. Bandila means flag. But watawat also means flag. There's another one, bandila, watawat, and does anyone remember what the other word for flag is? Wumagayway. Watawat, wumagayway. Wumagayway means to wave, or like to wave around, correct? I'm pretty sure. So watawat is like waving the flag, exactly. Oh, thank you, FJMLV said, I just got the flashcards. They look so good. I'm glad they have the sentences with them. Again, if you just joined, you can purchase these flashcards that we were using during the lesson. On the front is the Tagalog verb, and then on the back are the conjugation patterns in the present tense, past, future, and a command. It's like an example. So I think it'll really help you learn more verbs. And when you download it, it is a PDF digital download. So you will be able to cut it out and laminate it if you want to, like I did. Or you could just keep it like this. Maybe put a staple in it, or you can put it in a 3-ring binder and just use it to study that way. Okay. And there are 100 verbs. 100. I looked up all of the different verbs for you. So I think this will really help if you're trying to learn more Tagalog verbs. Again, you can get it from my Stan store. Stan store. The link should be in my Instagram bio. I think on TikTok we're having a hard time finding it there. So just go to my Instagram or YouTube. The link is in there. Bandera. Yes, I think that's another word for flag as well. Well, you guys, I had so much fun with you tonight. I hope to see you again soon. There are so many more verbs. Again, there are 100 in this pack. This is only like 25 or 30. So maybe next time we will go through more. Oh, FJN said, what are on your YouTube slides? I'm trying to learn more for my fiance. The YouTube slides, if you decide to buy those are just the whatever slides you see in the video. So back up. I make full-length Tagalog lesson videos on YouTube, so those slides are what go with the full-length Tagalog lesson videos. Okay. Budak Baru said, where can I get the flashcards? I'm not from the Philippines. You can get them on my Stan store. Go to my Instagram, click on the link in my bio, and look for Stan store. And it will be a PDF download, and you can download them, you can cut them out, you can laminate it, or you can just keep it like this and study it, okay? Yes, let's see. Yes, Benny, did you get that? Benny also asked, where can I get them? Again, on my Stan store. You just get the digital download, and then you can make the cards, or you can keep it like this, okay? Well, I will see you guys next time. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Maraming salamat po. See you next time. Hello, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me, especially here on YouTube. I want to make sure the microphone is turned on all right. And while you're setting that up, let me go ahead and invite our other friends. Of course, I go live on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm so happy you're here. Happy New Year. You might be wondering, why are you still saying Happy New Year? It's like 2 weeks into the new year. Well, because it's our very first live of the year. So I figured it's just appropriate to say hello and Happy New Year to you. Let me know if you can hear me okay on TikTok and Instagram. I do have the microphones set up. If it sounds off, or if it's like there's a lot of background noise, let me know. And we can just try to fix that. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Right where you are watching from, I am over here in North Carolina. We did get a little bit of snow the other day. Very, very little. Oh my goodness. I think it was like less than an inch. But I had a lot of fun. I like being able to go outside and not have to worry about shoveling too much. Hello. Let's see here. Does anyone have a shout out? Does anyone have a special birthday or anniversary or anything coming up? Or is someone's friend watching and you want to say hello out there? Oh, Zell True Trill said they're from Virginia Beach and they also got some snow. Big Rika says hello from San Diego. Derek, hi from Vancouver. Hello. DJ's dad from Chicago. Hello, everybody. Turtle on YouTube, Happy New Year to you too. Case is from Hawaii. Hello. Bert is from Rochester, Washington. Calperon, hello from the Netherlands. Oh, Dr. Dan, no snow here in Cebu. What part of Cebu are you from? Let's see, 1963. I've been College Park, Maryland, right down the street from the University of Maryland. Okay. Shannon, hello from Charlotte. We're basically neighbors. Rodrigo, hello from Chile. Okay, tonight's going to be a fun night. So we're not doing a full-blown Tagalog lesson. I figured since it is our first live lesson back in the new year, let's just have some fun, okay? We're going to play some Filipino trivia. I have 25 trivia clues here, and let's see if you can figure them out. They're pretty simple. So I have questions about geography, Philippine geography, some questions about like national symbols, some information about Philippine history, also some Tagalog review, and then Filipino celebrities. So we have a whole mix of things in here. I think it's important to also learn about, the culture and the history of the Philippines along with the language. I'm assuming you follow me because you are interested in learning some Tagalog, right? So I think putting everything together with culture and history and language, all of that together, will really help us appreciate not only like the Filipino culture, but Tagalog as well. Alchemy said, how do I explain the Bubble Gang to people? Are you talking about the show Bubble Gang? That was like a little comedy show where they had like skits on TFC. I remember that show. Walter's hello from Jacksonville, Florida. Jimmy, JP from LA, hello. Oh my goodness, no snow or rain, just the fires going on. I'm so sorry if you have been affected by those fires. I have a couple friends who live in LA and it sounds like a really, really scary time. So please be safe out there. Always wanted to know the history of Olano. What is Olano? Moni says. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get started. What is the capital of the Philippines? Really easy. Easy question to start with. What is the capital of the Philippines? Whoops, TikTok. Let's see if we can fix this. It is backwards on TikTok. Let me see. I fixed this before. Let me see. I think I go here. And then, I don't want to flip. Mirror camera. There we go. Haha. So what is the capital of the Philippines? Yes. Jesus said Manila. C on TikTok said Manila, and Mike B on YouTube. Yes. What is the capital of the Philippines? Manila. A common answer that people say is Quezon City. Some people say, Quezon City is the capital. It's not. It's very close to Manila, but Manila is the official capital here. Whoops, there it is, Manila. There we go. Alrighty. What's the next question? What do the red and blue stripes of the flag represent? What do the red and blue stripes of the Filipino flag represent? Sorry, YouTube. There's like a glare on my paper. I think it might be a little hard to see. So just listen if you're watching on YouTube here. What do the red and blue stripes of the flag represent? Let's see. Yes. So Tony G on TikTok said peace and war. Yep. Same with Queen J and Pascal. Oh, Sky and Sea. I've never thought of that. Well, so on the Filipino flag, I don't have one here in this room, but there is of course, there's the red part of the flag, the blue part, the sun and the stars. When the red is on top, that means it's a time of war. That's usually what they would flip it over during wartime. And then blue, what it's usually on, if the blue stripe is on top, it's a time of peace. So yes, war and peace. A very interesting fact I learned a while ago was that, the blue on the Filipino flag, it's like a darkish blue, right? That shade of blue came about when the American troops were in the area, were in the Philippines, because they had this blue fabric, and that is what the flags were made of, this blue. And it's the same blue as the American flag because they were using the same fabric. So the original blue for the Filipino flag is a little bit lighter. It's not as bold, but because that was the only fabric that they had at the time, It is the same blue as the American flag. Interesting, right? Very interesting. Okay, next question here. If you are just joining us, hello, hello. We are playing Filipino trivia. It's just a very low key live Tagalog lesson today because it is our very first one of the year. We are learning some fun facts about Filipino culture, Filipino history. Also, we'll be reviewing some Tagalog as well. So this is question number 3. Who is, sorry, YouTube, it's just not showing because of the glare there. But who is the Filipino gymnast who won 2 gold medals in the 2024 Olympics? Who is the Filipino gymnast who won 2 gold medals in the 2024 Olympics? Yes, John S. on YouTube, you got it right. Yes, 00 Han on Insta. You got it right. Oh, Bonvic said, dang, I'm a philo. I forgot his name. It's okay. Yes, everyone is getting it. So the gymnast who won 2 gold medals for the Philippines was Carlos Yulo. Carlos Yulo. Oh my goodness. I remember I didn't get to watch it live, but I heard about it after the fact. And then I watched like every video of him. It was just so inspiring. Like imagine being in that audience and hearing the Filipino national anthem. Oh my goodness. Just chills, chills. And I can't believe the Olympics are going to be in LA, like the next one. I hope I can make it. I don't know. I feel like it's impossible, but I would love to cheer on the Philippines. That'd be so fun. So yes, Carlos Yulo is the gymnast who won 2 gold medals in the 2024 Olympics. And he won a lot of good stuff. Like he got, I think, like a really nice penthouse in the Philippines, and he has all these endorsements now. So good for him. I think he earned it. Really, really hard earned good things there. Okay, next one. This is going to be a Tagalog review. Can you translate gutom ka ba? Gutom ka ba? So we learned gutom this week. What does gutom ka ba mean in Tagalog? What is gutom ka ba? You think about it while I catch up on some of these questions here. Oh, Alchemy on TikTok asked, can you explain the significance of the design of the sun on the flag? That's actually one of our trivia questions. So hold that thought. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the gift. I wish it said the name. Sean on TikTok. Maraming salamat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so what does gutom ka ba? Yes, exactly. Jay Pavery, you got it right on TikTok. Yes. Chris E. Bravs, Hans Da, Devin Smith, you guys all got it right on Insta. Clean Honda. Yes. So gutom ka ba means are you hungry? Gutom ka ba? So if you wanted to say I am hungry, like if it's a statement, then it would be gutom ako. Gutom ako. But if you want to ask someone else, are you hungry? It would be gutom ka ba? Gutom ka ba? Very good. So gutom means hungry. Ka is you. Ba is a question word. Okay? Alrighty. Next question. What is the national flower of the Philippines? What is the national flower of the Philippines? TZ Burton on YouTube said, "Hi Pat, I don't know any Tagalog." That's okay. you know some now, I think, just a little bit, right? Like we just learned gutom ka ba, that means are you hungry? So there you go. That can be the very first thing you learned. Oh, Todd said, hello, Pat, first time viewer. Maraming salamat. Welcome, welcome. We have a lot of fun here on our lives. So what is the national flower of the Philippines? Yes, Rai said sampaguita. TG Kevin on Insta, sampaguita. Exactly right. Soy Pantera, you guys got it right. Solitaire. Solitaire. Yes, you got it right too. So sampaguita is the national flower of the Philippines. In English, it's sometimes called the jasmine flower. It's a little white flower. It has 5 petals on it, very small, and it usually grows on a bush, like a really small bush. In the Philippines, when you go to like a church, you might see people selling sampaguita necklaces. So people will use the flowers and turn it into a necklace. And usually people will put that necklace on a saint statue inside of the church, or they might put it in their car or something like that. But so, yes, the sampaguita is the national flower of the Philippines. My mom had one when I was growing up. It started off small and then it grew and grew. And then as the flowers would bloom, she would have me pick them off, put it on a piece of string, and then I would put it on like our Mama Mary statue on our altar. Everyone has an altar, right? So yes, the sampaguita. That's the national flower of the Philippines. I love the smell of it. Oh my goodness, so it smells so good. Who is a Broadway star and voiced 2 Disney princesses? Bonus points if you can name who she voiced, like what princesses she gave a voice to. Oh, Irene said, hi from Delaware. First time viewer. My best friend is from the Philippines and he taught me mahal kita. Do you know what mahal kita means? Is he really just a friend? Well, hello. Thank you so much for sticking with us or for joining us tonight. Yes, exactly right. James on YouTube and Solitaire. So who is the Broadway star and the actress who voiced 2 Disney princesses in movies? Yes, everyone's getting it right. So it's Lea Salonga. Lea Salonga. She is a Broadway star. She also was in London. She acted in West End. That's their like equivalent of Broadway. And she voiced everyone's getting right. Yes. Jasmine. She was the voice of Jasmine in Aladdin. And Mulan. She was the singing voice of Jasmine and Mulan. Isn't that so awesome? That's so cool. It's like, it's such an achievement to be the voice of a Disney princess at all, but then to get the honor of being 2 princesses, like that's amazing. Oh my goodness. Barbie said, aloha from Hawaii. Salamat po, Ate Pat. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Yes, Jay Pavery said, also won a Tony Award. That's exactly right. So the Tony is the like highest award you can get in Broadway. Yep, she did win that. Alchemy was like, she was Mulan and Jasmine? Yes. Okay, next question. When is Philippine Independence Day? What is the Independence Day in the Philippines? Does anyone know? Philippine Independence Day. Yes. James Holden, June 12th. June 12th. Jay Pavery said July 4th. So it depends on who you ask. When I was in high school, my US history teacher was like, he asked the whole class, he was like, when is the Philippine independence? And he looked at me because he knew I was Filipino. And I proudly said June 12th. And I knew for a fact it was June 12th because my family had been in the Philippines on June 12th before. And there were celebrations. I was like, oh, it's June 12th. And then he looked at me and he was like, actually, it's July 4th. And he even opened the book, the textbook, and it said the Philippine independence is July 4th. That is because July 4th is the Philippine independence from America. Because America colonized the Philippines during World War II. But June 12th is what is recognized in the Philippines because that is the independence from Spain. So very interesting, like depending on who you ask or the context of history, right? Of the context of the information, it's different. But in the Philippines, June 12th is when they celebrate Philippine independence. All right, next question. Can you translate busog pa ako? Oh no, it said my mic is acting up on Insta. Let me see here. You think about it. What does busog pa ako mean while I try to figure this out? Okay, I just unplugged it on Insta here. Let me know if this is better. It's probably going to sound a little bit distant, but at least it won't be breaking up. What is busog pa ako? Yes, exactly right. You guys are getting it right. Bethel on TikTok. Yes, my sunshine. Very good. Okay. So I'm seeing a couple different answers here. So you could say, I'm full. Busog ako, I'm full. But what does the pa mean? Do you remember what does pa mean? Yes. Exactly right. So when the word pa is in the phrase, that means I'm still full. I'm still full. So for example, maybe you had a big lunch and then you went over to your friend's house and they're like, hey, can I get you anything to eat? And you're like, oh, sorry, busog pa ako. I'm still full. I'm still full. Okay, so it's like a minor thing there. It's not too big of a deal if you don't remember what pa means, but just know there's a little difference there. So pa means still. I'm still full. Very good, very good. Yes, Hannah said, what if you say, busog na ako? So when you say na, that means I'm full already. So maybe you're at your aunt's house and she just keeps bringing out more and more food. You could say, oh, sorry, tita, busog na ako, busog na ako. I'm full already. Please stop giving me food. Busog na ako. All right. What is the national animal of the Philippines? What is the national animal of the Philippines? Keon said panda. Not quite. Ooh, Queen J said the Philippine eagle. That is the national bird. I should have made this clear. What is the national animal that has 4 legs? What is the national animal of the Philippines? Yes. Solitaire got it right. Yeah. Oh, I see someone say tarsier. So the tarsier isn't quite a national animal, but it is a special animal in the Philippines. It's the smallest primate, one of the smallest primates in the country. I can't remember if there was another one like very similar, but at one point it was the smallest primate or monkey in the Philippines, and it can fit in the palm of your hand. That's the tarsier. But the national animal of the Philippines is the kalabaw. Kalabaw. So kalabaw is the Tagalog spelling, kalabaw. In English, it would be carabao. I have to think about it sometimes. Carabao or caribou. It's also called like a water buffalo. Yeah, so kalabaw is the Tagalog way to say it. Kalabaw or carabao or caribou, water buffalo. So the kalabaw is the national animal of the Philippines. Some say that it was chosen to be the national animal because it represents the hardworking characteristic of a Filipino person, right? Filipinos can be really hardworking. They strive for success. And just like the kalabaw, they work really, really hard to achieve what they want to achieve. So that's what I read. The kalabaw is, it symbolizes the Filipino. Okay. Next question. What ocean surrounds the Philippines? What ocean surrounds the Philippines? Oh, LP, maraming salamat for the rose on TikTok. Thank you so much. Yes, exactly right. Jay Pavery and Maddie and Captain, you guys all got it right. And Queen Jay, very good. Oliver, you guys got it. Gresquick, yes, you got it. Noel and Solitaire and Janica. The ocean that surrounds the Philippines is the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean surrounds all of the Philippine islands. And I've come to learn that this can be kind of touchy. Do you call yourself a Pacific Islander if you are from the Philippines? Or do you say you're Asian? I've I've asked this before on one of our lives, and it kind of divided us. A lot of people were like, "No, we're Asian," and some people were like, "No, we're Pacific Islanders." And it's like, I don't think we have to fight. But what do you think? Do you call yourself a Pacific Islander? Because technically the Philippines is in the Pacific Ocean. Soy Pantera says, I say both. Jai says, I say Asian. Captain says Asian. A lot of people on YouTube are saying Asian too. Logan, Hannah. I think I usually say Asian, like if that's an option. Whenever I see Pacific Islander, I see it as well, but I usually just go towards Asian. Very good. Oh, bonus questions or bonus points. What are the seas that surround the Philippines? There's the Philippine Sea on the east side. What's on the west side? Does anyone know? Yes. The South China Sea. There's the Sulu Sea, and there's one more. It starts with the letter C. But very good, very good. And it's all in the Pacific Ocean. All right. Next, what is the name of the national anthem of the Philippines? What is the name of the national national anthem of the Philippines? This one is an interesting question. Some people will say one answer and some people will say another answer. It's common to get it mixed up. I don't know the name, but I know the melody, Noel said. Yes, a lot of you are getting it. So the national anthem, Maddie, oh, Maddie is so funny on TikTok. So the national anthem of the Philippines is Lupang Hinirang. Lupang Hinirang. A lot of you got it. Maddie on TikTok said, Bayang Magiliw. And a lot of people say that. A lot of people say it's Bayang Magiliw because that is the first line of the song. Bayang Magiliw, perlas ng silanganan. So since you hear that over and over again, people think that the name is Bayang Magiliw. But technically, it's Lupang Hinirang. And very interesting, in the Philippines, at the beginning of school, every single day, they have a flag ceremony and they sing the national anthem. They sing Lupang Hinirang. Very interesting. Whereas here in America, at least, we sing the national anthem usually just before like games or before like a play, any sort of event. That is when we would sing the national anthem. But in the Philippines, they sing the national anthem every single morning before school. Very interesting. Does anyone know the translation of Lupang Hinirang? I did, or I know it because I made a video on YouTube, like for kids, like my kids' nursery rhymes, and that was one of the songs. It's not a nursery rhyme, but it was a song I wanted to incorporate in the video. So I had to translate every line, and it's so interesting. It's so patriotic. I love it. I love it so much. Okay, next. Who wrote Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo? So these are books. Who wrote Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo? While you write your answer, I'm going to read some of these comments. Oh, interesting. Leslie said, I had to sing Lupang Hinirang during my dual citizenship confirmation. I had no clue what the words were. Wait, so you were becoming a dual citizen? What are your dual citizenships? Like American and Filipino? And then when you became a Filipino citizen, they made you sing it in the Philippines. Is that what happened? That's very interesting. Yes, Janica and Anastasia. Yes. Von Vic said, I'm guessing it's Jose Rizal based on everyone's answers. Yes. So, Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo, these are very popular books in the Philippines. Like they are required readings in school in the Philippines. Like everybody has to read them. And they are written by Jose Rizal. And Jose Rizal is considered to be one of the unofficial national heroes of the Philippines because technically there aren't any official national heroes of the Philippines. Very interesting. But he is an unofficial national hero of the Philippines, and he fought for Philippine independence from Spain. And his two books, these two books, Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo, they were like they're fictional, but they are based on the events that were happening there. I think I actually have the copy right here. Here they are. My dad got these for me when I was like a teenager. These were his pasalubong. When he went to the Philippines, he brought them back. I think maybe my aunts bought them. And then he was like, here, these are for you. So this is Noli Me Tangere. This is the first one. And El Filibusterismo. So these are from the Philippines. And they are in English. But I'm pretty sure you can find a copy like on Amazon or something like that. I'm not gonna lie, I have not read it all the way through. I think because I got it when I was a teenager, I started to read it and it was just all over my head. Like I didn't understand the context of it. I wasn't that interested. But now that I'm older, I really should get back to reading if I can find the time. I have to make time. But yes, you guys are exactly right. So, point is, Jose Rizal is one of the national heroes of the Philippines. Dry said, I want the one in Tagalog. Yeah, maybe you can find the Tagalog version of these books and try to read it. That would be interesting. Okay. Can you translate this phrase? Antok siya. Antok siya. What does that mean? Antok siya. Oh, Von Vic said, are there any movies on Jose Rizal? Yes, there is. I can't remember the name because it's been a long time since I watched it, but I would imagine it's probably like Jose Rizal or something like that. If anyone knows the name of a movie about Jose Rizal, write it in the comments. Did you know Jose Rizal is actually a doctor? He was an eye doctor, an optometrist. And then he traveled all around the world, gaining lots and lots of knowledge. He knew lots of languages. He traveled to Europe and everything. And he just saw the injustices of the Spain colonizers on the Filipino community. And then he really fought for independence. Very interesting. Yes. So, antok siya means he or she is sleepy. Antok siya means he or she is sleepy. Now, I chose this example for a couple reasons. First, I want to point out that siya is gender neutral. So it's he or she. You have to listen to the context of the conversation to determine who the person is talking about. Okay, so if I'm talking about like, oh, my husband went to sleep early, antok siya. He went to sleep early because he is sleepy. So siya is gender neutral. That's also the reason why a lot of Filipinos mix up he and she. Like if you've ever heard someone talking and sometimes their grammar might not be right, it's because they are so used to using a pronoun that is gender neutral. So when they translate it in English, they kind of get it mixed up. Okay. So, and then another thing I wanted to point out, a lot of people commented when I made the video about the word antok. Some people said, why don't you say inaantok siya? Inaantok siya. So antok is the adjective version of the word. It's an adjective. It's describing the person's condition. It's just describing. It's a description word. Inaantok is a verb. That means he is feeling sleepy. So, antok siya means he is sleepy. Inaantok siya means he is feeling sleepy. Okay? Janica said, okay, so I think Janica is asking about the pronunciation of siya. So it looks like it should be pronounced siya, right? It looks like that's how it's pronounced because that's how it's spelled siya. But the S-I-Y combination, that makes a sh sound. So inaantok siya. So that's where that sound comes from. Okay, next question. Oh, I can't remember who asked this earlier, but here is the question. What do the 8 rays of the Philippine sun represent? What do the 8 rays of the Filipino sun represent? Yes, Von Vic said, in some areas, they do pronounce it siya. That is exactly right. There are some regions in the Philippines where siya is pronounced siya. You are exactly right. There's a lot of nuance in Tagalog depending on where it's spoken. Oh, Dry on Insta said the 8 regions of the Philippines. Almost. Oh, Queen J said, I'll never speak Tagalog. I can't remember words right or form sentences. Don't be so hard on yourself and try to just do it a little bit at a time, So what I would suggest is just learning vocabulary and inserting the vocab in your English conversations. Like, tinapay is bread. Maybe you're like, oh, I'm making a sandwich. Where's the tinapay? Where's the tinapay? Where is the bread? Okay, and then little by little, add more vocabulary to your everyday conversations. And then kind of learn grammar as you go. But point is, don't get too bogged down by not knowing formulating sentences or knowing enough vocab. Just do a little bit at a time and you'll get Tagalog. Yes. So what do the 8 rays of the Philippine sun represent? Let's see. The 8 provinces, very close. The 8 rays represent the 8 provinces of the Philippines that fought in the Philippine Revolution. Okay, so during the Spanish era, there was a period when the Filipino people just revolted and they fought against them. And the 8 provinces were Batangas, Bulacan, Cavite, Laguna, Manila, Nueva Ecija, Pampanga, and Tarlac. So these were the 8 provinces of the Philippine Revolution. And when you look at the sun on the Filipino flag and my earrings. There are 8 rays, and they represent the 8 provinces of the Philippine Revolution. Very interesting, right? Okay, next question. Who is the most popular Filipino boxer of all time? Who is the most popular Filipino boxer of all time? Tess on YouTube said, my boyfriend is Filipino, and it does help a lot when he adds a Tagalog word or sentence in our English conversation. Yes. It only takes like a little bit of effort to insert a Tagalog word here and there. Instead of saying keys, just start saying susi. Like, oh, where are my keys? Where are my susi? Where are my susi? Then learn the grammar, like the correct grammar, and you'll be able to eventually say, saan ang susi ko? Where are my keys? Where is my key? Saan ang susi ko? Okay, so just one word at a time. Yes, exactly right. Who is the most popular Filipino boxer of all time? It's Manny Pacquiao. Exactly right. Manny Pacquiao, who is now a politician. Manny Pacquiao is one of the most popular, if not the most popular, Filipino boxer of all time. Okay. What is the oldest city in the Philippines? What is the oldest city in the Philippines? This is interesting. Does anyone know? Oh, Mark on YouTube said Manila. It is not Manila. Oh, yes. 4NCA says, oh, Cebu City. Cebu City. A lot of you are saying Vigan. So have you ever been to Vigan? So Vigan is a city in the Philippines, a city or a town, and it is known for its Spanish architecture. It is so beautiful there. I've never been, but they have like cobblestone roads, and they have like Spanish influenced homes that are still standing. Oh, so beautiful. I hope I get to go there sometime. So you would think that is the oldest city. I think they just preserved it really, really well. But the oldest city in the Philippines is Cebu City. That is the very first landing site of Magellan in the 1500s. Yes, Jason Park on YouTube said Cebu has the oldest church. Exactly right. And I've been there, and it's very like elaborate. You can see up in the church all of the stonework and then like paintings and stuff. It's like you traveled back in time. I love it. So the oldest city in the Philippines is Cebu City. Yes, exactly right. Let's see. Next, who is this Phil-Am musician who appeared in Usher's Super Bowl halftime show? Who is this Phil-Am musician who appeared in Usher's Super Bowl halftime show? This was so cool when she came out. Oh, people are saying Bruno Mars. Did Bruno Mars come out in Usher's show, though? Like, he's been in the Super Bowl performances, like the halftime shows, but I don't think he was there in Usher's show. Yes, you guys are getting it. Maddie, you guys got it. Eve, B. Philly, Max Daddy. Oh, Max Daddy said she. It's not she. It is her. Does anyone know her's real name? I'm covering it up. Does anyone know her name? So she is a singer, but also a really good guitarist. She's like a really good musician. And her real name, yes, Jeremiah said Gabrielle. Anyone know what her real name is? Von Vic said Easy Mail would be cool. That would be cool if he just came out. So her real name is Gabriela Sarmiento Wilson. Yes, Gabriela Sarmiento Wilson. I think I had this clue on a Jeopardy game for one of our Tagalog lives. And someone was like, that is a very Phil Am name. Gabriela Sarmiento Wilson. It's so Phil Am, right? So yes, her is a Phil Am musician who appeared in Usher's Super Bowl halftime show. My goodness, she is so talented. Okay, next. How many islands make up the Philippines? How many islands make up the Philippines? Someone on TikTok said a lot. Queen said 1,300. Crackers said more than 7 for sure. Oh, yes. Yes. YouTube, you guys are getting it. Hannah and James and Jason and Mike and Phil. Over 7,000. There, someone said 7,106, 7,800, 7,600. B Philly on Insta said 7,400. 4NCA said 7,600. I sound like an auctioneer. Officially, it's 7,641. 7,641 islands make up the Philippines. But it depends on whether or not it's high tide or low tide. And also, I read that of these 7,641 islands, only 2,000 are inhabited. That means there's more than 5,000 islands that are not inhabited. No one lives on them, which makes sense because some of them are just like rocky. And of course, if it's high tide, they might not even be around. So I think that's so interesting. There are over 7,600 islands, but only 2,000 are inhabited. That's still a lot of islands. That's 2,000 islands is still a lot to be inhabited. But the fact that there's even more, that's amazing. Yes. Is that the current number? I thought that changed. Possibly, probably, depending on just like the water levels. I'm sure it's always changing. Just know that there are over 7,000, 7,600. Yeah. Oh, yes. Todd said 7,107. That was the number I knew growing up, 7,107. But now people are saying like 7,600. It's constantly changing. Oh, Dead Eye then said, can't wait to move to the Philippines in June. Oh my goodness, that's so exciting. Okay. Next question. What is the national tree of the Philippines? What is the national tree of the Philippines? So earlier we talked about the national flower being the sampaguita, but does anyone know what the national tree is? Yes, Delaware Surf and Tink B for you click. You guys are getting it. B Philly. The national tree of the Philippines is Nara. Nara. So the Nara tree is a very sturdy tree. It has a really big trunk. And a lot of furniture in the Philippines is made out of Nara. Usually, like if someone is building a home and they want really good quality furniture, they're going to look for Nara furniture because it's strong. It can withstand like termites. Like a lot of people are like, oh, Nara ba yan? Is that Nara? So having like Nara furniture is something really good. So yes, Nara is the national tree of the Philippines. Very good, very good. Okay, translate this in Tagalog. Pagod kami. Pagod kami. Ah, yes. Barbie on YouTube said Nara wood was used to build Noah's Ark. It's the strongest wood for ships. Really? Interesting. Awesome. Yes, you guys are getting it right. So what does pagod kami mean? Pagod means tired. Kami means we. So we are tired. Pagod kami. So I chose this example because to review the word pagod, but also let's review kami. Kami. So there are two different types of we in Tagalog. Pagod kami, we are tired. Pagod tayo, we are tired. Okay, so you can say it two different ways. It just depends on who is included in the we. There's pagod kami, that's exclusive. Maybe I'm on the phone with you and I'm like, oh, Chris and I, we just went exercising. Pagod kami. We are tired. You're not tired. You weren't exercising with us. You're excluded. So that's exclusive. Pagod kami is exclusive. Now, if we were all exercising together as a class, we would say pagod tayo. Pagod tayo. We are all tired. So I just wanted to show again that there are two different types of we in Tagalog. And depending on who is included, you would use a different type of pronoun. Very interesting. Okay, next question. What are the three main islands of the Philippines? What are the three main islands of the Philippines? We've been talking a lot about the Philippine Islands. But what are the three main islands? Yes, TG Kevin, Von Vic, you got it. Oh, Crackers almost got it. You got two of the three. James, yes, Hannah, and Barbie. So the three main islands of the Philippines are Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So Luzon is the highest or most like northern island. Then there's the Visayas in the middle region, and then Mindanao is the southernmost island. Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And the three stars on the flag represent the three main islands. Because, you know, on the Filipino flag, there's the three stars and the sun, and then the blue and the red. The three stars represent the three main islands, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Very good. We're almost done, guys. Thank you so much for joining me during our Filipino trivia night. So this question asks, who was the first president of the Philippines? Does anyone know? Who was the first president of the Philippines? Yes, for NCA. You got it right. The first president of the Philippines was Emilio Aguinaldo. Yes, James, you got it right. Emilio Aguinaldo. He is the first president of the Philippines. And that was after the Philippine Revolution. So when Spain kind of gave up on the Philippines, Emilio Aguinaldo became the first president. However, America kind of colonized the Philippines afterwards, and some even say Emilio Aguinaldo wasn't really recognized as the first president because the Philippines was still kind of America's rule there. But yes, the first president technically is Emilio Aguinaldo. Okay. Oh, this is a fun question. Who is this social media influencer from Hawaii? He's also Filipino, but he is known for his makeup and comedic content. Who is this social media influencer from Hawaii who is known for his makeup and comedic content? Yes. Everyone on TikTok knows him. Everyone is getting it right on TikTok here. Yes. Ben and Luke and Jeremiah. Yes, B Philly and M. So Bretman Rock. Oh my goodness, he's so funny. Everything he puts out, like all the videos he puts out, like I cannot help but laugh. Every single one. So Bretman Rock, he is a social media influencer known for his makeup videos and just really, really funny content. Alrighty. Next, only a couple more clues. Can you translate nalalamigan ako? Nalalamigan ako. Can you translate that? What does that mean? Nalalamigan ako. This is very appropriate here where I live in North Carolina. It's been really, really blank. Yes. Guami Bear and TJ Kevin or TG Kevin, you guys got it right. Nalalamigan ako means I'm feeling cold. I'm cold or I'm feeling cold. Yes, Tylen and Tess on YouTube. You guys got it. Very good. Oh, thank you so much for the gift, Conway. Or Cow Eye, sorry. Maraming salamat. Yes. So, nalalamigan ako means I'm cold or I'm feeling cold. If you remember during this video last week, I also said there was another way to say I'm cold in Tagalog. Does anyone remember how to say I'm cold in Tagalog? James on YouTube said, there is no cold in the Philippines. Some people might argue that there is, like when you go up north in like Baguio, it's cooler there. People wear jackets. It's not going to be like freezing cold, but it's definitely cooler because they're in the mountains. Yes. So another way to say I'm cold in Tagalog. Yes, exactly right, Jordan. Giniginaw ako. Giniginaw ako. So that also means I'm cold or I'm freezing. You could say nalalamigan ako or giniginaw ako. Oh my goodness, Jean on YouTube said it's -4 degrees here. Where are you? That's so cold. My goodness. Oh, Queen said my husband is from Baguio. David Jr. on Insta said, I agree, there's no cold in the Philippines. I guess it just depends on where you're from. Okay, so nalalamigan ako means I am cold or I'm feeling cold. Very good. Okay, last clue. We made it. What is the national gem of the Philippines? What is the national gem of the Philippines? Oh, Chase on TikTok said, will you still do Tagalog words every day after the TikTok ban? Yes, absolutely. If TikTok is banned here in the States, come on over to Instagram or to my YouTube channel. Find me, Tagalog Time. We will still learn Tagalog every single day, I promise. What is the national gem of the Philippines? Ethan on YouTube, you got it right. Oh, wow. Some people are putting in lots of different answers here. Luke on TikTok, you got it right. Mr. Avion said, is it Ruby? 4NCA said, is it Jade? Cow I said, is it rice? No, it's not rice. Yes. So the national gem of the Philippines. Yes, B Philly, exactly right. The national gem is the pearl. The pearl. So the pearl is the national gem of the Philippines. And interestingly, it's mentioned in Lupang Hinirang, the national anthem. Perlas ng Silanganan, Pearl of the Orient, right? So the pearl is the national gem of the Philippines. Oh, Quacker said, is pearl even a gem? It is kind of technically, yeah, it's considered to be a gem. Some people have mentioned, is that why your ring a pearl? Or is that why your ring is a pearl? You get what I'm trying to say. Is that why your ring is a pearl? So my engagement ring, I don't know if you can see it really well. It's a pearl. And no, it just happened to be like that. You might be like, oh, of course it's a pearl because she loves the Philippines. It just happened to be like that. Okay, quick side story. When I was in high school, my family went to Epcot at Disney World. And in the Japan area, you could go and pick out an oyster. And my mom did that. And whatever pearl was inside of the oyster, you could keep and you could turn it into a piece of jewelry. And my mom waited in line. There were so many people. She got the really, really old, like a really old looking clam or oyster, whatever animal it is. And she was smart because the older it is, the bigger pearl is going to be inside, right? So she chose it. It was finally her turn. She got this really old looking clam or oyster, whatever it is. Anyway, they opened it and then this huge pearl came out. It was 8 millimeters and she had it turned into a ring, just like a really simple ring. They put it on like a little ring band and she gave it to me. And then within like 30 minutes, I lost it. I felt so bad because like she had given it to me to wear and then I had to go use the bathroom and I took it off because they said you're not supposed to put soap or lotion on it because pearls are very sensitive. So I took it off, I put it on the sink, I washed my hands and I just walked out. And then I forgot that I had put the ring down. And when I went to go back to get it, it was gone and I felt awful. So I told my husband, if and when we get engaged, I want my ring to be a pearl to make up for that pearl ring that I lost that my mom had gotten for me. Okay, now that was such a side story that's not related to anything, but there's that. I hope you guys have a good rest of your week. I hope you have a good Monday tomorrow. And otherwise, I will see you on Tagalog Tuesday and Thursday. So on Tagalog Tuesday, we will be learning present tense verb conjugation. And I will be doing the same lesson on Thursday again. So I'm going to teach the same lesson twice, just in case you're not able to join me the first time. Because I know like some people like to join the class to ask their own questions and everything. Oh, Todd, maraming salamat. Thank you so much for your gift on YouTube. Oh, yes, Bree said, same time? Yes. This is about the time when I tried to do the Tagalog Live. So like around 8 o'clock, give or take 15 minutes. Okay. So I will see you. David Jr. said, don't lose your pearl. Oh, don't you worry. I will not. Maraming salamat, everyone. I will see you next time. Paalam. Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's episode of Tagalog Time with Pat. I hope you had a great week. Hello, everybody. Hi. I am live right now on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok, and we have someone else tonight. Welcome, Facebook. Welcome, everybody. I am doing a live Tagalog lesson as always. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. My whole presentation is on YouTube, so you should be able to see everything that I've written out for you. There might be some graphics in there. Sometimes it helps to just kind of see everything written out. So if you are joining me on TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook, feel free to go ahead and jump onto my YouTube channel, and that is where you'll be able to see this presentation. Let me know if you can hear me or if my sound ever cuts out. Just write like sound or no sound or something like that, and then I'll check my microphones. I have like 3 of them right now. Hello. As always, go ahead and write where you are currently watching and how old you are, and maybe write why you want to learn Tagalog. Just while we wait for everyone to come and join us here in our live. I hope you have had a good day. Anong ginawa ko ngayon? What did I do today? Hinatid ko yung anak ko sa camp. I dropped off my kid at camp. Tapos naglinis ako ng bahay. I cleaned the house. Darating yung pamilya ng asawa ko on Saturday. So my husband's family is coming on Saturday. So I just cleaned up a bit. Ano pang ginawa ko? Nag-edit ako ng video at gumawa ako ng lesson para sa Tagalog Time ngayon. I edited some videos and I made this PowerPoint for our class tonight. So go ahead and jump into the YouTube or my YouTube channel if you want to see this whole presentation, and the recording will be on my YouTube channel afterwards as well. Okay? Let me just see where everyone is from. You can write where you are watching and your age. Also, let me know if the audio is weird or if you cannot hear me, okay? Hello. Oh, Mark is from Toronto, 56. From my understanding, there's a lot of Filipinos in Toronto, isn't there? Hawaii, AJ said. Sydney, Australia, Peter says. Hello. Who else do we have? Hello from Makati. How nice. It says, your Shan Chan said. Itty Bitty is from Davao. Flo is from Vancouver. Hello, everybody. All right. Alrighty. And then over here on YouTube, where are you guys from? I am from Iloilo, Lo said. I am Indian. I'm here in the Philippines, Gurav said. Hello. Don is 43. You sound good. Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So I have a very, I think, useful Tagalog lesson for us tonight. Tonight, we are actually going to be learning about the family and phrases that you can use with your family or talking about your family. Okay, so let's take a look at tonight's agenda. We will be talking about, first we'll learn about family vocabulary. So how to say like your mom, your dad, your sister, your cousins, your aunts, things like that, okay? Then we will learn some phrases we can use about our family. For example, if we are introducing our family to someone else or talking about our family with someone else, those are the phrases we're going to learn. And then we're going to learn some phrases for our family. So things we can say to each other, to our mom, to our dad, to our siblings, or our like lolos and lolas, things like that. After that, we're going to be doing some vocab review. And then at the very end, we're going to do some translation practice. I love this part at the very end. I give you like a mini conversation or a blurb, a monologue in Tagalog. And then I want to see if you are able to comprehend it. So like oral comprehension, okay? Oh, Gaming Galaxy 9 from California. Hello. Magandang umaga, Almost Polyglot says. David is from Ohio. Hello. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So again, we are going to be learning some phrases and vocabulary about family. So first, if you're looking here on YouTube, I've kind of changed up my slides here. Usually in the past, I did like word, or phrase, but now I'm just putting the whole slide up there because I know there's a little lag on YouTube. So if you want to like look at YouTube but then listen to me on another platform, go right ahead. The whole slide will already be up there. Okay, so in Tagalog, pamilya is family, pamilya. Okay, so let's take a look up here. I have this little family tree. So we'll start with lolo and lola. Lolo and lola, that's your grandparents. So grandfather, grandmother. Lolo and lola, right? And as you can see in my graphics up here, there are two sets. Two lolos, two lola, okay? Then there's the tatay and the nanay. Oh, sorry, YouTube. Let me go ahead and turn off my face so that you can see the whole slide here. Hang on one moment. There, that should work. All right. I think there's a lag. It should turn off in just a second. Okay, so nanay is mother, tatay is father. Now, not everyone calls their mom and dad nanay and tatay, although I do know some people who do call them that. Nanay is mother, tatay is father. Usually, people call their mom and dad mama, papa, sometimes daddy, mommy, whatever they prefer, right? But the Tagalog word of mom or mother is nanay. The Tagalog word for father is tatay. Yes, 1123 said ama is father. That is another word for father, ama. Ama and ina. Yes, very good. Ama and ina. And then over here, if you're looking on YouTube, parents in Tagalog is mga magulang. Mga magulang. That's your parents. Magulang. Mga makes it plural. Mga magulang. Oh, 1123 said, I call my lola nanay. I've heard that as well. So usually like lola is your grandmother, but sometimes people call them nanay. Whatever you prefer, really. Very good, very good. All right. Next, anak is child, right? So there's tatay and nanay. The child is anak. Anak. So that's child. Multiple children is mga anak. Mga anak. Okay? Yes, Andy said. So children is mga anak. Yes, exactly right. And then asawa is spouse. So it's gender neutral. It's not wife, it's not husband, it's spouse. Asawa. Asawa, okay? So if you're looking over here on YouTube, you see a little family tree and it says anak is my picture and then asawa is a husband. So we have children. So in this family tree, there are 3 kids. Ate is the oldest sister. Kuya is the oldest or like older brother. Ate is older sister, not necessarily the oldest, but older sister. And then bunso is the youngest child. It could be a boy or a girl. So ate is the older sister, kuya, older brother, bunso is the youngest kid. Now, one thing to note about ate and kuya, it's not only for siblings. You can use ate and kuya for older cousins, older friends, basically anyone in like your same generation, maybe a little bit older than that, but if it's older than that, then it would be tita and tito, okay? So ate is the older sister, kuya is the older brother, bunso is the youngest. All of them, they are siblings. That would be mga kapatid. Mga kapatid. Kapatid is sibling. Mga kapatid is siblings, so multiple. One thing in Tagalog, there is no word for sister or brother in order to distinguish whether or not we're talking about brother or sister. It's kapatid na babae or kapatid na lalaki. So you see we had to distinguish it by adding the linking word na, and then babae is woman, lalaki is man. So kapatid na babae is sister. Kapatid na lalaki means brother. Okay? Now, Brian said, does kapatid also mean friend? Is it because someone has called you kapatid? So kapatid is brother. So maybe someone is like, Oy, kapatid, kamusta ka? Hey, brother, how are you? Right? But technically, kapatid means brother or sister. Friend in Tagalog is kaibigan. Kaibigan. Okay? All right. Now, let me just catch up on some of these questions. If you have any questions or anything like that, go ahead and write it in the comments. Let's see. Oh, is there a difference between ang and nang, or is it the same thing? So that kind of is more like grammar. Ang means it's like an article, the thing. Nang means some or a thing. So for example, kinakain ko ang adobo. I am eating the adobo. So you hear the ang, kinakain ko ang adobo. Versus, kumakain ako ng adobo. I am eating some adobo. Okay? The legend said, bakla is the only thing I heard from my friends. Do you know what that means? It's not bad. Bakla is gay. So for those who are in the LGBTQ community, you probably know that word. All right, let's keep going. So try saying these words with me, okay? Lolo, lola. Lolo, lola. That's your grandfather, grandmother. Oh, someone brought up a good question. Tio on Facebook said, what about manong and manang? Have you ever heard that before? So instead of ate and kuya, people refer to their older sibling or like older cousin as manong and manang. So they are similar. That means like older sister or older girl or older boy, but it's from a different region. I think in Ilocano, they use manong and manang. In Bicol, they also use manong and manang as well. And I'm sure in other places, they use that as well. But in Tagalog, like the Central Luzon area, usually it's ate and kuya. Oh, Green, thank you so much for the badge on TikTok. Thank you so much for the gift. Any donation or anything that I earn from these, I really give back to the Filipino businesses that I know of. As you can see, my earrings, I think some people have already mentioned it. I love your earrings. Yes, these are from Sunkissed Pinay. So I always love giving back. Shout out to them. Be sure to check them out. Sunkissed Pinay. Okay, great questions. Now, let's keep going. Oh, Gurav said, what about Dai instead of bunso? Has anyone ever heard of Dai and Dong? Inday or Dodong? I know those names very specifically because my husband's family is from Cebu. So they call every girl Inday. They call every boy Dodong. So it's like Dodong Matthew, Inday Sarah. And then everyone else is also Inday and Dodong as well. So again, it's just that idea of giving like a title to someone. Kind of makes it a little bit more familial, I think. Okay, so we said lolo and lola. Try saying this with me. Tatay, nanay. Tatay, nanay. So that's father and mother. Okay, next, anak is child. Anak, child. Multiple would be mga anak. Mga anak. That's children. Then there's asawa, which is your spouse, asawa. Again, it's not specific. It's not wife or husband. It's just spouse. Okay? Then there's ate, kuya, and bunso. Ate, kuya, bunso. Ate is the older sister, older sister, could be older cousin. Then there's kuya, the older brother or older guy cousin. Then there's bunso, which is the youngest sibling. It could be a boy or a girl. Altogether, they are mga kapatid. Mga kapatid siblings. Okay? Then, if you want to be specific, because kapatid is gender neutral, if you want to be specific and say sister, it would be kapatid na babae. Kapatid na babae. Thomas, thank you so much for the gift on TikTok. Thank you. And then kapatid na lalaki is brother. I had to double check there. Kapatid na lalaki is brother. Okay? Next, here are just some more vocabulary about the family. Pinsan is cousin. Pinsan. Now you'll notice if you're looking over here on YouTube, pinsan is another one of those gender neutral words. So you have to specify. You can say pinsan na lalaki, so my guy cousin, or pinsan na babae, my female cousin. Very interesting, right? Oh, good question, good question. Andy on TikTok said, how would you say they are spouses? Like they are married to each other. They are spouses. If you wanted to say they are married, you could say mag-asawa sila. Mag-asawa sila. They are spouses. Mag-asawa sila. Andy said, how do you say multiple asawa? Like if you had more than one, I guess it would be mga asawa, right? Mga asawa. All right. Pamangkin is niece or nephew. Pamangkin. Again, gender neutral. You have to say pamangkin na lalaki, pamangkin na babae. Interesting. I think it says a lot about the Filipino culture when there is no distinguishing factor between genders here, right? So it's just pinsan, your cousin, pamangkin, niece or nephew. And then from there, you have to specify whether or not they are female or male. Okay, 1123 said, what are the pronouns? Like they, them, theirs. So yes, it depends on the type of verb, but just basically, they is sila or nila. Theirs is... See, I'm getting confused. We're going to talk about pronouns in just a minute. Hold your question, okay? All right, let's keep going. So then, tito and tita are uncle and aunt. Okay? Uncle and aunt. Oh, yes. Via said, is there a word for goddaughter? There is. It's down here. Hang on. So, tito and tita is uncle and aunt. Hipag is sister-in-law. Hipag. Then, there's bayaw, which is brother-in-law. Biyanan is parent-in-law, like your mother-in-law, father-in-law. Ninang and ninong is godparent. Ninang, ninong. And then I didn't write it on here, but inaanak. Inaanak is your godchild. So, inaanak ko siya. She is my godchild. Inaanak. Inaanak na babae, inaanak na lalaki, or something like that. Usually it's just inaanak. Okay? So those are the different vocabulary words about the families. So let's say those again. Pinsan, cousin, pinsan. Pamangkin, niece or nephew, pamangkin. Tito, tita, uncle or aunt. Tito, tita. Hipag, sister-in-law, hipag. Bayaw, brother-in-law, bayaw. Biyanan, parent-in-law, biyanan. And then ninang or ninong, godparent, ninang or ninong, godparent. Then inaanak is godchild, inaanak. Someone said, how do you say step-parent? That is a very good question. Does anyone know? Write it in the comments. What is step-parent? Like your stepmom or stepdad? Write it in the comments. Okay, so those are just some vocabulary words about the family. Now let's learn some common phrases that you can say while talking about your family. So for example, if you are meeting someone new and you're just kind of getting to know each other, and you want to say, oh yes, my brother is like this, or this is my brother, this is my sister. These are the things you would say. Okay? Let me just check some of these comments here. I'm just curious. My mom has me refer to my cousins as kuya and ate. But why different word for cousins? Yes. So cousin is pinsan, right? But even though they're not our sibling, we still refer to them as ate and kuya. So, and that's just the idea of showing respect to someone older than us. So it could be older brother, older sister, or older cousins, or even just older friends. Okay, so sometimes that's how it is. Up, and away, is that correct? Okay, so let's keep going. Phrases about family. So if you were introducing your family, you could say, ito ang blank ko. Ito ang blank ko. This is my blank. For example, ito ang nanay ko. This is my mom. Ito ang nanay ko. Or ito ang kapatid ko. This is my sibling. Ito ang kapatid ko. Or ito ang asawa ko. This is my husband or wife. This is my spouse. Ito ang asawa ko. Okay, up and away said madrasta is step-parent. It's Spanish, apparently. So if you wanted to say, for example, if you are introducing your family to someone, it would be, ito ang blank ko. This is my blank. Ito ang nanay ko. This is my mom. Ito ang kapatid ko. This is my sibling, and so on. Now, if you wanted to be specific and add their name, it would be, ito ang nanay ko, si Samantha. Ito ang nanay ko, si Samantha. Okay, so this is my mom, Samantha. The si is the linking word there to introduce a person's name. Okay, so ito ang kapatid ko, si AJ. This is my sibling, AJ. Or ito ang kapatid ko, si Chris. This is my husband, Chris. Okay? Another way to say it could be, ito ang kapatid ko, AJ ang pangalan niya. This is my sibling, his name is AJ. Okay, so there are a couple different ways you could use these phrases. I would probably just say, ito ang nanay ko, si Samantha. Okay? Let me catch up on some of these comments here. A1C Tyler said, what is marites? Marites is someone who likes to chismis. Do you know what chismis is? Chismis means gossiping. So someone who gossips a lot or talks bad about people, that is a marites. Okay. Now, here's another phrase you can use. Blank ko siya. Blank ko siya. He or she is my blank. Anak ko siya. He is my child. Anak ko siya. Siya is gender neutral, so it could be he or she. Okay? So, he is my child or she is my child. Anak ko siya. Next, tatay ko siya. He is my dad. Asawa ko siya. He is my husband or she is my wife. She is my spouse. Okay? Next, you might also hear someone say, anak ko yan. So instead of saying, anak ko siya, he or she is my child, you could hear, anak ko yan, that is my child. Okay, so a little different. Again, tatay ko yan, asawa ko yan. That is my father, that is my husband or wife. Next, if you wanted to talk about how many siblings you have, it would be, blank ang kapatid ko. Number ang kapatid ko. I have blank number of siblings. For example, dalawa ang kapatid ko. Dalawa ang kapatid ko. I have 2 siblings. Or apat ang kapatid ko. I have 4 siblings. Apat ang kapatid ko. So just a review, here are some Tagalog numbers. Isa, 1, dalawa, tatlo, apat, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's numbers 1 through 10 in Tagalog. Again, you can just say it in this phrase, blank ang kapatid ko. 7 ang kapatid ko. So I have 7 siblings or something like that. If you can't remember the number off the top of your head, just say it in English. 3 ang kapatid ko. or two ang kapatid ko. And then later go back and figure out what that word is in Tagalog. And then you'll be able to say the whole phrase in Tagalog. So, dalawa ang kapatid ko. When you're saying that you only have one, you would add this word lang. Isa lang ang kapatid ko. I only have one sibling. Isa lang ang kapatid ko. Or if you don't have any siblings at all, you could say, wala akong kapatid. Wala akong kapatid. I don't have any siblings. And if you're looking here on YouTube, at the bottom you'll see this asterisk, and it's just saying that you can use this phrase for other people in your family. So, dalawa ang pinsan ko. I have two cousins. Or apat ang ninong ko. I have four godfathers. So, switch out the word kapatid for the family member that you're talking about. Okay? So, blank ang blank ko. Okay? Alrighty. Why are most people counting in Spanish? Because, of course, the Philippines was colonized by Spain for over 300 years, starting in the 1500s, so there's really a lot of influence, yes. Okay, let's keep going. Hello, Tony. 70 from Aussie Expat, living in La Union. Hello, hello, Angel. Hello. All right, let's keep going. So now here are just some more words to talk about siblings, specifically the order of the siblings. So for example, panganay is the oldest child. Panganay. That's the oldest. Panganay. Bunso is the youngest. We already learned that. Bunso is the youngest. It could be a girl or a boy. And then if you want to talk about people in the middle or the ones in the middle, you could say pangalawa, the second child. Pangalawa. Pangatlo, the third child. Pangatlo. So do you hear the numbers that we just learned? Isa, dalawa, tatlo. Now we're adding this prefix pang. Pang. So pangalawa, pangatlo. Pang, the prefix means it is the order. It is in this specific order. It is the second in the order. It is the third in this specific order. Okay? TM Naveri said, hi Pat from California, studying Tagalog for my wife. Very good, very good. Oh, how nice. Life with Moni said, the way you teach Tagalog is better than the way my Lola teaches. Thank you. Alrighty, so here are just some example phrases using these words. Panganay is the oldest child. Bunso is the youngest child. Pangalawa is the second child. Pangatlo is the third child, and so on. So if there were more kids, you could say pangapat, panglima, panganim. Okay, so it is that place in the order. So you could say panganay ako. I am the oldest. Panganay ako. Or ako ang bunso. I am the youngest. Ako ang bunso. The phrases panganay ako ang panganay, they mean exactly the same thing. It's just a different sentence structure. You could say panganay ako, or you could say ako ang panganay. Same thing. Okay? Now, let's keep going. Thank you. Newt Guy said, I learned so much from your videos. Maraming salamat. Thank you for joining me tonight. All right. Now, those are some phrases you can use to introduce your family or to describe your family to other people, right? Now we're going to talk about some phrases you can use with your family. With your family. Yes, Ardre said, isn't it like pangalawang anak? Yes, pangalawang anak is second child, pangalawang anak. Or pangalawang kapatid, like the second sibling. Yep, usually it's just like pangalawa. Very good, very good. Thank you so much for the gift. Let's see, I can't see your name. It's just your picture. Oh, well, thank you. I didn't mean to invite. I don't know what that did. All right, so here are some phrases to use with your family, okay? a couple weeks ago, I think I did a whole lesson just on conversational phrases you can say with your friends and family. So will have some overlap from that. Okay, so you can say nasaan si blank. Nasaan means where. Si is a linking word to describe a person. So nasaan si blank. Nasaan si nanay? Where is where is mother? I saw this. I only know water is tubig, Samuel said. Very good. So nasaan si nanay? Where is mother? Nasaan si nanay? Chat, thank you so much for the hearts on TikTok. Maraming salamat. Thank you. Again, you could say nasaan si ate? Nasaan si tito? Where is mother? Where is ate? Where is uncle? Okay? There is that song. It's like a nursery rhyme. Nasaan si nanay? Nasaan si nanay? Where is mother? I think someone on my YouTube one night commented that that's how they started learning Tagalog. They were an adult, but they started watching my kids' videos to learn some Tagalog, and that was one of the songs they learned. Nasaan si nanay? Okay, so that's how you would say, where is blank? Another way to ask that is, nasaan ang blank mo? Where is your blank? For example, nasaan ang lola mo? Nasaan ang lola mo? Where is your grandmother? Or nasaan ang pinsan mo? Where is your cousin? So now we're just adding this word mo, which means your. And then we have to use ang. Nasaan ang lola mo? And then just to add po, sometimes in our families, we're talking to our older, either like lolo and lola or older aunts and uncles and things like that. You can add po to be respectful. Po is a word that you add to any phrase if you want to be respectful in Tagalog. So, nasaan po si nanay? Nasaan po si ate? Or nasaan po ang lola mo? Or nasaan po ang pinsan mo? Something like that. Okay? Next, to respond, you would say, nasa blank siya. Nasa blank siya. He or she is at a place. Nasa trabaho siya. Nasa tindahan siya. Nasa trabaho siya means they are at work, or he or she is at work. Nasa tindahan siya. She is at the grocery store. She is at the store. Okay? Oh, Fancy on YouTube said, po to make it polite. Po to make it polite. Polite. Very good, very good. That's a fun way to remember it. Very good. All right, just catching up on some of these comments. Okay. So, repeat that with me. If you wanted to ask where someone is, you could say, nasaan si blank. Nasaan si tatay? Where is father? Nasaan si lola? Where is mother? To respond, it would be, nasa blank siya. Nasa trabaho siya. She is at work. Nasa tindahan siya. He is at the store. Okay? Now, here are just some commands you might hear or say in Tagalog. Makinig ka sa blank mo. Makinig ka sa blank mo. For example, makinig ka sa nanay mo. Makinig ka sa nanay mo. That means listen to your mother. Kinig means to listen. Makinig ka means listen to your mother. Makinig ka sa nanay mo. Life with Moni said, can we please get a cheat sheet for this? The whole presentation will be up on my YouTube channel. Maybe I'll post a link so that you guys can download the slides themselves. But the whole presentation will be up on my YouTube channel after the recording is done. So you'll be able to watch it then. Okay. Let's see. Noam said, nasaan trabaho siya? So are you trying to say, where is her work? Like, where does she work? That would be, nasaan ang trabaho niya? Nasaan ang trabaho niya? Where is her job? where does she work? If you wanted to say like she is at work, it would be nasa trabaho siya. So a little different there. Good try though. Okay. Jaja Ham said, my dad always says, bahala ka sa buhay mo. Raise your hand if your family has said that to you. Bahala ka sa buhay mo. Bahala ka sa buhay mo is a phrase that means whatever, it's your life. Or it's like, it's up to you. But there's kind of a negative connotation to it. It's like, I'm done with you. You do it, whatever. But if you take off the negative connotation, it just means up to you. Like if I were to say, oh, bahala ka, what do you want to watch? Bahala ka, you choose. So it depends on the connotation, definitely depends on the your tone of voice, okay? So yes, makinig ka sa nanay mo, listen to your mother. Or makinig ka sa ate mo, listen to your ate. Oh, YouTube, there's a little typo here. That should be a letter O. Makinig ka sa ate mo. Alternatively, same phrase, but someone might say, makinig ka kay blank. Listen to blank. So, makinig ka kay Kuya Sam. Makinig ka kay Kuya Sam. Listen to Kuya Sam. Or makinig ka kay Lola. Listen to Lola. Makinig ka kay Lola. Okay? Then, there is if you wanted to be polite, it would be makinig po kayo kay nanay. Makinig po kayo kay nanay. Okay? So that's just how to add po, like if you want to be respectful. Now, if you wanted to say like go help someone, it would be tulungan mo ang blank mo. Help your blank. Tulungan mo ang Tito Jose mo. Help your Tito Jose. Tulungan mo ang Tito Jose mo. Or tulungan mo si blank. Help blank. Tulungan mo si Tito Jose. Go help Tito Jose. So there's just different leading words that you can say when you are using someone's name. Okay? To be respectful, it would be tulungan niyo po si blank. Tulungan niyo po si Tito Jose. All right, let's keep going. Next, you might want to ask, anong ginagawa ng blank mo? Anong ginagawa ng blank mo? That means, what is your blank doing? So, anong ginagawa ng tatay mo? What is your father doing? Anong ginagawa ng tatay mo? What is your father doing? Alternatively, you could say, anong ginagawa ni blank? So, anong ginagawa ni tatay? What is father doing? So, it's kind of like direct versus indirect asking a question. So, anong ginagawa ng tatay mo? What is your father doing? Versus, anong ginagawa ni tatay? What is father doing? To be respectful, it would be, ano po ang ginagawa ni tatay? Ano po ang ginagawa ni tatay? Alright? Just a couple more phrases you can use with your family. Again, if you're at home. Saan ka pupunta? Where are you going? Saan ka pupunta? The response would be, pupunta ako sa blank. For example, pupunta ako sa tindahan. I'm going to the store. Pupunta ako sa banyo. I'm going to the bathroom. Or pupunta ako sa bahay ni Kuya JR. I'm going to Kuya JR's house. So, pupunta ako sa blank. Saan ka pupunta? Where are you going? Pupunta ako sa blank. Thank you so much for the gift on TikTok. Thank you. Maraming salamat. And then just to be respectful, you can add po. It would be, saan po kayo pupunta? Saan po kayo pupunta? Where are you going? Or pupunta po ako sa tindahan, to the store. Pupunta po ako sa tindahan. Okay, so that's just kind of where po would go. Po usually is the second word in the phrase. But when in doubt, you can always add po to the very end of anything you say, and it will be respectful. Okay? So you could say, saan kayo pupunta po? That's another thing you have to remember when using po. You have to change singular you pronouns, ka, into plural you pronouns, kayo. Okay? The opposite of saan ka pupunta, where are you going, is saan ka galing, where are you coming from? Saan ka galing? The response is galing ako sa blank. Galing ako sa tindahan. I came from the store. Or galing ako sa trabaho. I came from work. Or galing ako sa bahay ni Kuya JR. I'm coming from Kuya JR's house. I'm coming or I came from. Kind of same idea there. Then to be respectful, it would be saan po kayo galing? Where are you coming from? Or galing po ako sa blank. Again, po is just the second word in the phrase there. Let's review these vocabulary words now, okay? So we talked about the different vocabulary words about the family. We learned some phrases that you can use to describe your family. Then we learned some phrases that you can use with your family members, maybe at your house. Now let's review. What is family in Tagalog? Do you remember what is family in Tagalog? Oh, Marcy, thank you so much for the badge on Instagram. Thank you. What is family? What is family in Tagalog? It's pamilya. Pamilya, that's family. Very Spanish, right? What is grandfather and grandmother? Oh, Zenroli, thank you so much for the badge on Instagram. Thank you so much. Yes, haha yam or haha ham. And then Brian, you guys all got pamilya. Very good, very good. What is grandfather and grandmother? Peter said, mga magulay. I think you're putting a couple words together there. Gulay is vegetable. Magulang is parents. But grandmother and grandfather, lolo at lola. Lolo is grandfather, lola, grandmother. And then if you want to just say your grandparents, it's mga lolo, mga lola. It's just multiple of that. Next, what is father in Tagalog? Father in Tagalog. There are multiple ways to say father in Tagalog. Do you remember what is the one that I taught you? Oh, Siri Das said, what is middle child? We'll get to it when we get to the children. So, what is father? Yes, Justin? I couldn't figure out if it was Justine. Said tatay. Very good. Yes. Tatay is father. Very good. Remember, a lot of people also said ama. Ama. A lot of people that I know say like tatay. Some people say ama. I feel like ama is very like olden, like Shakespearean almost, but it's also used just as much. What is mother? What is mother in Tagalog? Do you remember? Mother in Tagalog is nanay. Nanay. So tatay is father, nanay, mother. Tatay, nanay. And then together, if you just want to say parents, what is parents? Parents is mga magulang. Mga magulang. Very good, everybody. Yes. Awesome. All right. Next, What is child in Tagalog? So there's a nanay, a tatay, and they have a child. What is child in Tagalog? Child is, very good, anak. Anak is child. And remember, if you want to make it plural, it's mga anak. Yes, George, you got it. Anak. Very good, very good. Mga anak is the plural of anak. Mga anak is children. So in English, to make something plural, we add an S, right? Anaks. That's not what we do in Tagalog. You would have to add the word mga anak. Oh, Jerry said, anak means son. Anak is a gender-neutral word. It's not son, it's not daughter, it's just anak, or it's just child. If you want to be specific, if you want to say son or daughter, what do you think you would have to do? Write it in the comments if you have been watching our lesson. If you want to say anak or daughter or son, it would have to be anak na babae, daughter, anak na lalaki, son. Okay? Anak na babae is daughter, anak na lalaki is son. Oh, very good. Ma Library on YouTube said bata. What is the difference between anak and bata? What is the difference? Do you know? If you know, write it in the comments. What is the difference between bata and anak? So in our slides here, again, if you're just joining now, this whole presentation is on YouTube. I'm live on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. I think I lost TikTok here. But yes, very good, George Davis said. So bata is child, like just a child. Anak also means child, but it's like your child that you gave birth to. It's like a little bit more personal there. Yes, bata is like a kid. Anak is someone's child. Very good, very good. All right, let's keep going. So what is spouse in Tagalog? Spouse in Tagalog is asawa. Asawa. And remember, asawa is another gender-neutral word. It's not specific. It's not wife. It's not husband. It's just spouse. Asawa ko siya. He is my husband. Asawa ko siya. She is my wife. Same thing. Gender neutral there. A lot of gender neutrals in these family vocabulary words, right? Anak is gender neutral. Asawa, and then other words we're going to take a look at again here. Next. Oh, what is older sister in Tagalog? And older brother. We'll just combine them. What is older sister? What is older brother in Tagalog? So again, if you want to call your sister like your older sister, usually we don't use their name. We don't just say the first name. Yes. Oh, just Jen Lewis. I got it. Hi, Jen. Very good. So the older sister is ate. Very good, ate. And then older brother is kuya. Very good, very good. But again, it's not limited to just siblings. Ate and kuya can be used for your older cousins or even older friends. Or if you're shopping around, you could say, oh, ate, magkano po ito? How much is this? Or ate, saan po ang banyo? Where is the bathroom? So again, in the Filipino culture, there's this big expectation of respecting your elders, right? Have you seen that Instagram video? Maybe it's TikTok, just floating around. This girl was making something and she said, calling my ate by her first name and then seeing her reaction. Her ate got very upset because it's not what we're used to. If you have grown up calling your older sibling ate or kuya, then hearing you call them by their first name is very jarring. It's not really what you're supposed to do. But then there are some families who don't use ate and kuya. I know plenty of Filipino families who don't use ate and kuya as well, and that's perfectly fine. It's just personal preference. But typically in the Philippines, ate and kuya are used. So again, ate is your older sister, Kuya is your older brother, but again, you can use it with your cousins, you can use it with friends, you can use it with people in the community. And then the youngest sibling, remember what is the youngest sibling? This could be a boy or a girl. What is the youngest sibling? Youngest sibling is bunso, bunso. Yep, so that could be a boy or a girl, bunso. What is sibling in Tagalog? So sibling, brothers, sisters, sibling in Tagalog is mga kapatid. Mga kapatid. Kapatid is one sibling. Mga kapatid is multiple siblings. Remember to make something plural, you have to add the word mga. Mga kapatid, siblings. And again, here's one of those gender-neutral words, kapatid. How would you specify brother or sister? How do you say brother or sister? So, kapatid na babae is your sister. Kapatid na lalaki is your brother. Okay? So you have to specify boy or girl by adding these words. Babae is woman, lalaki is man. So kapatid na babae, kapatid na lalaki. Brother or sister. And then remember, if you joined us a little late, this whole presentation is on YouTube and we learned some phrases that we can use to introduce our family members. So, kuya ko siya, he is my older brother. Ate ko siya, she is my older sister. Okay, and things like that. Now, this is a fun activity. I'm going to say a set of phrases. It's almost like a paragraph. I'm going to say a paragraph in Tagalog. I want you to see if you can understand it, okay? Most likely, this is what is happening, right? If you are joining me, you're probably trying to learn Tagalog because you know people who speak it. So this is something you might hear. See if you can figure out what I'm saying. Kamusta? Ako si Pat at asawa ko si Chris. Tatlo ang anak namin. 2 babae at 1 lalaki. 4 ang kapatid ko. Ako ang panganay, si JP ang pangalawa, si Marie ang pangatlo, at si Mark ang bunso. Nasa Pilipinas pa ang mga tito, tita, at ang mga pinsan namin. Ikaw, may kapatid ka ba? May mga anak ka ba? Okay, this is fictional. I don't actually, this is not real. Okay, I don't have everything that I said in this phrase. It's just for practicing purposes. Did you get it? What do you think? I'll say it one more time, okay? Again, I am saying a paragraph here, and I want to see if you can understand what I'm saying, okay? Kamusta? Ako si Pat at at asawa ko si Chris. 3 ang anak namin. 2 babae at 1 lalaki. 4 ang kapatid ko. Ako ang panganay, si JP ang pangalawa, si Marie ang pangatlo, at si Mark ang bunso. Nasa Pilipinas pa ang mga tito, tita, at ang mga pinsan namin. Ikaw, may kapatid ka ba? May mga anak ka ba? Yes. Arta said, big family. Again, it's not accurate. It's just for our practice here. Okay, so what do you think? Did you understand? What do you think I said? Write it in the comments if you have an idea. Oh, let's see. Sean said, are those introductions? Basically, yes. That's a good start. Okay. Yes, let's go through it. And such, yes, said, yes, I understand. Awesome. Jeffers said, some, understood some. Very good, haha ham on YouTube. Yes, very good. So here is the breakdown, okay? Kamusta? Hello. Ako si Pat at asawa ko si Chris. I'm Pat and Chris is my husband. Ako si Pat at asawa ko si Chris. Tatlo ang anak namin, 2 babae at 1 lalaki. Tatlo ang anak namin, we have 3 kids. 2 babae, 2 girls, at 1 lalaki, 1 boy. Okay? 4 ang kapatid ko. I have 4 siblings. Ako ang panganay, I'm the oldest. Si JP ang pangalawa, JP is second. Si Marie ang pangatlo, Marie is third. At si Mark ang bunso, Mark is the youngest. So you see that's an example of how you could use the word order there, or to describe the order of siblings. Next, nasa Pilipinas pa ang mga tito, tita, at ang mga pinsan namin. Our aunts, uncles, and cousins are still in the Philippines. Brian said, what is namin? Namin means our. So I said, nasa Pilipinas pa ang mga tito, tita, at ang mga pinsan namin. Our family is still in the Philippines. Okay. Then, ikaw, may kapatid ka ba? Ikaw, may kapatid ka ba? You, do you have any siblings? May anak ka ba? Do you have any kids? Oh, may mga anak ka ba? Do you have any kids? So how was that? Did you kind of understand it? Again, this was just an example. My family is not that big, but that's just an idea of how to use the vocabulary, how to introduce your family using the vocabulary words to describe your sibling order. Okay, and again, we learned all those other phrases to describe our family and phrases to say with our family at home. Here is just a review of everything we talked about. Oh, yes. And such said, easy to understand, hard to actually talk back in Tagalog. I know. That's the easiest part, they say. So listening comprehension is like one of the first steps in learning a language. Then being able to say it, and then reading it usually comes after. Okay? Very good. Yes. Arte said, I only had a rough understanding, but I did get the idea. Very good. Awesome. So if you get the idea, you can always ask for clarification, right? Depending on who you're talking about, hopefully you feel comfortable asking for clarification. And then more than anything, see if you can pick out vocabulary words that you know. So hopefully you were able to recognize some of the vocabulary words that we were able to learn and listen to earlier. And then from there, just kind of use context clues, right? So again, here is a review of everything we learned tonight. We learned family vocabulary. We looked at the family tree. We learned like grandparents, husband and wife, and like parents and children. And again, there are lots of words about the family that are gender neutral. And to be specific, you have to say, for example, kapatid na babae, pinsan na lalaki. You have to add whether or not it's a boy or a girl. Okay, and then we learned some phrases about our family. Tatay ko siya, he is my father. Nanay ko siya, she is my mother. Then we learned some phrases we can use with our family. Nasaan si nanay? Where is mother? Nasaan si tatay? Where is father? Okay? Then we did a vocab review, and then we just did our translation practice. So hopefully that kind of gives you an idea of things that you can say about your family or to your family. Give it a try, okay? And then let me know how it goes. I hope you have a good rest of your evening and a good weekend. I'm going to try to do some of these repeat lessons and then I'll post it online, okay? Thank you so much for spending some time with me. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. Maraming salamat po. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Tagalog Time live lesson. Let me just turn on my Instagram. You know, I like to have at least 2 platforms open. Hello, everybody on Instagram. I am live on YouTube as well. As always, my presentation is on YouTube. You will be able to see everything written out if you want to follow along. And the whole recording will be on YouTube afterwards as well. So welcome. Let me know if you can hear me. And you can do that by letting me know where you are currently watching from and your age. And maybe tell me a fun fact about yourself. Today is night 3 of these lives. I have never done this many. I must really like you, right? That's what it means. We should just do it every night. Not like I have dishes to wash or laundry to fold or anything like that. Let's just always hang out every night. Tonight's lesson is actually going to be really useful, I think. We will be learning some phrases that you can use every day, all throughout the day, just basically common conversational phrases that you can say with your friends and family. So again, this whole lesson is on my YouTube channel if you want to follow along. Sometimes people are like, can we see it written out? Do you have a whiteboard or something? So go ahead and watch on my YouTube. There is a little lag, so that's the only thing. Let me see where everyone is watching from. Hi Glenn, kamusta po? Mabuti naman ako. Imac is from New Jersey. Hello. Johan, from Houston. Chris is from Brooklyn. Rolling Reflection from San Diego. Erftimus is from Virginia. Hello. Omar is from Yellowknife, Canada. Glenn is from Australia. Boss Goat is from Sweden. Hello. What time is it in Sweden? Camelina is from San Diego. David Jr., hello again from San Diego. Daro Shiraki is from Oregon. Hello. Giselle is from Washington. Let's see. Jelena is from North Dakota. Dustin is from Colorado. Hello. Oh, Yusuf is from Saudi Arabia but currently in Baguio. Oh, that's so cool. And then Lester's from Chicago. Lady is from Texas. Let me see over here from YouTube. Where are you guys watching from tonight? Let's see. Fidel from Arizona. Hello. Guns is from Granada Hills. David is from Auckland. Awesome. George is from the UK. Oh, nice. Trying to learn Tagalog because his partner is Filipina. UG177 is from Mexico. Hola. Ballroom is from Utah. Vince is from Santa Barbara. Hello. Almost Polyglot is from Bangladesh. James Jim from Connecticut. Hello. Jazzy Jen, hello from New Zealand, living in Australia. Jonathan is from Massachusetts. Snakey is from Texas. Robert is from New York. Let's go ahead and jump right in, okay? So today we're going to be learning some conversational phrases that we can say with our friends, with our family. These are some very useful phrases I think you'll find very helpful. And then we will look at some different verb tense variations of these phrases. You'll see what I mean. And then all throughout we will learn where to put po. So remember, po is what you say whenever you are talking to an elderly person or someone in authority. Anytime you want to be respectful, you add po to a phrase. So we will learn where po goes as we learn these phrases, okay? So very basic, the very first phrase we'll learn tonight is kumusta ka? Kumusta ka? And that means hello and how are you? Sorry, my mind is working faster than my mouth tonight. So hello, how are you? Kumusta ka? Kumusta ka? If you hear my pronunciation and then other people, when they say it, usually they say kamusta ka? Kamusta ka. So it sounds like it's spelled with a letter A, K-A-M, but technically it's spelled with a K-U-M. That's like the correct spelling of it. But the pronunciation usually is kumusta ka, kumusta ka. And sometimes it's shortened to just musta, musta. If you're really cool, you can say musta. So some common responses are mabuti naman, I'm doing well, mabuti naman. Or ayos lang, I'm doing okay, ayos lang. And if you're not doing okay, it would be hindi maayos, not doing well. You could also say like hindi ako okay, I'm not okay. Or like okay lang, I'm doing okay. But here are just some sample responses. So if someone asks you, kumusta ka? Kumusta ka? Hi, how are you? You can answer with one of these. Try saying these with me. Mabuti naman. Mabuti naman. That means I'm doing well. Mabuti naman. Ayos lang. I'm doing okay. Ayos lang. Or hindi maayos. I'm not doing well. Hindi maayos. So if I were to ask you right now, kumusta ka? What would you choose? What would your response be? For me, I would say, mabuti naman. I'm doing pretty well. Mabuti naman. Mabuti naman ako. If you have any questions, write them in the comments. I think I saw something up here. Oh, Zell said, I'm watching and eating balut right now. How fitting. Balut, of course, is the fertilized duck egg. It's a delicacy in the Philippines, but some people find it not very appetizing because sometimes it has feathers or bones in the beak. And, you know, if it's not your cup of tea, you might not enjoy it very much. Very good. Lost Abyss said, ayos lang. Sergey said, okay lang ako. Very good. Deneen said, mabuti naman. Chris said, mabuti naman. Good, good. Everyone is doing pretty good. All right. Awesome. All right. Oh, Airkev on Instagram said, where did kamusta come from? I've heard it comes from Spanish, like, ¿cómo estás? So, kumusta ka? Kind of like that, right? All right. Denny said, I'm eating dinuguan. Wow. Dinuguan is a dish. It's kind of like a stew, usually made with pork. There's ginger in it, has vinegar, but the main ingredient is pork blood. If you've never had it, you should give it a shot. Sometimes it's called chocolate meat, but it's not chocolate. But it's so good. It's really, really good. All right. Oh, someone wrote on here, I'm good. How are you? So that's a good thing to practice. So if you say, oh, mabuti naman, if you want to say, how about you, you can say, ikaw. So, kamusta ka? Mabuti naman, ikaw. Okay, so try saying that. Kamusta ka? Mabuti naman, ikaw. How about you? All right, let's keep going. Now, if you want to add po, again, to be respectful, this is how you would do it. You would say, kumusta po kayo? Kumusta po kayo? So we learned, kamusta ka? Kamusta ka? To add po, you have to do two things. First, you have to add po after the word kumusta. Usually, po is the second word in a phrase, so there it is, after the word kumusta. Next, you have to change ka to a plural you. So ka is one person, like you singular is what they call it. So I'm just asking you, kamusta ka? How are you? When you're adding po to any phrase, you have to use a plural pronoun. It's almost like you're talking to multiple people, even if you're just talking to one person. And that's a way to show respect. I know other languages do this as well. I took French in high school and college, and they do this in French. When you're trying to be respectful, you refer to someone as multiple people. So that's why we say, kumusta po kayo? Kumusta po kayo? Very good. Sergey and Lost Abyss, you guys got it on YouTube? Yeah, so that's just one of the things you kind of have to remember. But when in doubt, you can always add po to the end. So if you absolutely do not remember the po rules, just say, kamusta ka po? Okay, so it's not technically correct, but you are trying, and that makes a big difference, okay? So you can always add po at the end. All right. Next, you can use kumusta to ask about something else, like not relating to a person. Take a look at this. Kumusta ang blank? So how was blank? Kumusta ang meeting mo kanina? Kumusta ang meeting mo kanina? How was your meeting earlier? Or, kumusta ang araw mo? How is your day going? Kumusta ang araw mo? Last example, kumusta ang biyahe mo? How was your trip? Kumusta ang biyahe mo? So do you see we are using kumusta, but we're not asking about like the person. We're not saying like, how are you? Or like, hello. We're asking about like, how was something? How did something go? So that's kind of another use for this word kumusta. So kumusta ang ... So let's take a look at this phrase a little bit more. Kumusta ang araw mo? How is your day? Your responses are actually the same as the responses you would give if someone asked you, kumusta ka? So if someone asked you, kumusta ang araw mo? How is your day going? You could say, mabuti naman, it's going well. Mabuti naman. Or, ayos lang, it's going okay. Ayos lang. Or, hindi maayos, it's not going well. Okay, so it's the same responses, just in a different context. Kind of easy, right? If you can remember the response that you want to give, now you know you can use it in other ways. Kind of makes it a little bit easier that way. Now, if you want to add po in this case, it would be, kumusta po ang araw nyo? Kumusta po ang araw nyo? So we learned, kumusta ang araw mo? Kumusta ang araw mo? So now we have to change mo to nyo. Remember, we have to use a plural you pronoun. So mo is just you. It's the you singular pronoun. Nyo is the plural you pronoun. So again, it's that idea of referring to someone as multiple people as a way to show respect. Okay? If you want more po practice, or if you just need like a more thorough review of po and the po placement, I have a full-length Tagalog lesson. I think it's lesson number 2, how to use po. That should be helpful. It has lots of practice examples as well. All right. Next phrase is kumain ka na ba? Kumain ka na ba? Raise your hand if you've heard this before. It's almost like a greeting, right? A lot of people, like whenever you enter a Filipino household, it's almost like, hey, kumain ka na ba? Have you eaten already? Kumain ka na ba? Food is a big love language for Filipinos, right? We love to cook. We love to share food. I heard somewhere recently that Filipino recipes, like the baseline recipes, are made for sharing. Like there is no single serve recipe for kare-kare, or like single serve recipe for adobo or dinuguan. It's like all of the recipes, or most, have been made to be shared. And that's just from the Filipino culture, like sharing food and being around family and things like that. Very interesting. Anyway, back to our phrases. Kumain ka na ba? Have you eaten already? So, kumain is the past tense conjugation of kain. Ka is referring to you. Na means already. Ba is a question word. So, kumain ka na ba? Have you eaten already? Your responses could be, oo, tapos na. Yes, already done. Oo, tapos na. Oo, tapos na. Or, hindi pa. Hindi pa. Sorry, I got distracted by one of the comments here. Yes, hindi pa, not yet. Hindi pa. And then, if you already ate and maybe you want to wait a little bit, you can say, mamaya na lang. Mamaya na lang. Maybe later. Mamaya na lang. So try saying those with me. First, try saying, kumain ka na ba? Kumain ka na ba? So that means, have you eaten already? And then if you have, you can say, oo, tapos na. Oo, tapos na. Yes, already done. Or hindi pa, not yet. Hindi pa. Or mamaya na lang, maybe later. Mamaya na lang. Now, just to add po, in the question, it would go like this. Kumain na po ba kayo? Kumain na po ba kayo? So this one, it changes the grammar order altogether. So we learned, kumain ka na ba? Kumain ka na ba? But when you're adding po, it actually turns into kumain na po ba kayo? So na has to come up right behind kumain, then po goes after na, and then you have to use the plural you pronoun again. So this one is a big, unexpected order of words here. It's one of those things where you just kind of have to memorize it, or when you listen to people speaking Tagalog and using po, you might be able to recognize this kind of new pattern. So if you wanted to add po to your responses, I wasn't able to make a slide for that, but this is where you would add them. You can say, oo, tapos na po. Oo, tapos na po. So it would just go at the end. Or hindi pa po. Hindi pa po. So again, just goes at the end. Or mamaya na lang po. Goes at the end again. Mamaya na lang po. So in all of those, po just goes at the end. It's almost like all of the responses are a set phrase. So po would just go after the set phrase. Okay, makes it easy. All right. Any questions so far? Oh, Orpix, I think on YouTube asked, is the stream every night? Do I go live every night? Usually no, but I have for the past 3 days, just because I wanted to catch up on some of my repeat lessons. I like to do my lessons a couple times just so people who weren't able to join the first time can come in and join the chat, ask their own questions if they want to. But every Thursday, I do try to come on live for the Tagalog Thursday. And every Thursday, it's a brand new lesson. It's not like a repeat lesson. Good question. Okay. Next phrase or question we're going to learn is, anong ginagawa mo? Anong ginagawa mo? So, anong is actually 2 words put together, ano ang, but you can say anong. I want you to sound natural, right? Anong ginagawa means doing. Mo is referring to you. So what doing you? What are you doing? Very good. Yes. Dilshan got it right. So what are you doing? And your responses would just be a present tense statement. And I'm just saying that because if you have watched my full-length Tagalog lessons, then you know kind of how to conjugate verbs, you know kind of the patterns. So you would just use what you've learned and make a statement. But if you haven't watched that, or if you need a review, here are some common phrases or responses that you could say. Anong ginagawa mo? What are you doing? You could say, nagluluto ako. I am cooking. Nagluluto ako. Or, kumakain ako. I'm eating. Kumakain ako. Or, nagtatrabaho ako. I'm working. Nagtatrabaho ako. Or, naglilinis ako. I'm cleaning. Naglilinis ako. Or lastly, I want to show you this one because you can kind of use it as a trick. Nagda-drive ako. I'm driving. Nagda-drive ako. So this last example kind of shows how you can use Taglish. Taglish is Tagalog and English. If you don't know a verb in Tagalog, use this pattern here. So nag is the affix. Then you have a repeated first syllable, and then it's the English word. So nagda-drive ako, I am driving. Or nagkukuk ako, I am cooking. Nag-eat ako, I am eating. Okay, and then later go back and try to figure out what those words are in Tagalog so you can say the whole phrase in Tagalog. But that's just kind of a trick there, just to kind of buy you some time. So if you want to add po, you would say, anong ginagawa niyo po? Anong ginagawa niyo po? So, a couple things here. We changed mo to nyo. Remember, we're changing the singular you pronoun to the plural you pronoun. And then we're adding po at the end. Anong ginagawa nyo po? Okay? Let me just catch up on some of these comments here. Yes, grub down to trabajo like in Spanish. Yep, that is very much a Spanish-influenced word. Very good. Let me see here. Oh, Cool Vibe said, Maraming salamat for doing this. Maraming salamat for watching. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. If in the San Francisco Bay Area, I'm sure local Filipino communities would love workshops like this. I wish I'm over here on the East Coast, very, very far away from San Francisco, but I hope you guys have a lot of fun over there. Oh, very good. Eric said, nanonood ako ng laro ng basketball, watching a basketball game. Okay. Daniel is from Ohio. Oh, Eastern Samar. Okay. If you have any questions, feel free to write them in the comments. Let me just see over here on YouTube. Oh, yes. Jazzy Jen said, it's funny because I think I've heard people say, ano ginagawa mo? Yeah, so sometimes people drop the like NG. But like, yeah, technically it's ano ang ginagawa mo. Sometimes people just like shortcut it. Yes. Orpik said, can you say, ano ba ginagawa mo? Yes. So, ba is a question word, and there actually is no direct English translation for ba. But in Tagalog, if you want to kind of reinforce the question, you could add ba. So that is a very good way to ask it as well. Ano ba ang ginagawa mo? In that way, it's kind of almost like an emphasis. It's like, ano ginagawa mo? What are you doing? Ano ba ang ginagawa mo? What are you doing? It kind of changes the like intonation or the enforcement of it. Very good. All right. Let's see. Oh, yes. J.I. asked about the phrase, oo, tapos na. So remember, oo, tapos na means yes, already done. If you want to add po, you could say, opo, tapos na po. I forgot the first po after the word oo. So, opo, tapos na po. You got to change oo to opo. Very good catch, yes. All right. All right, Lalit said, thank you so much for doing the live stream multiple times so that no one is left behind. Yes. All right. When do you use ka versus mo? James said. So sometimes we have been saying mo, like anong ginagawa mo. But sometimes we say ka, like kumusta ka, right? So both of those pronouns mean you. The difference is the type of verb we are using. When we're using mo, we are using an object-focused verb. When we're using ka, we are using a subject-focused verb. And there's no telling as to why some verbs are subject-focused, why some verbs are object-focused. Sometimes it depends on the context, but other times it was just determined by the Tagalog linguistic gods. I would say listen to Tagalog, like listen to native speakers, really pick out when they are using certain pronouns, and then use those pronouns in that way in the future. It's just one of those things that you kind of have to learn. I know, I wish there was more of like a rhyme or reason. All right. Okay, yes. Okay. Yes, way more said maybe one day you'll talk about a boodle fight. You know what a boodle fight is? It's when they have like a table with a banana leaf on it and all of these foods just out in the open, and then it's your duty to eat it using your hands, no utensils, no plates or anything like that. And it's just kind of like a bonding experience for you and your family or friends or whoever is eating with you. Okay. Yes, yes. So many good questions and comments. All right. Let's keep going here. Hang on. Sorry. One more second. All right. So, those are some things you can say about what you are currently doing. Now, this next slide is asking about what someone else is doing. So we learned, anong ginagawa mo? What are you doing? If you want to ask about someone else, you could say, anong ginagawa ni blank? So what is blank doing? Like, what is someone else doing? For example, anong ginagawa ni tatay? What is father doing? Anong ginagawa ni tatay? Okay, so there's the ni. That's the main thing I want to point out here. When you're talking about someone else, you have to use this linking word. Some people call it like a preposition. It's not quite, but it's like, what is blank doing? You have to use this word ni. Anong ginagawa ni tatay? Or, anong ginagawa ni Ate Mary? Anong ginagawa ni Ate Mary? Okay, so what is Ate Mary doing? What is father doing? And so on. Okay, Grub said, this is my very first time tuning in. Where can I get basic lessons? I have full-length Tagalog lessons on my YouTube channel. Start from the very beginning, Tagalog fundamentals. Then the next one is how to use po, and then it goes into like present tense conjugation, past and future, and then so on. So just start from the beginning. I start from scratch, and then we'll kind of build up from there. Okay, next, if you want to respond, like, anong ginagawa ni tatay? Nagluluto siya. Nagluluto siya. He or she is cooking. So do you see I just used this pronoun siya? Nagluluto siya. Siya is a gender-neutral pronoun. It can be he or she. So you have to use context clues to determine who someone is talking about. If you want to be specific, you could say, nagluluto si tatay. Nagluluto si tatay. So that's one difference here. When we're asking the question, we're using this word ni. Anong ginagawa ni tatay? When we're answering the question, we're using the word si. Nagluluto si tatay. Okay, so that's kind of a difference there. Another response, kumakain siya. She is eating. So, kumakain si Ate Mary. Anong ginagawa ni Ate Mary? Kumakain siya. Anong ginagawa ni tatay? Nagluluto siya. Okay, so that's kind of how you can respond. Now, if you want to add po, it would be, ano po ang ginagawa ni tatay? Ano po ang ginagawa ni Ate Mary? So, po is just the second word there. And you might notice that I am now splitting up ano and ang. So, I taught you, anong ginagawa ni tatay? Now, it's not anong anymore because you have to add the po right after ano. So, ano po ang ginagawa ni tatay? Okay, everything else stays the same for that question. Okay. Oh, wow. On YouTube, people are talking about their partners. GP said, asawa ko pageant winner po. Soon to be Bini Universe. Talaga? Wow, awesome. Yes, okay. Okay, so Orpik said, what if you changed nagluluto to object focus, like tatay is cooking adobo? Wouldn't you need to change si to ni? Let me see. Si to ni, let me see. Nagluluto ni tatay. It would still be si, like in the response. Nagluluto si tatay ng adobo. Nagluluto si tatay ng adobo. So yes, you still use si, and then to add whatever they're cooking, it would be ng adobo. Very good question there. All right. Now, these next two slides will just show you a different tense. Okay, so we learned, anong ginagawa mo? What are you doing? That's present tense. Right now, in this current moment, what are you doing? Anong ginagawa mo? Now, if you want to ask about yesterday, it would be, anong ginawa mo kahapon? Anong ginawa mo kahapon? So a couple things here. Kahapon means yesterday. That's just a new vocab term. If you never heard it, kahapon means yesterday. And then I want to point out this conjugation of ginawa. Ginawa. We said, anong ginagawa mo? Now it's anong ginawa mo. So it's a shorter word. It's like a conjugation of the past tense of gawa. Okay? So what did you do yesterday? Anong ginawa mo kahapon? I always say, listen carefully to the context of something because it's very easy to mix up ginagawa, gawa, ginawa, or gagawin, right? All of those mean doing or did or will do. So if you can pick out the word kahapon, kahapon means yesterday, then you can be like, oh, she's asking me about what I did yesterday, okay? So here are some things that you could say. It's the same exact verbs as the last slide, so I'm just going to go through them fast, okay? And it's just the past tense conjugation of the verbs now. So, anong ginawa mo kahapon? What did you do yesterday? Nagluto ako, I cooked. Kumain ako, I ate. Nagtrabaho ako, I worked. Naglinis ako, I cleaned. Nagdrive ako, I drove. Okay? 11 Lulu said, GGG, that was a lot of G's. I know you're right. Ginagawa, gawa, gagawin. I know, it's a lot sometimes. So that's why I say really listen to context clues. Like if you can pick out kahapon, then you know, okay, she's asking me about yesterday. Very good, very good. I think there was a question up here. Hang on. Oh, yes. Elaine Wilson said, did you say all of your tutorials are on YouTube? Yes. It should be there like front row center, as like if you look up Tagalog Time on YouTube. I have playlists, and sorry, my mind is going so fast my mouth cannot keep up. The very first playlist are my full-length Tagalog lessons. So just start from 1 and move on all the way down. Okay, let's keep going. To be respectful, you could say, ano po ang ginagawa ano po ang ginawa nyo kahapon? Ano po ang ginawa nyo kahapon? That means, what did you do yesterday, but respectful. Again, we split up anong, so now it's ano po ang ginawa nyo kahapon. And nyo is the plural of mo. Okay? Yes, let me see here. So the difference between kumakain and kumain. Yes, Bal on YouTube said, so the difference between kumakain and kumain is only when the time happens. Yes, I'm thinking because I wonder if there's some sort of exception. There usually is, but in this case, yes, kumakain is the present tense. You are doing that right now. Kumain is the past tense. You already did it. However, kumain can also be used as a command. Like if you say, kumain ka, hey, eat, go eat, kumain ka. That's another time when you would say kumain. But usually kumain also means like past tense. Very good, very good. Oh, yes. Okay. Diaries of a Kitchen Idiot said, how do you know when to use nag and then the verb? Like nagtrabaho. Versus the first letter plus uma, like in the verb tumatrabaho. So there are 5 different types of verbs in Tagalog: mag, ma, in, and e verbs. All of them have their own pattern. So mag verbs like magtrabaho uses nag as an affix in the present tense. Nagtatrabaho ako. However, there are some verbs that use like kumakain ako. Kumakain ako. The is the infix there. So your question, like how do you know which one to use or how do you know when to use nag? It's one of those things where you have to pick up more vocabulary, listen to Tagalog speakers, and try to recognize the patterns that they use and keep it in your pocket so that you can use it next time. Unfortunately, there is no rhyme or reason that I've like come up with or that I've discovered as to why some verbs are mag, why some are or e. So it's one of those things where you kind of have to just learn vocabulary and then learn the patterns. Very good question. Okay, so we learned what are you doing right now? We learned what did you do yesterday? Now this is how you say what will you do tomorrow? Anong gagawin mo bukas? Anong gagawin mo bukas? So again, if you're listening to context clues, bukas is a vocabulary word that means tomorrow. What are you doing tomorrow? So your response would just be a future tense statement. So, magluluto ako, I will cook. Kakain ako, I will eat. Magtatrabaho ako, I will work. Maglilinis ako, I will clean. Magdadrive ako, I will drive. So, these are all of the same verbs that we've seen in the last two slides. Now it's just the future tense conjugation of them. Okay, so I don't expect you to know all of these conjugations already unless you've been practicing. That's great. But what I want you to get from this, if you are just like a true beginner, really try to remember these vocab words. So kahapon is yesterday, bukas is tomorrow. So if you have to answer in English, at least you know what to answer, right? So anong gagawin mo bukas? What are you going to do tomorrow? Or what are you doing tomorrow? You could say, oh, I have to work tomorrow. Okay, so just try to pick out vocabulary terms at the very least. Okay? Now, if you want to be respectful, it would be, ano po ang gagawin nyo bukas? Ano po ang gagawin nyo bukas? So, yeah, Ballroom on YouTube said, I asked, ano ang gagawin mo bukas? They said, watching another Tagalog Time with Pat stream, sana. Another live stream 4 days in a row. Oh my goodness. We would be like soulmates, I feel like. Love and Lulu said, bukas I'm going to mass. Awesome. Let's see. Oh, okay. Jazzy Jen said, how would you say, I don't know, if you don't know what you're doing the next day? You could say, ewan. Ewan, that means I don't know. Or you could say, hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam. The easy response would be ewan. Ewan ko. Ewan ko. Very good question. Oh, yes. Angel asked, is kumain ako manok or manok kumain ako, to be specific? It would be, kumain ako ng manok. Kumain ako ng manok. Ng means some or a. So I ate some chicken. If you say manok kumain ako, it's almost like you're saying the chicken ate me. Very good, very good. Oh, Bal said, what's the difference between kakain ako and ako ay kakain? Very good. So you can say kakain ako, I will eat. Or you could say ako ay kakain. Both of those mean I will eat. When you use I, technically it means is or will, like I will do something or it is something. Rule of thumb, anytime you're using I, it's formal. No one really says like, ako ay kakain. It's almost like Shakespearean. It's very correct. I mean, it's not wrong. It's just not very natural. So it's a little bit more natural to say, kakain ako. They're the same thing. All right. Oh, yes. Very good. So Jazzy Jen said, how do you spell it out? You could say, ewan ko or hindi ko alam. That means I don't know. Very good. Okay. Yes, let's keep going. So if someone is leaving the house, you could say, saan ka pupunta? Saan ka pupunta? That means, where are you going? Saan ka pupunta? Your response would be, pupunta ako sa blank. Pupunta ako sa blank. I'm going to somewhere. For example, pupunta ako sa tindahan. I'm going to the store. Pupunta ako sa tindahan. Or pupunta ako sa banyo. I'm going to the bathroom. Pupunta ako sa banyo. Maybe if you are watching a movie with your husband or wife or your friend, and someone is getting up, you could be like, saan ka pupunta? Where are you going? You could say, pupunta ako sa banyo. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. Or you could say, pupunta ako sa bahay ni Kuya JR. Okay, so that's just giving a little bit more specific answer. Pupunta ako sa bahay ni Kuya JR. I'm going to Kuya JR's house. Okay? So try saying that with me. Saan ka pupunta? Saan ka pupunta? Where are you going? And then your response, pupunta ako sa blank. I'm going somewhere. Pupunta ako sa tindahan. Pupunta ako sa blank. Okay? Now, here's just a response if someone says that. You could say, sama ako. I'll come. I want to come with you. Sama ako. So if you want to go somewhere with that person, try saying this and it might make them smile. They'll be like, hey, where'd you get that? How do you know how to say that? So, sama ako. I want to come. I'll come. Sama ako. Oh, Angel said, pupunta ako sa Disneyland. Oh, so lucky. Yes. And then Ballroom Scott said, sama ako. All of us, sama tayo. Let's all go. Swingovic said, pupunta ako sa may bahay. You're gonna go to the house. Pupunta ako. You could just say, pupunta ako sa bahay. I'm going to the house. Very good, very good. Yes, Bal said, so if it's a possessive thing, the C before the name changes to ni. Yes, exactly right. So we learned, pupunta ako sa bahay ni Kuya JR. Yep, it's like the possessive linking word, I would call it. Ni Kuya JR. Very good, yes. Okay, and then another thing you might ask is, oh, hi Sterling Jing, thank you for watching. So another thing you might ask is, anong oras ka uuwi? Anong oras ka uuwi? What do you think that means? What time are you coming home? Right? So if someone is like, oh, saan ka pupunta? Pupunta ako sa bahay ni Kuya JR. Oh, anong oras ka uuwi? Anong oras ka uuwi? What time are you coming home? Okay. Jazzy's Jen said, pupunta ako sa trabaho. I understand. All right. So those are just some things. Now, if you want to be respectful, the po would go as the second word. So, saan po kayo pupunta? Saan po kayo pupunta? Ka turns into kayo. Remember, we learned saan ka pupunta? Saan ka pupunta? Now, if you want to add po, it's saan po kayo pupunta? Saan po kayo pupunta? And then the response, pupunta ako sa blank. Respectfully, you could say, pupunta po ako sa tindahan. Okay, so po is just the second word there. So this is a good question to kind of keep in your back pocket. Like if your mom or dad leaves, or if someone like your in-laws are leaving the house, just ask them, saan po kayo pupunta? Saan po kayo pupunta? Where are you going? And then they'll be like, how do you know how to speak Tagalog? They would say, oh, pupunta kami sa tindahan. We will go to the store or something like that, right? Yes. Very good. So Orpik said, wow, there's a single verb for coming home. Just like for cooking rice, must be a cultural thing. I always think that. Like anytime I come across a word in Tagalog that's not quite the same in English, I think that too. Like, so Orpix was saying, to cook rice in Tagalog is magsaing, right? Magsaing. Magsasaing ako. I will cook rice. That's just one word. Whereas in English, you have to say, I will cook rice. I will cook rice. So it's not just like a single word. It shows how significant rice is and making rice for your meal. It really shows how important that is. Just like the single word for coming home. Uuwi. Uuwi. I will come home. Very good, very good. All right. Now, the opposite of pupunta is galing. For example, saan ka galing? Saan ka galing? That means where are you coming from or where did you go? Okay, so if someone is coming through the front door, you're like, hey, saan ka galing? Where did you come from? Saan ka galing? The response would just be, galing ako sa blank. I just came from blank. So for example, saan ka galing? Where did you come from? You could say, galing ako sa tindahan. I just came from the store. Galing ako sa tindahan. Or galing ako sa trabaho. I just came from work. Galing ako sa trabaho. And then lastly, galing ako sa bahay ni Kuya JR. I just came from Kuya JR's house. So it's the same examples, just a different context, right? So instead of I'm going to Kuya JR's house, I'm coming from Kuya JR's house. So try saying that with me. Saan ka galing? Where are you coming from? Saan ka galing? And then galing ako sa trabaho. I just came from work. Galing ako sa blank. Let me just catch up on some of these comments here. Oh, yes. Oh, Jazzy Jen said, how would you say that you're just leaving in general? That's the last slide. Just wait for it. Very good, very good. Oh, Swingavic, thank you. Thank you. Said, meron akong magaling na Tagalog teacher. Oh, yes. S on YouTube asked, does galing have different meanings? Yes. So galing, the emphasis is on the first syllable. That means coming from. David Jr. on Instagram just asked the same question too. Galing means good or great. So if the emphasis is on the second syllable, galing, that means good or great or excellent. Yes, as Air Kevin said. So it's like, oh, I just got straight A's. You can say, oh, galing, galing, good, great job, excellent, galing. But saan ka galing means where are you coming from? Yes. Yes, Sergey and Orpigs both got it. So like you could say, ang galing mo. Ang galing mo. You are so good. You're excellent. Versus, galing ako sa tindahan. I just came from the store. Yes, it's a homonym. Homonym, as they say, is like a word that has a couple different meanings depending on the context or depending how it's pronounced. Yes, exactly right. You guys got it. Now, if you want to be respectful, it would be, saan po kayo galing? Saan po kayo galing? Or, galing po ako sa tindahan. Galing po ako sa tindahan. So, po is just the second word there. So, that's another good question to ask your parents or whoever when they come in through the door. You could say, oh, saan po kayo galing? Where did you come from? Or where did you go? They would say like, oh, galing ako sa bahay ni Tita Mary or something like that, okay? Oh, Lish Dayo asked, how do you say plural we came from school? Very good question. So if someone is like, hey, saan kayo galing? Where did you guys come from? Saan kayo galing? You could say, galing kami sa school. I'm trying to think. Do you say sa? Galing kami sa school. Galing kami ng school. I actually think you might say galing kami ng school. Galing kami ng... Galing kami sa... Now I'm confusing myself. Do you say galing kami? Galing ako sa... Galing kami ng... Galing kami ng school. Galing kami ng... Actually, it's still sa. Galing kami sa eskwelahan. Galing kami sa eskwelahan. Very good question there. All right. Yes, Ballroom said words that are spelled the same but have different meanings based on the pronunciation are hard for them. Yeah, it can be tricky. It's like one of those things that is very minor, right? The pronunciation, sometimes it's the stress, like which syllable it goes on. It can have a different meaning. There's a handful of words like that in Tagalog. Not very many, but sometimes it can have a difference in meaning. Yes, Jazzy Jen said like Chinese, which has a lot of different tones. Yeah, I know in like other languages, there are like 5 tones for the same syllables or like the same phoneme or sound as they call it. So it's, yeah, it can be a little challenging. Okay, let's keep going here. Steve said, is the Ling app good for learning Tagalog? I don't think I've ever used Ling app. If anyone has, write it in the comments so that we can let Steve know. Is the Ling app good for Tagalog? Botch Design said, walang patalastas. Galing. No commercials. Yes, very, very lucky. S on YouTube asked, is nang and nang the same thing? Oh my gosh, I love this question. So there are 2 types of nang in Tagalog. N-A-N-G, nang, and then N-G, nang. So earlier I said like, oh, kumakain ako ng adobo. I am eating some adobo. Nang. That nang is NG. NG. I'm eating some adobo. Kumakain ako ng adobo. That's just NG. N-A-N-G is an adverb and always goes with a verb. So for example, I'm trying to think here. Gusto ko nang matulog. I want to go to bed. So matulog is the verb. Gusto ko nang matulog. I want to go to bed. Nang there is N-A-N-G and it's an adverb. So they are different, but when you're saying it, it sounds almost the same. Very good. So what's the sa meaning? Actually, is it from or is it in? Very good. Let's see. So galing ako sa. Sa is a very interesting word. It's almost like a preposition that can mean multiple things depending on the context. In this translation, it's from. Like I just came from work. I just came from Kuya JR's house. Yeah, but you'll hear sa in other contexts meaning different things. Very good question. Oh, Lauren said, I have used Ling. I like it. Learned a lot so far. And from Atipat. Salamat. So Ling apparently is a pretty good app for learning Tagalog. And it's very interactive too. Okay, awesome. All right. Swingovic said, ano ang pangarap mo, Pat? What is my dream? Ano ang pangarap ko? Pangarap ko ay lahat ng may gustong matuto ng Tagalog matutunan nila. Everyone who wants to learn Tagalog, I hope they are able to learn Tagalog. Or hopefully they're able to get the resources that they need. Oh, Airkev said, Ling is a pretty good app. Also try Turong Wika. I actually did a video for them once. So they have a pretty good app. I have it on my phone as well. Sometimes I use it for resources for my videos. Very good, very good. Okay. I think I only have a couple more phrases here. Next, if you want to ask someone like where someone is, it would be nasaan si blank. So where is blank? Nasaan? Oh, that's the response there. So for example, like, nasaan si tatay? Where is tatay? Or something like that. Your response would be, nasa blank si blank. So here, I'll just give you an example. Nasaan si nanay? Where is mother? Nasaan si nanay? Your response would be, nasa trabaho si nanay. Nasa trabaho si nanay. So the main thing here is this word si. We've seen this one before. It's the linking word before a person. Nasaan si nanay? The response is, nasa trabaho si nanay. So here, the response still has si. It's not ni, like we've been seeing, because there's no like possessive quality. We're not really asking about like where mother, or we are asking where she is, but no like object there. Just asking about nanay. So, nasa trabaho si nanay. Let me see here. Oh, David said, can we get a Tagalog Time Pat app? That would be funny. No, I don't have one in the works or anything. Don't worry. Let's see. Let's keep going here. If you want to be respectful, it would be, nasaan po si blank. Nasaan po si nanay. So po is just the second word there. Okay. This awesome world said, how do you ask where the surf spot? Where is the surf spot? It would be, nasaan ang surf spot? Nasaan ang surf spot? So you wouldn't use si. Si is only for people. So if you're asking about like a thing, nasaan ang surf spot? Very good, very good. Yes. Okay, so it only applies to names. What about where is he? Oh, very good. So if you want to ask like, where is he? Where is she? It would be, nasaan siya? Nasaan siya? You don't need the si. You don't need like a preposition or a linking word. You would just say the pronoun. Nasaan siya? Very good question. Nasaan siya? Where is he or where is she? Now, Jazzy Jen, this is the question you had earlier. If you want to just say like, oh, I'm leaving, we're leaving, in a general sense, it would be, aalis na ako. Aalis na ako. That means I'm leaving. Aalis na ako. And then usually the response is like, sige, ingat. Okay, take care. That's almost like the bye. I know I say paalam a lot in my videos, but no one says paalam. It's very much like a formal thing. I only say it to like formally end my videos. But most commonly, people would just say, sige, sige, bye, okay. Sige, ingat. Ingat means take care. Okay. Oh, yes. T-Rex said, siya is unisex. Where is he or her? Siya, yeah, so siya could be her, or sorry, she or he. Yeah, you have to use the context clues. Oh yes, Botch Design said, I've also heard sila. Yes, sila means they. So nasaan sila? Where are they? Nasaan siya means where is he or where is she? Very good, very good. There's a question up here. Kat Kaza said, what is the difference between nasaan and saan? Very good. Nasaan and saan both mean where. Nasaan is where you're asking about a noun or a person. Like, nasaan si nanay? Nasaan ang cellphone? Nasaan ang kotse? Where is the car? So it's asking about like a noun, right? Nasaan, noun. That's kind of how I remember it. When you're asking about like an action of something or someone, you would use saan. For example, saan tayo kakain? Where are we going to eat? Saan tayo kakain? So do you see I'm not asking about a noun, like where is something? I'm asking about our action. Where are we going to eat? Or saan ka matutulog? Where will you sleep? So again, it's an action. I'm asking about the location of an action. So that's the difference there. Yeah, saan and nasaan, very similar. A lot of people shorten nasaan and just say saan. So that makes it even more confusing. It's like technically it should be nasaan, but people just say saan because they're talking really fast. So yeah, but just know there is technically a difference. Okay. Oh, okay. T-Rex said, I get confused with nasaan nila and nasaan sila. So we learned nasaan sila, right? Where are they? Nasaan sila. Some people might say nasaan nila nilagay ang blank. So where did they put the blank? Nasaan nila binili yung aso? Where did they buy the dog? So nila is they, but it's almost like the possessive form, whereas sila is the subject, or not subject. Yeah, it is subject pronoun form. So it's just kind of like a different verb type there. I would stick to nasaan sila whenever you're trying to ask like where are they or where is a certain group of people. Very good, very good. Okay. Oh, Coconut Dream said, I just downloaded Ling. Awesome, good luck. Oh, Bal said, do you have to put na between aalis and ako? So we learned aalis na ako. You could say aalis ako. Aalis ako. You don't need na. Na is, it almost softens the statement. If you say aalis ako, it's almost like I'm leaving. It's like very blunt. It's like I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Aalis na ako is like, hey, I'm leaving. Do you kind of get it? It's like, it's just a little bit more polite or something like that. It's just what's more commonly said. Like, hey, aalis na ako, okay? I have an early day tomorrow. Aalis na ako. Okay? But it's not wrong if you leave out the na. Okay. Okay. So how would you say we're leaving as a group, like my partner and I? So that would be aalis na kami. Aalis na kami. We are leaving. Aalis na kami. Remember though, there are two different types of we in Tagalog. So you could say we are leaving. Me and my husband, we are leaving. Aalis na kami. But if you say, we are leaving, all of us, you and me and our whole class, we are all leaving, that would be aalis na tayo. Tayo. So for example, like, if you're talking to your husband, you're like, hey, alis na tayo. Let's go home. Let's leave. You and me, let's leave. Alis na tayo. Versus you telling your in-laws, you're like, hey, aalis na kami. We're leaving. Okay? So that's the difference there. Let me see. I think there was a question up here. Let's see. Oh, someone said, what is the difference? Oh, CY Pau said, what is the difference between rin and din? So like, aalis na ako, I'm leaving. Aalis na din ako, I'm leaving too. So rin, and din, trying to roll my R there. Rin and din are words that mean also or too. So aalis na din ako, I'm leaving too. You could say aalis na din ako, or you could say aalis na rin ako. They are interchangeable. They mean the same thing. In Tagalog, the letter R and the D sound are interchangeable because the R and the D were represented by the same symbol and by bayin. So ever since it's been, that sound has been interchangeable for a lot of words in Tagalog. Like nandoon, naroon. See the D and the R, they're interchangeable. Or nandito, narito. So there are a lot of words where the D and the R are interchangeable. Okay, let me see. Drops has Tagalog too, David said. It's free. I don't know what drops is. George said, oh, Tagalog isn't on Duolingo. I see. Selfish and George said Tagalog isn't on Duolingo, but it is on Rosetta Stone. I did a video for Rosetta Stone. They are pretty good. George said, I don't know how good it is. It's good. They like immerse you in it. So it's like you just start right off learning phrases and words. So it's a good way to learn. Okay. Oh, Selfish said, I've tried drops. It's not good. But maybe you should try it. Maybe you'll have better luck with it. Okay, let me see. What about tayo na or tara? Oh, yes. Chris said, what about tayo na or what was the other one? Tara. Yes. Tayo na means literally it's like, hey, it's us. Tayo na. Tayo na. And then tayo na just means like, hey, let's go. Tayo na, we're going. Tara means let's go. Tara, tara, let's go. And then aalis or aalis na tayo means we are leaving. So they all mean the same thing. It's like, hey, let's go, we're leaving, we're going, mean the same thing. Okay. Oh, Jessie said, any more phrases to learn? Just to look at the respectful forms of these, aalis na po ako. Aalis na po ako. Or sige, ingat po. So po would just go after the word na, or it goes after the set phrase. Sige, ingat po. I think that's the last of the phrases there. I want to try this one activity with you though. So if I ask you, kumusta ang araw mo ngayon? How was your day today? Kumusta yung araw mo ngayon? Write it in the comments. What would you say? Kumusta yung araw mo ngayon? This is an example of what I would say. Mabuti naman, naglaro kami ng mga bata sa labas. Nanood din kami ng pelikula at kumain ng popcorn. Tapos nagluto ako ng pork chops at sa huli naglinis ako ng bahay. Okay, so that's an example. Maybe use this as a way to test your comprehension skills. Okay, so kumusta ang araw mo ngayon? How was your day today? I'll say it one more time. Mabuti naman, naglaro kami ng mga bata sa labas. Nanood din kami ng pelikula at kumain ng popcorn. Tapos, nagluto ako ng pork chops. At sa huli, naglinis ako ng bahay. Okay? So, a couple things I want to point out here. First, notice that I answered the question. Okay? Mabuti naman. Kumusta ang araw mo ngayon? Mabuti naman. Remember, you can answer with the same responses that you would say if someone asked you, kamusta ka? So I said, mabuti naman, it's going well, or it went well. Next, I want to point out these transition words, okay? So, mabuti naman, it went well. Naglaro kami ng mga bata sa labas. The kids and I played outside. Nanood din kami ng pelikula. We also watched a movie. At kumain ng popcorn and ate some popcorn. Tapos, nagluto ako ng pork chops. Then, I cooked some pork chops. At sa huli, naglinis ako ng bahay. Then, at the end, I cleaned the house. Okay? I see some of you guys got some of the translation. Yes, you guys were writing it in the comments. Very good, very good. Yes, Crowfish said, whoa, I got to understand bits to get a general idea of what you said. Cool, learning bit by bit. Awesome, awesome. See, I think you know more than what you think. I know it can be a little hard, like trying to gauge how much you've learned, but I would say listen to native Tagalog speakers and you might surprise yourself with how much you've learned. Okay. Awesome, everybody. Yes, Lauren Jessica TV got it. Wow, I understood. Great job, great job. That's all I have for you tonight. This is just a review of everything. If you have to leave, you are welcome to leave. I'm just going to answer a couple more questions here. Okay, Botch Design said, can you please explain the difference between namin and natin? Yes. That is another case of having two meanings for the word our. For example, bahay namin, our house. That's like me and my husband Chris, bahay namin ito. This is our house. Bahay namin ito. But it's just me and my husband Chris. It's our house. Versus bahay natin means all of us. It's our house, all of us together. Maybe us as a class, we all live in the same house. It would be bahay natin ito. This is our house. Okay, so that's the difference there. T-Rex said it's easier when it's slower, really tough when listening to normal speed. You're right, you're right. If you can't listen to like a native Tagalog speaker, like maybe you're not around someone who speaks native Tagalog or who natively speaks Tagalog, try watching Filipino movies. I think I've said this the last 2 nights. It's like if you can watch Tagalog movies, not only will it have the subtitles, but you can really pick out patterns of the grammar or picking out vocabulary terms or things like that. All right, everybody. Ballroom said, I really appreciate your streams. I feel like I'm learning more. When I ask questions? Yes. Very good, very good. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. Will I see you tomorrow? Will I? I don't know. Are we going to make it a day 4? Oh my goodness. What am I going to teach? I think I do have something else to repeat. I don't know. We'll see if I'm here again tomorrow night, okay? T-Rex said, I did Rosetta Stone on my phone. I listen to Tagalog music and watch movies, but the movies make me cry. I know. Filipino movies can be a little sad, right? Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day or night wherever you currently are, and I will see you next time. Paalam, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome. It is Thursday, so you know what that means. It's another Tagalog Thursday. If you are joining me here on YouTube, please let me know if you can hear me. I think I might have some issues with my audio, but go ahead and just let me know where you are watching from, how old you are, maybe why you are learning Tagalog. And I just want to make sure everyone can hear me all right. So go ahead and write that in the comments if you can hear me. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and invite our friends here on Instagram. Hello, everybody on Instagram. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. Let me know if you can hear me all right. And if not, just write it in the comments and I will try to fix it. Great. Irvin said sounds good on YouTube. Awesome. Hello. If you are joining me on Instagram, go ahead and write where you are watching from, how old you are, and maybe why you are learning Tagalog. Let me know you can hear me. Hello. Oh, Heather says watching from Alaska. Dennis says watching from New Zealand. Hello. D. Sullivan said hello from San Diego. Hello from Vancouver, Canada. Fox McLeod said hello. Subin said hello, ma'am. How are you? Mabuti naman. Ikaw, kamusta ka? For HRD said hearing you just fine. Awesome. Hello on Instagram. If you are joining me here, remember you can catch this whole presentation on YouTube and you will be able to see the all of the slides written out along with some images that we might go over, okay? You're going to want to follow along. This is a good one. Again, if you have to hop off or if you know anyone who's going to join late, this whole presentation, the recording will be up on my YouTube afterwards. Let's go ahead and get started. If you are joining me here on YouTube, you will see that I have just posted the lesson agenda. Today, we're going to be talking about vocabulary about chores. So things we can be doing around the house. I think these will be some useful phrases. You will be able to say what you are doing, or if someone asks you like, anong ginagawa mo? What are you doing? You'll be able to answer if you are doing something around the house. Then we will learn some verb conjugation. This is going to be really interesting. We'll see some regular patterns, But then we will also see some irregular patterns. Okay, so it might get a little murky there, clear as mud, right? But hang on with me and we'll get through it. Then I will teach you a Taglish tip, and then we will do some practice questions. It's going to be a good lesson here. Let me go ahead and just catch up on where everyone is from. Oh, Mark says, yung asawa ko, Filipina. So that's why he's learning Tagalog. Awesome, awesome. Watching from Wilmington, California, Elder said. There's a Wilmington here in North Carolina as well. Chamari says, from Sri Lanka, 49 years old. Just interested, just wants to learn Tagalog. Well, that's always nice. Kio says, from Dumaguete. Awesome. Learning Tagalog for IT. International Tambay, Irvin said. Do you know what a tambay is? A tambay is someone who just kind of sits around, hangs out. Someone who just like tambay sa tindahan. Someone's just hanging around that store. Santa Barbara, Vince is watching from there. Hero is watching from Tokyo. Oh, the Mantis is watching from Greensboro, North Carolina. Awesome, awesome. Southbound is from Las Vegas. Oh, Renita says, learning Tagalog because I cruise a lot. Yes, there are a lot of Filipinos who work on cruise ships. There's a lot of like seamen and people who work in those areas. Very nice, very nice. Oh, very nice. Alpo Bloody on Instagram said, nice earrings. Maraming salamat. These are from bling.co. These are handmade clay polymer earrings. Bling.co. Love them, love them. Let's see who else. Good day from Australia, Matthew says. All right, let's get started here. Again, if you are just catching me on Instagram, you can catch this whole lesson on my YouTube channel. You'll be able to follow along. Everything will be written out. There are some images on there as well. And the whole recording will be up on my YouTube channel, just Tagalog Time with Pat. Okay, so again, we are learning some vocabulary and phrases about chores. Let's get started. So here are some verbs. Maglaba is to wash. Wash your clothes. Maglaba. Wash your clothes. Maglaba. Maghugas is to wash the dishes. Maghugas. Maglinis is to clean. Maglinis. Magwalis, to sweep. Magwalis. And then magtipig, to fold clothes. Magtipig. Okay? I want you to notice here that all of these verbs are starting with the mag prefix, right? Maglaba, maghugas, maglinis, and so on. We're going to go into how to conjugate them and then how to use them in sentences, okay? Let's see. I just want to catch up. If you have any questions, write them in the comments. Love and Lulu said, I love your outfit, ate. Maraming salamat. Sydney says, hello from Portland, Oregon. Oh, I see. Also said, I'm the only one in my family who doesn't speak Tagalog. I grew up in Guam. Awesome. Okay, well, that's great. That's great that you're learning. Okay. Good morning from Malaysia. Be Free says. Okay, so again, we are just learning some verbs about chores, okay? Now, before we dive into how to conjugate them, let's talk about doing household chores in the Philippines. So depending on where you live, you might have the luxury, I call it a luxury, it really is, to have a washing machine, a dryer, a dishwasher, right? Even a vacuum. All of those things, to me, are luxuries when you think about it. Because in the Philippines, a lot of times, people wash their clothes by hand. They have to squat down. They're sitting on a very tiny stool. Sometimes it's hot. And they are washing their clothes by hand. Imagine how hard that is. I know my aunts love washing their clothes on a rainy day. Of course, because it's not as sunny and, okay, not rainy, like they don't like getting rained on, but when it's cloudy, like a really cloudy day, that's like the prime time to wash their clothes, right? And then to hang up their clothes or to dry their clothes, they hang it up on a clothesline. And of course, you want to do this on a sunny day or when it gets sunnier so that your clothes get really dry. You don't want to hang them up when it's kind of drizzling out because then they won't dry and they'll get that musty smell, right? So I just think I'm very thankful. Anytime I think about not wanting to do my chores or not wanting to do laundry, I just think about how easy it is for me to just throw things in the washer, throw things in the dryer, and then all I have to do really is fold it afterwards, right? A lot of times, a lot of people don't have access to those things. There are houses who have washing machines. My aunts do, but sometimes their washing machines have limited uses. Like, I remember my aunt asked me once, "Oh, but who rinses the clothes?" So like some washing machines only have the function of maybe like getting it soapy, washing it, but then they still have to rinse it by hand, right? Whereas if you have just like a washing machine that can do it all you have to do is put in the soap, softener, and then take it out, right? So it's very interesting what kind of resources people have. One thing about the dryer, I actually didn't start using the dryer until I got married. My husband now has a dryer, but all up until my 20s or like high school and all up until then, I hung my clothes up. My family just always hung our clothes up. We had hangers and we hung them up in the bathroom. But that's just how we did it. We saved a lot of energy that way, and that's just what my parents were used to. But yeah, so what do you do? Do you prefer to dry your clothes by like hanging them? There are some clothes that I still dry by hand, of course, or like I hang them up because I don't want them to get ruined in the dryer. And also let me know if you are familiar with this, if you've ever traveled to the Philippines and you've seen clothes being washed by hand and things like that. Even now, if it's something really delicate, of course, I'm more likely to wash it by hand and things like that. Okay, so that's just an example of a different lifestyle, right? Now, here's a picture. If you're following along on YouTube, we are looking at different styles or different ways to do chores. They might be a little bit different in the Philippines. This is a picture of, anyone know what this is? So it's a type of broom. I made a little video of this on my Instagram a couple weeks ago. This is a walis. Walis. So there are different types of walis. This one in this picture is the walis ting ting. It's harder. The bristles are firm, whereas the walis tambo has very flimsy bristles. So the walis ting ting is known for being used outside, like in this picture. This person is sweeping up some leaves or some dirt around their house. The walis ting ting. Then the walis tambo, that one is the one with the bristles that are a little bit more airy and light. That is the one that's used inside the house, and it's just used to sweep up like, dust and things like that. Oh yes, someone on Instagram said, where did it go? Oh, Austin said they also have laundromats that do it all. Yes, of course. They also just have like laundromats like anywhere. You could just drop off your clothes and they'll do it all for you. Yes. I know people who will wash other people's clothes, but it's still by hand. So in a way, it's like a manual laundromat, right? Yes, we also do that as Hispanics, kind of Julie said. Yes, I'm sure a lot of different cultures do it. Okay, so again, we are just looking at different types of chores around the house. Oh, here's a picture of the walis tambo. So the walis tambo, the bristles are softer, and that's the one that's used inside of the house. The walis ting ting, the bristles are harder, a little bit more firm. That one is used outside to clean like outdoor debris, leaves, dirt, things like that. Okay, and then now here's a picture of washing the dishes. Typically in the Philippines, dishes are washed by hand, whereas in other places, you might just load up your dishwasher. Here's another fun fact. I also did not start using a dishwasher until like last year. Again, I just grew up always washing the dishes by hand, and the dishwasher was considered our drying rack. Anyone else's family like that? I don't know. We were just very manual there. But now that I have 3 kids, my husband was like, just load up the dishwasher. And now it's a lifesaver. Oh my goodness. And then here's a picture of some coconuts. Have you ever seen people, maybe in the Philippines, they use dried coconut husks. They're cut in half and they put them on hard floor. Usually the floor is made of like cement. It's not usually wood. And they stand on these coconut husks and they are walking on the floor. They're like scrubbing the floor with these coconut husks. Anyone know what that does to the floor? Let me just catch up on some of these comments here. Yes. Yes. So my question was what? Yes, exactly, JB. So it's used to polish the floor. So I asked you, why do people put coconut husks on the floor and they just kind of step on it and they rub the floor with it? It's used to polish the floor. The fronds on the coconut kind of help shine the floor. So it's like waxing, like a very natural waxing of the floor. Yes. Levin Lulu said the dishwasher makes life easy. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Lampaso. Yes, GPAC said. Also, sometimes it's called bunot, right? Nagbubunot siya. Yes, also. Yes, very good, very good. Southbound said, I have a dishwasher, but I still wash by hand. Yeah, sometimes if I don't have a lot of dishes, I'll just wash the dishes by hand. Oh, yes, JB said, saw my mom demonstrate that to us once. It's very interesting. Okay, so those are just some different ways like household chores are done in the Philippines. Someone on Instagram asked, what inspired you to teach Tagalog? Well, just briefly, I started because initially it was for my kids. I was looking for Tagalog lessons for kids so that I could just pop it on YouTube. And I didn't find very many. So my husband and I decided, we can make our own. And then someone suggested, hey, why don't you start making short videos on Instagram or TikTok for adults? And then, so that kind of hit, was successful. So now I've just been teaching Tagalog for everyone, all ages. Okay, so now, remember, we were learning some chore verbs, like we learned maglaba, to wash your clothes, maghugas, to wash the dishes, and so on. Now let's talk about conjugating them. Let's just break it down, okay? What is a verb? A verb is an action word. And to conjugate a verb means to change it into a different form. Okay, I'm just breaking it down because one time in class, I was using this word conjugate, and someone was like, sorry, what does conjugate mean? So I want us all to start on the same page. So to conjugate means to change it into a different form. We're going to change these verbs into a different form depending on if it's present tense, past tense, and so on. And just to touch on the different types of verbs here, or verb tenses, there's the present tense, like I am doing something, I am eating, I am cooking. All of that is happening right now. That's present tense. Past tense is I ate, I cooked. Okay, it happened in the past. Future, I will eat, I will cook. Then there's the present perfect tense, like I have been eating. Then there's the pluperfect tense, I had eaten lunch, and so many more. Today, we're going to only focus on the present tense so that you're able to say what you're doing in the moment. Okay? So, just an overview. There are 5 different types of verbs in Tagalog. Mag, ma, in, and e verbs. And I always get asked, how is it determined if a verb is a mag verb or a ma verb or an verb? Like, how do you know what category a verb falls into? Well, the ones we looked at the beginning of class, all of those started with mag, right? So that falls into the mag category, easy. Same with ma verbs. Usually it will have ma, like matulog, to sleep, manood, to watch. So that has the ma. But then these other verbs, in, and e, they don't always have that prefix or infix in them. And it's one of those things you just kind of have to learn. The more vocabulary you learn, the more you listen to Tagalog, you'll start to hear the patterns. Unfortunately, there is no rhyme or reason that I've learned. I've tried looking it up and I still have not figured out why some fall into the in category or the e category. I think it was the linguistic gods back in the day. They were just like, this is where it falls, this is where it's going to be. If I figure it out or if anyone knows, please let me know and I will share. Okay, let's keep going. Now, there are some differences. For the magma and verbs, these are usually actor focused. In, and e can be object focused. Take a look at it falls in the actor or object focused category. It can be both. What does that mean? What is an actor focused verb? What is an object focused verb? An actor focused verb means that the subject is doing the action. For example, the boy is playing. The subject here is the boy, and he is doing the action. He is playing. That's actor focused. Then there's an object focused verb where the action is being done to the subject. For example, wash the dishes. Here, the subject are the dishes, and the action is being done to them. They are being washed. So the object is the focus here. Okay, we'll see more of this in the examples, okay? Now, just so we know how to use verbs in a sentence, let's learn some pronouns so that we can make simple sentences, okay? So, ako means I. Kumakain ako, I am eating. Ka is you, singular. Ka, kumakain ka, you are eating. Siya, he or she, kumakain siya. He is eating or she is eating. Siya is gender neutral. You have to listen to the context of the sentence to determine who someone is talking about. Siya. And another tip just about pronunciation, it's sha, sha. The S-I-Y combination makes that sha, sha sound. It looks like it should be pronounced siya. There are some regions in the Philippines, I believe, that say siya, but usually in the central Luzon area, it's pronounced sha, sha. Then there's sila, they, sila. And then tayo, we inclusive. Kami, we exclusive. There are two different types of we in Tagalog. And so tayo is you and me, all of us, our whole class here. We are doing it together. That's inclusive. Kumakain tayo. We are all eating. Versus kumakain kami, that's we exclusive. That's just me and my husband Chris. We are eating. You're not included. I'm just telling you about it. If you were to call me and you're like, hey, anong ginagawa mo? I would say, oh, kumakain kami. We are eating. So it's exclusive because you're not included. Lastly, there's kayo, which is you plural. So you all as a class, you all are eating, kumakain kayo. Okay? Yes, Tanner said tayo is including the person you're talking to. Yes, someone in a class put it as tayo is together. T and T, tayo together, everyone together is doing the action. Very good, yes. Okay? Now, a simple sentence structure is just verb plus the pronoun. For example, let's take a look at the verb magluto, which is to cook. Magluto. Here is how we would put the verb and the pronoun together. Nagluluto ako, I am cooking. Nagluluto ka, you are cooking. Nagluluto siya, he or she is cooking. Nagluluto sila, they are cooking. Nagluluto tayo, we are all cooking. You and me, this whole class, we are all cooking together. Nagluluto tayo. Nagluluto kami, we, as in me and my husband Chris, we are cooking. You're not included, I'm just telling you. And then nagluluto kayo, you all are cooking. You all as a class, you're cooking. Oh, Mr. That's CJ said, what is ikaw? Very good question. So ikaw also means you. That type of pronoun can stand alone. I guess technically ako can stand alone too. Like if you're like, who is speaking, you can say ako, I am. So ikaw means you, but usually ikaw can start a sentence, whereas ka does not ever start a sentence. So ikaw is like, nagluluto ikaw, or ikaw ang nagluluto. Usually it's nagluluto ka. So the one main difference there is that ikaw starts a sentence, whereas ka does not start a sentence. But they both mean you. Good question there. Okay, now let's keep going. We learned how to conjugate, we learned the pronouns and we learned a simple sentence structure. Now let's learn how to conjugate these verbs. Before we do that, just remember that all verbs have a root word, and then something is added to them, either a prefix or an infix, and that is going to determine whether or not it's a present tense, past tense, or future tense verb. So take a look at the examples here. Nagluluto ako, I am cooking. That's present tense. Nagluluto ako. Nagluto ako, I cooked. Nagluto ako. Magluluto ako, I will cook. Magluluto ako, that's future tense. So what I want you to get from this is there's the root luto, and then something is added to it. The beginning here, the affix is changed depending on the tense of the verb. So if you can pick out root words when someone is talking to you in Tagalog, then you're halfway there, okay? Try to pick out root words, and that will kind of help with the translation. It will help you understand, okay? Now, let's take a look at the verbs we learned at the beginning of class. All of them, luckily, were mag verbs. So we only have to learn the present tense conjugation of mag verbs. And our example was, or one of them was maglaba, to wash our clothes. Maglaba. In order to make it a present tense verb, like in a present tense sentence, it's the affix nag, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root. So maglaba becomes naglalaba. Naglalaba ako. I am washing clothes, or I'm doing the laundry. Naglalaba ako. Okay, so do you see here we're just following a pattern? It's the affix nag, then there's a repeated first syllable, la, and then the root, laba. Let me just catch up on some of these questions here. JB said, is ikaw a nominative case pronoun? Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is. Oh, yes. Ray said, how did magluto turn into nagluluto? This is it. We're conjugating it. So we learned magluto, and now we're conjugating it into the nagluluto example. Okay, so do you see it's affix nag, then the repeated first syllable lu, and then the root luto. Nagluluto. That's how we got from magluto luto to nagluluto. Okay, then let's see. Nagluluto ka and ikaw. Nagluluto for ka and ikaw. Yes, so you could say nagluluto ka, or you could say ikaw ang nagluluto. You need the word ang if you're going to use ikaw. Very close there. Oh, Ava said, where do I put po if I want to say mahal kita? Interestingly, you have to split up kita. So kita is ka and ko. So it's two pronouns put together technically. So it would have to be mahal ko po kayo. I've heard people say mahal po kita. Technically that's not correct because you have to change ka, the singular you pronoun, to the plural you pronoun kayo. Mahal ko po kayo. Okay, so we just learned the conjugation for present tense verbs. So we learned maglaba becomes naglalaba. Okay, remember the pattern is nag, then the repeated first syllable, and then the root. Let's take a look at the other verbs we learned at the beginning of class. Maghugas is to wash dishes. Naghuhugas ako. Naghuhugas ako. That means I am washing dishes. Do you see here the pattern? Nag, then there's the repeated first syllable, hu, and then the root, hugas. Naghuhugas ako. Okay, let's take a look at the next one. Maglinis means to clean. Now let's just follow the pattern again. Naglilinis ako. Naglilinis ako. I am cleaning. Okay? Oh. Goonie said, never will I say those words. You're never going to do the chores. All right, next, magwalis, to sweep. It's nagwawalis ako. Nagwawalis ako. So again, we're just following the pattern. It's the affix nag, then there's the repeated first syllable, wa, and then the root, walis. Nagwawalis ako. Okay? Oh, old-fashioned Rock said, this is fun. I'm glad you're having fun. You just wait until we do the practice questions. That's when the real fun comes. And then lastly, magtipig, to fold. It would just be nagtitipig ako. Nagtitipig ako. Goonie said, hindi nagbabalis ako. Okay. So any questions about the present tense conjugation of these mag verbs? Oh. Travel Tales on YouTube is trying to start some drama with the Instagram people here. They said Instagrammers are lazy. That's why. That's why you'll never say these words. Oh my goodness. Be nice. Okay. So very good. Very good. So again, we are just learning how to conjugate these verbs so that we can say like, oh, I am washing the dishes. I am cleaning. I am doing laundry. So if I were to ask you, anong ginagawa mo? Anong ginagawa mo? What are you doing? You could answer, for example, if you were doing these, you could say, oh, naglilinis ako. I am cleaning. Naghuhugas ako. I am washing the dishes. Okay, so maybe next time if your significant other texts you while you're at home, they're like, hey, what are you doing? Just use one of these. You can say, oh, naglilinis ako. They'll be like, oh, wow, that's great. Okay? Now, this is where it gets a little tricky. All of these examples that we just went over are subject-focused examples. Remember, I told you some verbs can be subject-focused, some can be object-focused. All of these examples that we just learned are subject-focused. They're focusing on us. What are you doing? I am washing the dishes. I am doing laundry. I am cleaning. It's focusing on what I am doing. Now, when it's object-focused, we have to change the conjugation, and it actually becomes an irregular conjugation of these verbs. Take a look at this, okay? Hang on tight. This one's going to be a wild ride. So, maglaba, to wash clothes, right? We learned naglalaba ako. Naglalaba ako. That is just the conjugation of mag verbs. Nag, then the repeated first syllable, and then the root. Naglalaba ako. But take a look at this. If we wanted to focus on an object, now take a look at the conjugation. Nilalabhan ko ang t-shirt mo. Nilalabhan ko ang t-shirt mo. So, one thing I want to point out, you can still kind of recognize the root here, right? The root is laba. Laba. And here it is, labhan. We had to add an H there just for pronunciation. That's kind of how they make the word flow. Labhan. But now there's this prefix ni, and then a repeated first syllable, and then this, the very end, a suffix, han. Very, very irregular, right? It's nothing like the first conjugation. So again, the difference here is the focus of the sentence. Nilalabhan ko ang t-shirt mo. I am washing your t-shirt. I am washing your t-shirt. Now the focus is on the object. What are you washing? What are you washing? I'm washing your t-shirt. So now the question is no longer, what are you doing? The question is, what are you washing? Do you see the difference there? Now the focus is on the object. Interesting, right? Oh my goodness, so interesting. Now take a look at this one. Maghugas, to wash dishes. We learned, naghuhugas ako. Naghuhugas ako. Guni said this would be great if there were written content. It's all on YouTube. This whole presentation is written out on YouTube. So hop on there, Tagalog Time on YouTube. So yes, maghugas as a subject-focused sentence. Naghuhugas ako. I am washing the dishes. But now take a look at this. Hinuhugasan ko ang baso mo. Hinuhugasan ko ang baso mo. Now it says, I am washing your cup, your glass. I am washing your glass. If someone was like, hey, where's my glass? Nasaan ang baso ko? I would say, oh, hinuhugasan ko ang baso ko. I'm washing your cup. I'm washing your glass. Okay? Yes, Love and Lulu. Very good. You're translating it as we go. All right. Hey, Gunin. Welcome, welcome. You transferred from Instagram to YouTube. There you go. So, again, this is just to show the difference between the subject-focused sentence and an object-focused sentence. Naghuhugas ako means I am washing the dishes. What are you doing? I'm washing the dishes. Versus, hinuhugasan ko ang baso mo. I am washing your glass. I'm washing your glass, your cup. So the difference here is, what are you doing? I'm washing the dishes. What are you washing? I'm washing your glass. Okay? So that kind of shows the difference between subject and object-focused verbs. You know, I don't want you to get too bogged down about these irregular conjugations. Even I get them mixed up. It's like, sometimes it's like, I don't know if it's the he or the ni prefix there. And it's an easy, honest mistake. What I do want you to get from here is really listen for the root word. You can still hear the root hugas, right? So if you heard someone say, hinuhugasan ko ang baso mo, hopefully you can pick out the word hugas, right? So then you're like, okay, wash. Something is being washed. And if you know the vocab baso, or if they just hold it up, you're like, okay, baso means glass. And then we learned the pronouns. Oh, this one is interesting. Whenever you're using an object-focused verb, you actually have to use a different type of pronoun. All of the pronouns we learned at the beginning of class were subject pronouns. Now, when you're using an object-focused verb, you have to use a possessive pronoun. So, mo is a possessive pronoun, okay? Which means your glass. Okay? Let's take a look at the next verb. Maglinis, to clean, maglinis. We learned, naglilinis ako. I am cleaning. Naglilinis ako. What are you doing? I'm cleaning. Then, if you want to focus on an object, something that is being cleaned, it would be, nililinisan ko ang kwarto mo. Nililinisan ko ang kwarto mo. Do you see the difference there? You have to conjugate it in a different way when you're focusing on an object. Okay? So, the question would be like, what are you doing? Naglilinis ako. What are you cleaning? Nililinisan ko ang kwarto mo. Again, don't get too tripped up over the conjugation pattern here. I'm not going to ask you, or no one's really going to ask you, like, how do you conjugate it irregularly when it's an object-focused verb? Just pick out the root word, okay? We're going to try to at least get to a comprehension level, right? And one way to do that, being able to understand when someone is speaking Tagalog to us, is pick out root words. So here you can still hear the root word linis. Linis means to clean. So if someone said, nililinisan ko ang kwarto mo, you know linis means clean, cuarto means room, mo means your. So that means I am cleaning your room. Okay? All right, let me just see here. Okay. Remember, if you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment. Hang on. Can you say, nilinisan mo ang kwarto na ito? So Hans said, can you say, nililinisan mo ang kwarto na ito? Like if you're trying to say, what are you trying to say, Hans? Type it in English, and then I'll see if I can help you translate it. Yes, Travel Tales said, nililini. I know. There's a lot of syllables there, right? A lot of sounds. There is still that repeated first syllable. And then, yes, Dennis said, makes perfect sense. I know, right? Okay, next, just a couple more verbs here. Magwalis means to sweep. Nagwawalis ako means I am sweeping. We already learned that. That's just following the mag conjugation. Now, if we want to focus on an object, winawalis ko ang sahig. I am sweeping the floor. So now the focus is on the floor. Winawalis ko ang sahig. Versus, nagwawalis ako, I am sweeping. That one is answering the question, what are you doing? Nagwawalis ako, I'm sweeping. Versus, winawalis ko ang sahig, what are you sweeping? I'm sweeping the floor. JB said, mas mahirap na ito, Ate Pat. I know, this is a lot more challenging. You're right. Again, I know this part is a little tricky, but I want you to just focus on the fact that you can listen for root words, okay? So if you hear this, if someone says to you, winawalis ko ang sahig, you might not know the conjugation winawalis, but you know the verb walis, you know the root. So now you can kind of pick out and use context clues and figure out, oh, okay, someone is sweeping. I am sweeping the floor, or they are sweeping the floor. Okay? Okay, so Hans was trying to say, you are cleaning this room. It would be, nililinisan ko ang kwarto na ito. Or, nililinisan ko. Yeah, I was just trying to think if maybe ito would go before, because I feel like I've heard that too. Nililinisan ko ang kwarto na ito. Or, nililinisan mo ang kwarto na ito. You are cleaning this room. That could work as well. I'm just trying to think if there was a better way to say that. I sound so formal when I say it that way. But that's technically correct. Okay. Stone said, I just transferred here onto YouTube from Instagram. Wow, it's so much better. Yes, again, if you are here on Instagram, jump onto my YouTube channel. You can see everything written out. And the whole thing will be up, the recording will be up afterwards. Okay, let's keep going. There's just one more verb that we had talked about previously. So, magtipig means to fold. Magtipig, so to fold your clothes. Nagtitipig ako, I am folding. Nagtitipig. Although not a lot of people say that. If you're focusing on the clothes themselves, it would be, tinitipig ko ang mga damit mo. Tinitipig ko ang mga damit mo. I am folding your clothes. Okay? So if we just look at the irregular conjugations, like look at all of these light blue statements. None of them, okay, some of them have the same pattern, but they are not all the same. Like it would be easy if I was like, okay, anytime it's an object-focused verb, let's conjugate it this way. But it's not that easy. They all kind of have their own conjugation when it's an object-focused verb. But again, the point of this lesson is not for you to learn the irregular conjugations. It's for you to know that if you can pick out root words, then that will help with your comprehension, your understanding when someone is talking to you. Okay? And just know that sometimes the verbs are used differently depending on if it's a subject-focused sentence or an object-focused sentence. And I think I'm going to use the other half of this slide. So let me turn off my face here. Okay. And again, just some key takeaways if you're following along here on YouTube. So focus and try to recognize the roots, right? Laba, hugas, linis, walis, and tipig. Those were all the roots. And then something is added to them to change it into a different tense. And then also know that sometimes a sentence is a subject-focused sentence, sometimes it's an object-focused sentence. And then you'll have to change the pronouns that are used. We didn't go into the nitty-gritty of all the grammar rules because that's not the point. I don't want to bog you down with all of those details. But I do want you to know that if you can recognize the root words and then use the appropriate pronouns, like when you are trying to say what you're doing or what someone else is doing, then that's going to help you when you're learning Tagalog. Okay? Now, let's do some practice. This is going to be fun. Over here on the left side in the blue, these are all just phrases in English. Okay? Over here in the orange, on the right side, these are Tagalog phrases, and they are the translation of these English phrases, but they're not in order. So we're going to have to match them, okay? So let's just go over them. Over here in English, we have, I am doing laundry. I am doing laundry. Then there's, I am washing your favorite blanket. Then there's, I am doing the dishes. I am washing the new plates. I am cleaning. I am cleaning the car. I am sweeping. I am sweeping the floor. Okay? So those are all of the English phrases that I want us to translate. We're going to have to find the matching Tagalog term. So here, this one says, naghuhugas ako. Nililinisan ko ang kotse. Naglalaba ako. Nagwawalis ako. Nilalabhan ko ang paborito mong kumot. Hinuhugasan ko ang mga bagong plato. Naglilinis ako. Winawalis ko ang sahig. So if you know some vocabulary, some of these might be easier than others, okay? But let's just start with the first one. I am doing laundry. I am doing laundry. I'll give you a hint. This one is a subject-focused sentence. So which of these terms on the right means I am doing laundry? What is the Tagalog phrase for I am doing laundry? Hang on, I'm trying to get to my other screen here, but it won't let me. Oh, there it is, there it is. Okay, take a minute. We are doing number 1 here. I guess it's not numbered, but we're doing the very first example. I am doing laundry. Which one is that? Which of these orange phrases is I am doing laundry? Yes, Marilu, very good, very good. I am doing laundry is naglalaba ako. Yes, naglalaba ako. Very good, very good. Oh, Chow said, we never use the word magtipig, but magtiklop. Magtiklop. I don't think I've ever heard that, or maybe I have, but not very often. Very interesting. Yes, very good, JB. You got it. Yes. All right. So I am doing laundry. Naglalaba ako. Naglalaba ako. That is just the subject-focused verb. Okay? Next, I am washing your favorite blanket. Which one do you think that is? I am washing your favorite blanket. Which of these orange phrases is the Tagalog translation of I am washing your favorite blanket? Anyone have an idea? It is nilalabhan ko ang paborito mong kumot. Yes, yes. Everyone is saying number 5. Yes, very good. And Guni got it right. Kumot is blanket. Very good. Yep. Kumot is blanket. Nilalabhan ko ang paborito mong kumot. Very good. Next, I am doing the dishes. Yes. Fiber said, paborito is favorite, so it must be number 5. You're exactly right. Next, I am doing the dishes. Which one of these phrases in orange means I am doing the dishes? So I am doing the dishes is just subject focused. So that's a hint there. Yes. Trailsy said, I can't see the words. All of the words are on YouTube. I'm actually live on Instagram and YouTube right now. So go ahead and jump onto my YouTube channel. You'll be able to see the whole presentation. And you can start it from the beginning. The recording will be posted on my YouTube channel as well. Yes, very good, very good. Whisker, JB, and Elisa, Goonie, you guys all got it right on YouTube here. So I am doing the dishes. Oh, Fiber, very interesting. Fiber chose number 6. So very good. Number 1 and number 6 in the orange both have the root word hugas, right? Hugas. This one is hinuhugasan. This one is naghuhugas. So which one is I am doing the dishes? Whoopsie. It's naghuhugas ako. Naghuhugas ako. Okay? So when it's I am doing the dishes, that one is just subject focused. It's just the simple sentence, naghuhugas ako. Okay? Goonie said, I'll say that to my wife today. She'll be so surprised. Yes, good luck. I hope it works out. Okay, next one. I am washing the new plates. I am washing the new plates. Which one do you think in orange, which one is I am washing the new plates? So this one is object focused. So, we have to use hinuhugasan ko ang mga bagong plato. Hinuhugasan ko ang mga bagong plato. Yes, very good. Whisper got it. Yes. Cosmic got it. Genuine. Polly, you got it. Very good, very good. You guys all got it. Micah, very good. Yes, you're exactly right, Polly. It's an object-focused verb. All right. Next, I am cleaning. Which of these in the orange means I am cleaning? So this one is just subject-focused. I am cleaning. That would be, what do you think? Yes, Genuine said mga mga bagong plato means new plates. Yep, so if you know some vocabulary, some of these will kind of give itself away. How would you say I am cleaning? Yes, JB, Whisker, Genuine, Goonie, Micah, you guys all got it. It's the number 7 phrase. Naglilinis ako. Naglilinis ako. Okay? Next, if you want to be specific and say, I am cleaning the car, I am cleaning the car, now it's object focused about the car itself. Which one is that? I am cleaning the car. That one would be, any ideas? I think some of you already said it up there. Coche means car. So it would be, nililinisan ko ang coche. Nililinisan ko ang coche. Okay? Very good. Yep, JB, Goonie, Genuine, Cosmic, you got it. Micah, number 2. Nililinisan ko ang coche. Yes, Whisker, you guys all got it. Only a couple more. I am sweeping. How would you say that? Which of these phrases in orange or red, I guess depending on how it looks on your screen, how would you say I am sweeping? I am sweeping. That one is subject focused. So that one would be, very good, number 4. I am sweeping. Nagwawalis ako. Yes, very good. Whisker, JB, Cosmic, very good, very good. Nagwawalis ako. Very good, Genuine, and Goonie, Micah, very good. So that only leaves one left. I am sweeping the floor would be winawalis ko ang sahig. Winawalis ko ang sahig. Again, everyone on Instagram, this whole presentation is on my YouTube channel. The recording will be up on my YouTube, and you can follow along with all of these examples. They are written out, and you'll be able to match them yourselves if you'd like. So again, the point here is that I want you to just be able to recognize the root word. Okay? So sometimes it's conjugated regularly. Naghuhugas ako, naglalaba ako. But then if it's focusing on an object, then it will have an irregular conjugation. Hinuhugasan ko or nilalabhan ko. Okay? But focus on the root word, hugas, laba, walis. And that will help you in understanding Tagalog. Okay? Now here's a Taglish tip. I love teaching Taglish because it kind of buys you some time. If you don't know a verb in Tagalog, use the mag conjugation pattern with an English verb. So take a look at this. Over here on the left side is the pattern that we learned. So affix nag, then the repeated first syllable, and then the root, right? We learned that. Naghuhugas ako. That's just the pattern. Now, if you don't know the verb, for example, I am vacuuming, just conjugate it like a mag verb. You could say, nagva-vacuum ako. Nagva-vacuum ako. Do you see we're just using the pattern nag, then the repeated first syllable va, and then the root, which is just the English verb vacuum. Nagva-vacuum ako. Interesting, right? Let me catch up on some of these comments. Yes. Chow said, in Tagalog, we can use the word pinggan. Yeah. So pinggan also means plate. You can say plato or pinggan. Very good. Yes. JB said, magva-vacuum ako. Exactly right. Whisker said, very helpful. I wasn't aware of the subject and object focus conjugation. Yes, you're welcome. Oftentimes, the object focused conjugation is tricky. Like even native speakers can get kind of tripped up on it. But again, just try to pick out the root word and it'll kind of help you there. Okay, next, if we're taking a look again at these Taglish tips, if we didn't know how to say cleaning, you could say nagki-clean siya. She is cleaning. Nagki-clean siya. But we do know clean, maglinis, so you could say naglilinis siya. But if you couldn't remember it off the top of your head, you could just say nagki-clean siya. She is cleaning. Or lastly, they are mopping. Nagmamop sila. Nagmamop sila. Okay, so again, I am a big supporter of Taglish, so Tagalog and English put together. As long as you go back and try to figure out what that word is later on so that you can say the full phrase in Tagalog. But there are some words in English that just do not have a Tagalog translation, like vacuum. That's not like a traditional, like back in the day when Tagalog was being made, vacuuming was not a thing. So unless like, does anyone know, is there a verb to vacuum? From my understanding, it's just vacuum. So you could just say nagva-vacuum ako. Okay? But like nagki-clean siya, you know what to clean is. Later, go back and try to remember. It's naglilinis siya. Okay? So if you can, try to use Taglish minimally. Go back and try to figure out what it is later. Okay? All right. Just a review of everything that we learned tonight. Let me turn my camera back on over here on YouTube. Hello. So we learned some vocabulary about chores. And then we learned how to conjugate them in a regular way and in an irregular way, right? Most of the verbs, actually all of the verbs we learned tonight were mag verbs. Magluto. We didn't learn magluto. That was just one of our examples. Magluto is to cook. But we learned maghugas, to wash dishes. Maghugas. We learned maglinis, to clean. Maglinis. We learned magwalis, to sweep. Magwalis. Maglaba, to do the laundry, to wash clothes. Maglaba. And then magtipig, to fold, like fold clothes. Magtipig. And we can conjugate it regularly. Naglalaba ako. I am doing the laundry. Naglalaba ako. That's focusing on me. What are you doing? Naglalaba ako. But if you want to focus on the clothes, on the object, then it would be nilalabhan ko ang mga damit. You see how it's irregular? Nilalabhan ko ang mga damit. I am washing the clothes. But again, I just want you to focus on the root words and then kind of go from there. That'll help you with understanding Tagalog. All right, and then I taught you a Taglish tip. Remember, if you don't know a verb in Tagalog, just conjugate it like a mag verb. Nagva-vacuum ako. Or nagla-laundry ako. But then go back later and try to figure out what that word is so that you can say the whole phrase in Tagalog. Naglalaba ako. Sell My House Online said, this part is difficult. I know. This lesson was a little bit more challenging. Again, go back and watch this video. And on my YouTube, like the recording, I think the practice will really help. It breaks down like which are subject focus phrases, which are object focused phrases. And again, you don't have to get too bogged down on the irregular conjugation. Just know that there is an irregular conjugation, okay? So if you ever hear it, just know, oh, okay, yeah, I know it can be conjugated in a different way. Okay, let me just catch up on some of these comments before I let you go. Thank you again for spending some time with me this evening. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Aaliyah said, magwalis and nagwawalis is easy for her to remember because it has the word walis, and walis is broom. So, yes, so it means to sweep. Very good. Salamat po, Ate Pat. Cuban po ako, Genuine said. Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for spending some time with me. Oh, Donna said hello from Vegas and appreciate you. Helps a lot. Maraming salamat. Thank you. I'll catch you next Tagalog Thursday for a new Tagalog lesson. I missed you guys last week. Last week was July 4th, so I wasn't able to be on here. Aloha said, I only know bad words in Tagalog. A lot of people do. For some reason, that's like the first ones they learn, right? Let's see. Oh, Ballroom said, I'm only catching the very end of this, but I'll watch it later. Yes, you should. And take your time. The practice questions should really help. Maraming salamat. Jay said, maraming salamat to you. I hope you have a great rest of your week. I hope you have a good weekend. And I will see you next time. Maraming salamat. Paalam. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. If you are following along on YouTube, let me know if you can hear me okay. Hello. Welcome. Today's going to be a fun lesson. I think you'll enjoy it. Again, let me know if you can hear me on YouTube. And you can do that by writing in the comment section. Let me know where you are watching from. And give me your name and maybe why you are learning Tagalog. Let me just go ahead and get our other friends here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. I'm so happy to be with you tonight. Let me know if you can hear me okay. I am using a new mic here on Instagram, so let me know if you can hear me. TikTok, let me know if you can hear me as well. This whole presentation is up on my YouTube channel. Actually, it's not even really a presentation. Tonight, we're actually going to be playing Filipino Bingo. I'm sorry, not Bingo. Jeopardy. Filipino Jeopardy. And the questions are up on YouTube. Oh, I'm on mute. Hang on one sec. I'm just going to take out this mic. Hello. Can you hear me now? Okay. Hopefully that works. Okay, so today we are going to be playing Filipino Jeopardy. We've done this before and it's always so much fun. Go ahead and write where you are watching from and maybe why you want to learn Tagalog and your age. I like to know how old everyone is. Oh, you could hear before. Let me see if it works now. Hang on. Okay, I plugged the mic back into Instagram. Let me know if that sounds a little bit better. So again, tonight we are going to be playing Filipino Jeopardy. If you follow along on YouTube, I will be sharing my screen and the questions will be written up on the screen, so it might be easier for you to follow along. Otherwise, I have our board right here, just so you know what question we are on. Okay, let me see where everyone is from here. Paul is from Sydney, Australia on YouTube. Hello. Fireball said, I'm learning so I can say my wedding vows in Tagalog, watching from Florida, and I'm 25. Oh my goodness, how sweet. Andrew is from Canada. For his fiance, he's 39. Oh, that's so nice. Magandang umaga. Kamusta po? Hello, everyone. Let's see. Hot Trad is 50 from Sydney, Australia. Hello, hello. Jordy is in the U.S., lived in the Philippines for 2 years. That's awesome. We're in the Philippines. Hansda is from Houston. Matt is from Texas. Hello, hello. DJP is 7 from Trinidad. Oh my goodness. Hello, hello. Welcome. Omar is in New York, 51. Hello, hello. X Park is from Colorado and is older than dirt. I doubt you're not that old. Well, welcome everyone. How about over here on TikTok? Tommy is 59 from Texas. Ol is from the U.S. from Florida. Hi, Melissa says, I'm 25 from Tennessee. My asawa is Filipino and I want to learn so I can speak with his lola. How sweet. You know, I've been teaching Tagalog online for about 3 years now, and everyone has a common thread, right? A lot of us want to learn Tagalog for 3 main reasons I've learned. First, it's to be more connected to our cultural roots. Maybe our parents didn't teach us Tagalog because they wanted us to not get confused. They wanted us to assimilate into the country we are living in. And so now that we're older, we might want to learn Tagalog and be more connected to our Filipino roots. The second reason why some people are learning Tagalog is actually that they want to relearn it. So oftentimes people leave the Philippines and maybe they don't have anyone to speak Tagalog with, and so they want to relearn it because they lost that skill. So that's the second one. And then the third reason why a lot of people want to learn Tagalog is because they have a significant other who is Filipino and they want to either communicate with them in Tagalog or they want to communicate with their families in Tagalog. So I think that is so sweet. No matter what reason you are learning Tagalog, whatever the reason is for you, I'm so glad you're here. You are in the right spot. Let's all learn together tonight, okay? So tonight we are going to be playing Filipino Jeopardy, okay? And again, on YouTube, you will be able to see all of the questions written out. So speaking of, let me go ahead and there we go. So YouTube, you should be able to see it now. All right, someone choose. So here are our categories tonight. Oh, let me see TikTok. Let me see if I can flip it for you. Flip. Oh. That's not what I meant. Mirror. There, that's better. So our categories tonight are common Tagalog phrases. Then there's Tagalog verbs. Then there's Tagalog trivia. That's a fun one. Then there's miscellaneous vocabulary. And then Filipino celebrities. So just a little sprinkle of trivia in there while we learn our Tagalog verbs and phrases and things like that. Okay, let's see. What should we do? Go ahead and choose a category and then choose a value. Okay? Let's see here. Who wants to choose? I think some have already passed. Oh, miscellaneous vocabulary for 100. X Park said. Okay, miscellaneous vocabulary for 100. Let me go ahead and take that one off. Okay, it fell. Miscellaneous vocabulary for 100. What is friend in Tagalog? What is friend in Tagalog? Yes, TikTok, you guys are fast. Ray32, Jeff, you guys got it. Adoba, you all got it. So friend in Tagalog is, again, if you're watching on YouTube, the answer is popping up right there so you can see how everything is spelled and everything like that. So friend in Tagalog is kaibigan. Kaibigan. Grow with Louie said friend with a P. So kaibigan is friend. Kaibigan. So kaibigan kita. I am your friend or you are my friend. Kaibigan kita. Kita. Kita is a word meaning I am doing something to you. So kaibigan kita means you are my friend, I am your friend. Now I chose this word kaibigan because it's a homonym. A homonym is a word that can have a couple different meanings depending on its pronunciation, depending on the context. So kaibigan is friend. Kaibigan. Do you hear how I'm saying it? Kaibigan. Now, if I change the stress a little bit, if I say kaibigan, that means a lover. Very interesting, right? So kaibigan is friend. Kaibigan is lover. Kaibigan. Because ibig, the root word ibig, like pag-ibig, is love. So kaibigan means your lover or someone you are in love with. So it's interesting there. Just depending on how you pronounce it, it can have a couple different meanings. So kaibigan is friend. Very good, very good. Next, so if you got that right, give yourself 100 points. Okay, so should we do common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab again, or Filipino celebrities? Let's see. Let's do, okay, so someone is saying common Tagalog phrases for 100. Common Tagalog phrases for 100. How do you say yes, no, I don't know in Tagalog? How do you say yes, no, I don't know in Tagalog? So 3 different things here I'm asking for. How do you say yes, no, and I don't know? Yes! So XZ's Q on TikTok said, oo means yes. Hindi means no. Okay, so if you're following on YouTube, I have ewan. Ewan means I don't know. But a lot of you are also saying, hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam. Literally, hindi ko alam means I do not know. Ewan is like the casual way to say, I don't know, ewan. So, oo means yes. Hindi means no. Ewan or hindi ko alam means I don't know. And remember, if you want to be respectful, add the word po. So, opo is yes. Opo. Or hindi po, no, hindi po. Or ewan ko po, or hindi ko po alam. Okay, but if you're just talking to your friend or whoever, you don't have to add the word po. So, oo, hindi, ewan, hindi ko alam. Any questions about that? So that's just kind of basic. So some people are saying sige. Sige. So sige means okay. Okay. So yeah, in a way it could mean like yes. You could say it as an answer to a yes or no question. But technically sige means okay. Oh yes, Civil War guy said on YouTube, do you ever say ewan ko or is it just ewan? You can say both. Ewan ko, or just as a shortcut, you say ewan. Same thing. Same thing. Oh, yes. Grow with Louie on Insta said, I never know where to place po in a phrase. So like I had said, hindi ko po alam, hindi ko po alam, or ewan ko po. In both of those phrases, there's that word ko. After the word ko, that's where po always goes. So if ko is in a phrase, po would go after that. But generally, the general rule is po goes as the second word in a phrase, usually. So like, if the question was, ano ang kinakain mo? What are you eating? Ano ang kinakain mo? What are you eating? The po would go as the second word. Ano po ang kinakain mo? So generally, po is the second word in the phrase, but sometimes depending on if there's like a pronoun like ko, it goes after that. When in doubt, this is what I learned when I was a kid. When in doubt, always add po at the very end and it will cover your bases. It will always be correct. It might not be like the common placement, but it will always work. It's not wrong. It's just not like the common way to say it. But always add po at the end and it will cover you. It's going to be okay if you add it there. By the way, I do have a full-length Tagalog lesson on how to use po. I think it's lesson number 2 on my YouTube channel. And there's like examples with that and everything. Good question, though. Good question. Okay, next. What is our next category? Again, if you are just joining us now, we are playing Filipino Jeopardy! You can follow along on YouTube and I have the questions written out. Otherwise, here is our board. Our categories are common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, and Filipino celebrities. Let's see, what should we do? Oh, thank you so much for the gifts on TikTok. Thank you. Okay, Ed said, Filipino celebs for 100. Let's do it. Who is the most famous Filipino boxer? Who is the most famous Filipino boxer? It is, yes, Lynn on TikTok, Jochan, it's Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao. So he hasn't fought in a while, and I feel like every now and then I hear like, oh, you know, he might have an exhibition or he might fight again this year. But he was so popular in like the 2000s, a little bit in the 2010s area. And I still remember his like earlier fights when he would get bloody, right? Him and Eric Morales. Anyone remember those? And then he had that really, really bad knockout that we don't talk about, right? No one ever talks about that. But yes, so Manny Pacquiao, and now he is he's in politics in the Philippines. But yes, Manny Pacquiao is one of the most popular athletes, I think, in the world, but definitely the most popular Filipino boxer out there. Oh, yes. Oh, Victoria said, even in my mom's town, he was very famous as a billiard player. Oh, really? Oh, yes. Opo, some hunter said his son is fighting now. I heard that. Ed said, Piolo Pascual. No, not quite. Okay, next category. Should we do common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Let's see. Let's choose someone from YouTube. Choose. I think you guys are the ones who haven't chosen yet. What would you like to do? Let's do Civil War guy said trivia for 200. Let's do Tagalog trivia for 200. Oh, this is a good question. Oh, we haven't been pulling off our things here on our board. So we did Filipino celebrities. And then Tagalog trivia for 200. Okay. What is the name of the ancient Philippine script or writing system? What is the name of the ancient Philippine script or writing system? Yes, Victoria and Chloe. Yes, and Mommy, that's right too. So, baybayin is the ancient Philippine writing system. Also, alibata. I am seeing that written out there as well. Same thing, it's just a different name for it. But yes, baybayin or alibata, that is the ancient Philippine script. So that's like the almost like their alphabet, but it's like symbols from back in the day in the 1500s. That is the writing system, and some say that it was written on like bamboo, like really thin pieces of bamboo, and they would use sharp tools. And it was around before the Spanish colonized the Philippines, and some of its earliest writing is displayed in some of the museums in Manila now. And nowadays, baybayin, from what I gathered like in the research, it's like not so much used as like a communication tool, but more for like aesthetics. A lot of people like to get tattoos or like to put it in artwork. And again, it's just one of those historical things that stemmed from, or that Tagalog stems from. There's a lot of cool things about Tagalog that has come from baybayin. One thing, for example, have you ever noticed Filipinos and their accents? They often get the P and the F mixed up, right? Like instead of Philippines, they say Philippines, because in baybayin, the P and the F were represented by the same symbol. Interesting, right? Same with the V and the B sound. So like instead of saying, I'm going on vacation, a lot of people say, I'm going on vacation, because the V and the B were represented by the same symbol in baybayin. So interesting. So much interesting like stuff there. Okay. I love it. I love history and things like that. So yes, baybayin is the ancient Philippine script. Okay, let's see. What category should we do? We are doing Filipino Jeopardy, and we are doing, or here are the different categories: common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, and Filipino celebrities. Let's see. Okay, let's do, my goodness, Womp Womp wants to go big. Tagalog verbs for 500. Let's do it. Tagalog verbs. Okay, so my idea when making these questions was that we would kind of build on it. So this one might be a little tricky. How do you say these phrases in Tagalog? I am eating some cake versus I am eating the cake. Again, if you're on Instagram and TikTok, all of these questions are up on my YouTube channel and you can see everything written out. But the question is, how do you say these phrases in Tagalog? I am eating some cake versus I am eating the cake. So there's a very slight difference there, which will affect the type of verb. Yes, Richard on Instagram, you got it. Okay, so the question is, how do you say I am eating some cake? How do you eat, or I am eating the cake? So yes, Richard got it. If you want to say some, it would be, kumakain ako ng cake. Kumakain ako ng cake. If you say I'm eating the cake, it would be, kinakain ko ang cake. Kinakain. So if you're looking along on YouTube, you can see here that the conjugation of kain is different depending on the specificity of your sentence. So when kain is being conjugated as an verb, kumakain ako ng cake, that means I'm just eating some cake. I am eating some cake. However, when it's conjugated as an verb, now the focus is on the object, the cake. Kinakain ko ang cake. So my point with this question was that sometimes a verb is conjugated differently, depending on if the focus is on the subject, me, kumakain ako ng cake. Anong ginagawa mo? What are you doing? Kumakain ako ng cake. So that's an conjugation. Now, if I was asking, what are you eating? What are you eating? Now you have to conjugate it as an verb. Kinakain ko ang cake. Very interesting, right? You're probably like, what is this question? Why is this a question? Again, it's just to show you that verbs can be conjugated differently depending on the like focus of the phrase. I have a full-length video on this as well. I think it's lesson maybe 3 and 4. It's like the present tense conjugation, and it goes over the ideas of subject focused and object focused verbs. Okay? All right, so that one was a little tricky, but very good if you got it right. All right, so our next category, should it be common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Oh, Ms. Leslie said Filipino trivia for 100. Let's do it. Filipino trivia for 100, or Tagalog trivia. Okay, this is easy. What other cultures have influenced the Tagalog language? There are at least 3, so just throw them out there. What other cultures or languages have influenced Tagalog? That was Tagalog Trivia 100, so we'll take that one off. Yes! So, very good. Melissa on TikTok. Yes, Grow with Louie. Very good. Ms. Ray. Andrew. Yes. So, my main 3 that I had listed were Spanish, right? Because Spain colonized the Philippines for over 300 years. Then there's Chinese. A lot of Southern Chinese immigrants migrated from the Hokkien community over there in southern China. So there's a lot of Chinese in Tagalog as well. And then I had English because the U.S. occupied the Philippines in the early 1900s. So Spanish, Chinese, and English. And of course, a lot of people like Ms. Ray on YouTube are saying other countries like Malay, definitely. I think there's some like Arabic influences there, of course. So definitely a lot of different influences in Tagalog. Okay? Easy peasy. Now, what is our next category? Should we do common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Let us do phrases for, we already did phrases for 100. Miscellaneous vocab for 500, Natasha said. Miscellaneous vocab for 500. Let's see what it says. What is rainbow in Tagalog? This is such a random word, and I only ask because I learned this recently. I want to say like last year. I didn't know this word growing up or anything like that. It wasn't in my everyday vocabulary. What is rainbow in Tagalog? Yes, Miss Ray on YouTube, you got it. Mitch Sisson on Instagram, very good. Womp Womp said rainbow? No. User 141, you got it on TikTok. So rainbow in Tagalog is bahaghari. Bahaghari. I love that word because it just sounds so natively Tagalog to me. It doesn't sound influenced by Spanish or Chinese or English or anything like that. It just sounds purely native Tagalog. Bahaghari. I love it. I love that word. So bahaghari is rainbow. Okay, what is our next category? Should it be common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Let's do Ms. Ray said common phrases for 500. Let's do it. Oh, this is a good question. What are some responses to the question, Kamusta ka? Kamusta ka? What are some common responses to the question, Kamusta ka? What do you think? How would you respond to that? Yes, on TikTok, question mark says, Mabuti naman. Mabuti naman means I'm doing okay, I'm doing well. Very good. Yes. Ayos naman. Jordy said ayos, ayos naman. Ayos means okay. Like I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. Yes. Baal on YouTube said ayos lang. Same idea. Same thing. Yes. Baal also said okay lang. Salamat sa tanong. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. Very good. How would you say like I'm not doing okay or I'm not doing so well? How would you say that? So here are my answers. On YouTube, you can follow along again. So if someone asked you, "Kumusta ka?" you could say, "Mabuti." I'm doing good. I'm doing well. Mabuti. Or you could say, "Hindi mabuti." Hindi mabuti. Not good. I'm not doing so well. Hindi mabuti. Yeah, very good. J-Dose, Miss Ray, you guys got it on YouTube. Or if you want to just say, "Oh, I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay." That's ayos. Right? A lot of you got that. Now, this is one I didn't see anyone say. If you wanted to describe how you're actually feeling, if someone said, "Oh, kumusta ka?" you could say, "Oh, masaya ako." Masaya ako. So if you're following along on YouTube, here it says, "blank ako." In the blank, you can add an adjective. Right? So technically, that's how you can answer. Like, how are you? How are you feeling? You could say, "masaya ako." Or if you're angry, it would be, "galit ako." I'm angry. Galit ako. Or if you want to describe maybe how you're like physically feeling, you could say, "gutom ako." I'm hungry. Gutom ako. Okay, so those are just kind of like other ways you can answer "kumusta ka." You could just say, "Mabuti, I'm doing well." Hindi mabuti, I'm not doing so good. Or ayos, I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. Or again, you can answer with how you're actually feeling. Masaya ako, I'm happy. Galit ako, I'm angry. Or gutom ako, I'm hungry. What did I just say I'm hungry, guys? You know what I mean. Or antok ako, I'm sleepy. Okay, so those are different ways you can answer kamusta ka. Okay? Hi, Evie Stream. All right. We are playing Tagalog Jeopardy. You can follow along. All the questions are written out on YouTube. Here are our categories. Should we do common Tagalog phrases? Should we do Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Let me go ahead and get rid of this 500 since we just did that. Let's do celebrity for 200, Chris said. Celebrity for 200, Filipino celebrities. The question is, who is the Filipino-American singer who sang Just the Way You Are and Uptown Funk? Who is the Filipino-American singer who sang Just the Way You Are and Uptown Funk? Yes, Miss Ray said almost polyglot. Hello, almost polyglot. Long time no see. Swizzly, Andrew, and Jonathan, you guys all got it on YouTube. Yes, Grow with Louie. I am Warren, Mitch's son. Cheryl, yes, you guys all got it. So the Filipino-American singer who sang Just the Way You Are and Uptown Funk is Bruno Mars. So his mom, I believe, is Filipino. Bruno Mars. I love him. Oh my goodness. I've seen him in concert, I think twice, but it's been a long time. All right, very good, very good. So if you got that right, give yourself 200 points. Let me go ahead and get rid of this one since we just did that. Next category, should we do common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Okay, Miss Leslie said verbs for 100. Verbs for 100. This is easy. What is the Tagalog word for to eat? What is the Tagalog word for to eat? You might hear it a lot if someone invites you to their house and is like, "Hey, go eat, eat." Very good. X Sizq says kumain. Yes. Kumain or kain. Yes, so kain is the root word. Kumain is the verb itself. Very good. Yes. Kumain or kain, same idea. Nicole said subo. What is subo, literally? Do you know what subo? Very good, Nicole. So subo means to put something in your mouth. Like if I'm feeding a child, sinusubuan ko siya. I am feeding her. But you could also like subo something in your own mouth. Yeah, so subo is like to feed, whereas kain is to eat. Good question, or good point there. All right, so that was verbs for 100. If you got that, give yourself 100 points. What is our next category? Should we do common Tagalog phrases or Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, and Filipino celebrities? Josh said, you give me Tagalog lessons and I give you Ilocano lessons. Are you an Ilocano teacher? Because I am looking for one for my tutoring company, actually. Which, by the way, this lesson is brought to you by Filipino Tutors LLC, my very new tutoring company. We have 3 Tagalog tutors. We also have a Bisaya tutor, and we have a tutor who focuses only on math and college prep. So if you know anyone who wants to have one-on-one tutoring in Tagalog, kids or adults, check out myfilipinotutors.com, myfilipinotutors.com. And so my tutors, 3 of them can also, or two of them can teach grade school subjects as well. So if you have kids or maybe your niece or nephew or grandchildren, if they need help in reading, writing, or math in elementary school, middle school, high school, I have tutors for that as well. So it's kind of a one-stop shop for tutoring services. And all of my tutors are Filipino. They are so smart, you guys. Oh my gosh. Some of them have PhDs, they have masters. One of them has been actually teaching Tagalog for years and years. Like, he even intimidates me. I'm not lying. Like, he's a good teacher. I'm like, why are you teaching for me? You should be doing this. Which he does. But they are good, you guys. They are really good teachers. And everything is online. So they are flexible. They can meet with you depending on your time zone. So like a couple of my tutors are in the Philippines. A couple of them are, or some of them are here based in the US. So depending on where you are in the world, because we've had students already in Europe and in the US and all over, we can probably work out a time to meet with you. So again, myfilipinotutors.com. Check that out for all of your tutoring needs. And yes, anywhere in the world, Andrew said, or he asked, anywhere in the world? Anywhere in the world. So all of the tutoring sessions are online. So wherever you are, our tutors can work with you. I started the tutoring business because a lot of people ask if I do one-on-one tutoring. And I used to, and then for a while I was doing the group classes, you probably remember, but now I'm kind of transitioning and I want to do more like content creation, like social media, and then these live Tagalog lessons every now and then. But if you want consistent tutoring, which I highly recommend, go check out one of my tutors because they are so good. They are so good. Oh my goodness. Alrighty, let's get back to work. Should we do common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Let's do, okay, trivia. Emmy says trivia. For how much? Let's just do trivia for 300. I love this question. How does Tagalog get its name? How does Tagalog, or how did Tagalog get its name? Does anyone know? Oh, Vlad said, can I call a friend? This is a very, yes, Chloe. And just Bellissima. Yes, you got it. And Joseph, very good. and Andrew. So Tagalog gets its name from this phrase, taga-ilog. Taga-ilog. Taga means from, ilog means river. Taga-ilog. So taga-ilog means from the river. And that's because Spanish colonizers heard native Tagalog speakers talking. They were living near a river and they heard them speaking this language. And they were like, what is that? Well, let's just call it Tagalog because they're taga-ilog. They are from the river. Interesting, right? So yeah, it's like the name of the language of the people living beside the river. Tagalog, taga-ilog. Very good. Yes. Very good. You guys got it. I've always thought that was an interesting piece of trivia. Oh, some people are asking about the tutoring. Again, I have a new tutoring business. I have Filipino tutors for you if you want to learn Tagalog, Bisaya, or math, or even for kids if you want to learn grade school subjects like math, reading, writing, things like that. And also SAT and college prep. So someone asked, is it expensive? It is $50 an hour per tutor. So there, that's the thing. And I am working on making packages. So that should be available in the next coming days. If you sign up for like 5 hours in the beginning, you'll get a discount. But yes, check out myfilipinotutors.com. Someone asked, is there an Ilonggo teacher? No, there is not. I'm looking for an Ilonggo teacher or Ilocano or Waray. Right now I have 3 Tagalog teachers and 1 Bisaya teacher. So check out myfilipinotutors.com for one-on-one tutoring. All right, guys, let's do... XZ said 50 pesos or US dollars? 50 US dollars. Good question, though. Okay. Yes, Andrew said I was paying attention in your first lesson. Yes, so I did teach that a long time ago, the taga-ilog. Okay. So, what should we do next? Should we learn or should we do common Tagalog phrases or Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Let's do... Oh, we already did common phrases for 100. Let's do common phrases for 300. Oh, I'm sorry. You're probably confused because I still had this sticker up. There. So yes, we're doing common phrases for 300. And then we did Tagalog trivia for 300 already. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so common Tagalog phrases for 300. How do you introduce yourself in Tagalog? How do you introduce yourself in Tagalog? Yes, YouTube, you guys are getting it. Miss Ray, Almost Polyglot, Taylor Nelly, Jake, you guys got it. So how do you introduce yourself in Tagalog? There are a couple different ways. Yes, question mark on TikTok, you guys got it. Yes, so here are some different ways you can introduce yourself. You could just say, ako si Pat, ako si blank. Ako si Pat. That means I am Pat. Now, this is a little bit more formal. You could say, ang pangalan ko ay Pat. Ang pangalan ko ay Pat. Literally, that means the name of me is Pat. Right? So that's almost like saying, oh, my name is Pat. My name is Pat. That one is a little bit formal. It's not so commonly used in everyday conversation. I would say, ako si blank. Ako si Pat. And then just as a third example here, if you're following along on YouTube, these are all written out. Another way to introduce yourself is, Pat ang pangalan ko. Pat ang pangalan ko. So, Pat is my name. So it's almost a variation of that second example. Basically, my name is Pat. So, ako si Pat. I'm Pat. Ako si Pat. That one is the one I would use more often. Or you could say, ang pangalan ko ay Pat, or Pat ang pangalan ko. Okay, so those are just some different ways to introduce yourself in Tagalog. All right? Very good. Should we do common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Let's see. Let me just make sure I'm all up to date. Oh, we already did Tagalog verbs 500. That's right. Okay, yeah. This is good. Should we do common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, trivia, vocab, or celebrities? Okay, YouTube is saying celebrities for 300. Let's do celebrities for 300. Who is the Filipino-American actress who starred in High School Musical? Who is the Filipino-American actress who starred in High School Musical? Yes, so I'll accept two different answers here. Yes, very good. Not Felix, Emmy. Oh, not Alex. Yes. Very good. So, of Lara, you guys got it. Flip Blazer. Yes. Taylor, Jonathan, and Jake on YouTube. So, I will accept Vanessa Hudgens and Olivia Rodrigo. Yes, Jake got it on YouTube. So, Olivia Rodrigo was in High School Musical, the musical. And she is also half Filipino. And then Vanessa Hudgens was in High School Musical, the movie. And she's half Filipino. I think Vanessa Hudgens, her mom is Filipino. Olivia Rodrigo, her dad is Filipino. Which, by the way, she had a concert in the Philippines. And she was I could just tell she was so proud of being Filipino. Just from her interviews and the way that she made all the tickets, not overpriced. I just thought that was so nice of her. Yes, very good, everybody. Jake said, oh, I forgot Vanessa Hutchinson's name. It was on the tip of my tongue. Oh, CND said, what is your take on the Shay drama? So Shay Mitchell, she is also half Filipino. She's an actress in Hollywood, right? She was in the show Pretty Little Liars. Did anyone watch that? I was in love with that show, like in high school. Anyway, she's half Filipino, and there was an interview where she kind of dismissed her Filipino culture. I think she was like drinking or something, and then the idea was that she was saying, oh, I can drink a lot because I'm Spanish, like I'm part Spanish. So it was like, instead of saying that she's Filipino, she just kind of like went over that and said she was Spanish instead. But yeah, she got a lot of backlash for that because people were like, how can you just not claim your Filipino roots and go straight to the to like the colonizers there? Yes, Miss Ray said she's a pretty little liar. Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe if she was just caught in the moment or who knows what, but I would hope that maybe she accepts her Filipino-ness in other ways. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. But I did see recently that she was at like a dinner, or she held a dinner where I think it was Filipino American History Month, I think, in October, but she like held a dinner and things like that. But yeah, it's one of those things. I don't know. I guess we don't know. We'll never know what was happening there. Oh no, I lost a category. I'll just tell you what that is. What about you guys? What were your thoughts on that? I know it made some people really upset. Okay, common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia. This is supposed to be Tagalog trivia. Miscellaneous vocab or Filipino celebrities. Let's do... So Taylor said, is she actually part Spanish? I looked it up and I think her mom... maybe her mom's roots have some Spanish in her, like in their ancestry. But from my understanding, her mom is Filipino. Like, she's even related to Lea Salonga. She's a popular like theater actress. But who knows? Yeah, maybe her mom does have Spanish roots, so that's where she got it from. Okay. Yes, Vic said Filipino is a beautiful culture to be proud of. Let's do... Anyone? Let's do common Tagalog phrases for 200. Oh, this one's easy. Common Tagalog phrases for 200. How do you say I love you in Tagalog? How do you say I love you in Tagalog? Yes. Shane's World, you got it. Ms. Ray, Jonathan. Oh, almost Jonathan. Yes. Mahal kita. Mahal kita. Jonathan, you said mahalo kita. I think you're mixing up some words there. Mahal kita. Mahal kita. Chris said, yay, an easy one. So, I love you in Tagalog is mahal kita. Mahal kita. Andrew said, mahal na mahal kita. So if you want to emphasize something, you can repeat it. Mahal na mahal kita. I love you. I love you a lot. I really love you. Mahal na mahal kita. Okay? All right. Next, I found my little category note. So should we do common Tagalog phrases? Oh, I hope it sticks. Common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities. Oh, yes. Of Lara said, why is it that the word mahal can mean love or expensive? Yes, so in Tagalog, mahal can mean love, like mahal kita, or it can mean expensive, like, oh, ang mahal, it's too expensive. Magkano yan? How much is that? Oh, ang mahal, it's expensive. And I looked this up. So mahal comes from like, it's almost like an Austronesian word. A lot of other southeastern countries, like in Indonesia, I hear, also use the word mahal. And in other cultures, it means like valuable. So it's almost the idea of like your love is valuable, or the person that you love is valuable. So I think over time it just became synonymous with like love and valuable and expensive. So it's like it just kind of is one of those meanings that has evolved over time. But I think that's the general idea. Very interesting, right? Oh, yeah, what was your name? Stray Lemon said, because love is expensive. Isn't that the truth? Yes. Alrighty. Let's see. Should we do common Tagalog phrases, Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia? Just want to make sure I got it all. Yes. I think one popped off. Have we done 200? Because I have it on my board. Okay, anyway. Let's do, Andrew said trivia for 400. Trivia for 400. Oh, okay. I want you to think about Philippine geography. Where is Tagalog mostly spoken? Think about Philippine geography and think about where Tagalog is mostly spoken. Yes! Jake on YouTube, Ms. Ray. Yes. Very good. Yep. Taylor, Andrew. Yes. Jen on Instagram. Ms. Didi. Yes. So if you're thinking about like the Philippine geography, yes, very good. Vic, Chloe. Tagalog is mostly spoken in the central Luzon area. So that's like Manila, Makati, all of Quezon City. So the central Luzon area, that is where Tagalog is mostly spoken. But interestingly, even within Luzon, there are different variations of Tagalog. Like the more north you go, there might be different words for different things. The more south you go, there might be different words for different things, right? But the general idea is that Tagalog is mostly spoken in the central Luzon area. That's kind of higher, like up north. And now it's not like super north, but it is a little bit more north than the other regions. So like there's Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, right? Those are the three main islands. Luzon is the northernmost island. Then Mindanao and Visayas and Mindanao are southern. They're in the south. And they speak more Bisaya. And lots of other languages down there as well. That's where Waray is. Lots of other languages in the southern areas of the Philippines. Interestingly, for a while, there was a battle on whether or not Tagalog was going to be the national language or Bisaya. Because Bisaya is a very widely spoken language as well. Like there are a lot of people who speak Bisaya and then a lot of people who speak Tagalog. And so it was always like a battle. Is Tagalog going to be the national language or is Bisaya? And ultimately, Tagalog was chosen to be the national language because they found baybayin, or the ancient Philippine scripts, that dated to the 1500s. So they considered Tagalog to be like the oldest written language of the country. So they kind of gave it the recognition of being the national language. Very interesting, right? Andrew said, isn't Manny Pacquiao from the Visayas region? Yep, he is. So he speaks Bisaya, or like a type of Bisaya language. I'm sure he speaks like a different dialect of Bisaya, because not all Bisaya is the same. So my husband's family is from Cebu and they speak Bisaya, but they've been to a different part of the Visayas region and they couldn't understand each other just because Bisaya can have different dialects. Okay? Alrighty. Now, that was that trivia for 4? Yeah, I don't know why it's still showing up. Okay, well, we already did that, so I'm going to take that one off. And then that one was already off. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. What should we do next? Let's see. Oh, yes, someone asked, there were other written scripts too. Yes, like from Kulitan Kapampangan language. Yes, there are so many other scripts. I think baybayin happened to be the oldest one they found. But yes, interestingly, baybayin was found in Luzon, but also in like Palawan. So Palawan, if you've ever been to like El Nido and those beautiful beaches, that's considered to be a really, really old establishment as well. But yes, and then there are other written forms of a language throughout the Philippines as well. Sorry, TikTok is making me verify that we are still active here. Okay, let's keep going. Let's do, oh my goodness. It's making me like move these puzzle pieces just to make sure I'm still active and not being a robot. Okay. Hang on. Hopefully this is the last puzzle piece I have to do. There we go. Oh, thank you, Green Spartan from Dubai. Thank you. Yes, don't they speak Spanish in some parts of the Philippines? Miss December asked. Yes, they do. I can't remember what region of the Philippines it is, but they just speak like pure Spanish. I watched something about that. It was just like they must have been like a really big hub for Spain when the Spanish colonized them, and they just speak Spanish. Zamboanga, Ellie said. Is it Zamboanga? Maybe, yeah, I guess so. Yes, Zamboanga City. Interesting. Oh, Cavite, Zamboanga, speak Spanish. Chavacano. That's so interesting, so interesting. Yes. Oh, Chubacano. Is it Chubacano? Everyone is spelling it differently. All right. Yes, okay, very interesting. Let's finish off common Tagalog phrases. So common Tagalog phrases for 400. How do you say thank you and you're welcome in Tagalog? How do you say thank you and you're welcome in Tagalog? Yes, very good, everybody. Yes. So, thank you in Tagalog, you probably know. Salamat. Salamat po if you want to be respectful. Salamat. That means thank you. Salamat. Now, if you want to say you're welcome, it's walang anuman. Walang anuman. Literally, walang anuman means, oh, it's nothing. Or like, oh, that was nothing. Nothing at all. Walang anuman. Yes, very good. Now, again, if you want to be like very thankful, I usually say maraming salamat. Maraming salamat. That means thank you very much. Marami means a lot. So thank you very much. Maraming salamat. Again, to be respectful, maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po. And then, walang anuman or walang anuman po. Po would just go at the end. Okay? Very good. So we did all of the common Tagalog phrases. That wasn't so bad, right? Should we do Tagalog verbs, Tagalog trivia, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Let me just check this one. Oh, yes, we already did that. Okay. Let's do... Okay, Steven said trivia. Trivia for... Let's do trivia for... We already did? Did we do 400? Yes, we did. We'll just do trivia for 500. Trivia for 500. Oh, okay, this is an interesting one. We kind of touched on this. What is the difference between Tagalog, Filipino, and Filipino? What is the difference between Tagalog, Filipino, and Filipino? And I'm talking about the language here. So I'm not talking about like Filipino as the ethnicity. Taylor said the accent. Yes, the way I'm saying it. No, but as languages themselves. P. Constantino said spellings. Has anyone ever called you pilosopo? Mga pilosopo kayo. You guys are being like smart Alex here. Okay, so Trisha said on TikTok, Tagalog is the name of the language, Filipino is the name of the people. That's right. That's not wrong. That is correct. But Filipino itself is also a language. Yes, a lot of you are saying that. A lot of you are saying the same answers. Yes. Let's see, who is this? Nika on TikTok. So Tagalog is the main language for Tagalogs. So Tagalog is the language of the native river dwellers, like we had learned, right? So that's Tagalog. Filipino is the name of Tagalog that was given in the 1950s. Let me check my answer here. Yes. So Filipino is the name given to Tagalog in the 1950s when it was declared to be the national language. So the government was like, okay, Tagalog is going to be the national language. But in schools, let's make everyone learn Filipino. So it was like the name they gave to Tagalog to give it more of an identity, a national identity is what they say in history books. So again, remember how I said Bisaya is spoken in like the southern region? So by giving it this name, Filipino, it's almost like they are encouraging the entire country to learn the national language. Okay, and then Filipino, yes, it's the ethnicity. It's the name of like the people. But also as a language, Filipino is the official language of the Philippines. And it's a little different from Tagalog because Filipino incorporates other loan words, as they say. So it incorporates the Spanish words, the Chinese words, and the English words that may not have originally been in Tagalog back in the day. Does that make sense? So Filipino, yes, definitely is the name of the people. I am Filipino. We are Filipino as a people. But also as a language, Filipino is the name of Tagalog plus its influences from the other languages. Okay. Alrighty. Now, someone here said Pinoy or Pinay. What I heard about the word Pinoy and Pinay, I heard that was actually the name given to like Phil-ams or like Filipinos who had moved outside of the Philippines. Like that's where that stemmed from. It's almost like, I can't remember where I heard that. I heard that years ago, but it's like that is what they referred to themselves as, like, oh, Pinoy ako, Pinay ako. I am from the Philippines, even though I don't live there anymore. Very interesting. Okay, so we finished off Tagalog trivia. We only have 3 categories left. Should we do Tagalog verbs, miscellaneous vocab, or Filipino celebrities? Should we do verbs? Let's do verbs. No one wants to touch the verbs. Let's do verbs for 200. This is easy. What is the Tagalog verb for to cook? To cook. What is the Tagalog verb to cook? So to cook is, yes, Juju on TikTok. Yes, magluto. Magluto, to cook. Magluto. Or luto. Yep, luto is the root word, magluto. So if you wanted to say, I am cooking, it's nagluluto ako. Nagluluto ako. I am cooking. To add on to that, you could say, nagluluto ako ng adobo. I am cooking some adobo. Nagluluto ako ng blank. Okay? And then if you want to switch out the pronoun, nagluluto siya ng adobo. He is cooking adobo. Nagluluto ka ng adobo. You are cooking adobo. Okay, so I have a whole lesson, a full-length Tagalog lesson on my YouTube channel, present tense verb conjugation. It goes over how to make sentences like that. Very easy, lots of practice. You can check that out if you want to practice some more verb conjugation. All right, next one, should we do verbs, vocab, or celebrities? Verbs, vocab, or celebrities? Noah says, good morning. Nice to meet you from Tokyo. Good morning. Let's do miscellaneous vocab. Juju said, let's do vocab 4. Let's do 200. RN said, what's the name of your YouTube channel? Just look up Tagalog Time with Pat. Tagalog Time. Okay, let's do miscellaneous vocab for 200. The clue or the question is, what is life in Tagalog? What is the word life in Tagalog? Life, yes. Ms. Ray and Jake, Chloe, yes. B. Santa. So life in Tagalog is buhay. Buhay. A lot of people have heard the phrase, bahala ka sa buhay mo. Bahala ka sa buhay mo means whatever, it's your life. Or like it's almost kind of like a dismissive phrase. A lot of times parents will say it to their kids if they're just fed up. Like, sige, sige, bahala ka sa buhay mo. Whatever, it's your life, you go do it. So buhay is life. I chose this word because buhay is another homonym, meaning it can take a couple different meanings depending on its context. So buhay is life. If you say buhay, the emphasis is on the second syllable, buhay. That means alive. Like, oh my gosh, how's my plant? Buhay pa ba? Is it still alive? Buhay pa ba? Buhay. So, buhay is life. Buhay is alive. Okay? Oh, Chris said, I heard it wasn't good. So that phrase, bahala ka sa buhay mo, I heard it wasn't good. Usually it takes on a negative tone or more like a frustrated context, right? Connotation. Again, it's one of those things, just depending on how someone says it. Sometimes they're just saying it as a joke, like, oh, bahala ka sa buhay mo. But again, sometimes if someone is really frustrated, they will just say, bahala ka sa buhay mo, in a mean way. All right. Next, should we do verbs, vocab, or celebrities? Oh yes, Almost Polyglot said mabuhay. Mabuhay means like welcome, or it also means like long live, like mabuhay si Bruno Mars. Long live Bruno Mars. Mabuhay, long live. Or it's one of those expressions that's like just very almost like patriotic or just like enthusiastic. Mabuhay. Jenny said celebrity. Let's do celebrity for 400. Okay, we kind of mentioned this earlier. What is the name, or who is the Filipino theater actress who voiced the Disney princesses Mulan and Jasmine? So who is the Filipino theater actress who voiced the Disney princesses Mulan and Jasmine? Yes, you guys all know it. You guys are quick here on TikTok. Nikki was like, Lea Salonga. Yes, Nika, Anna, Feslisa. You guys got it. Yes. Faithy Faith, brother. You guys got it on Instagram. Jake. Yes, very good. So, Lea Salonga in the 90s did the singing voices for Mulan and Jasmine. So, the Disney princesses. So good. She's so good. Such a good singer. All right. Should we do verbs, vocab, or celebrities? We only have one more celebrity. Verb, vocab, or celebrity? Nikki said, let's go vocab. Okay, let's do vocab. Let's do vocab for 300. Okay. Oh, I love this question. So, vocab for 300. The question is, what is brother and sister in Tagalog? It's kind of a tricky question here. What is brother and sister in Tagalog? Oh, I'm seeing so many answers here. I love it. Wait, hang on. I want to read one of these comments up here before I say the answer. Yes, Mayari said, I remember watching Lea Salonga in Miss Saigon. Yes, so I think Miss Saigon might have been her like breakout theater role, right? She was the lead role in Miss Saigon, and then she started to get all of these different roles after that. Oh, Kelly said, hi, my fiance is Filipino, and I want to say Filipino guys are the best. Oh, shout out to all the Filipino guys out there. Kelly is a big fan. Yay. Yes. Okay. So the question here, what is brother? What is sister in Tagalog? So I am seeing a lot of you have said kapatid. Kapatid. So the word kapatid is sibling. Kapatid is sibling. it doesn't have a gender attached to it. It's just one of those gender neutral roles or words. In Tagalog, when we're talking about family, a lot of words actually are gender neutral. Like the word asawa. Asawa is a spouse. It's not necessarily wife or husband, it's just spouse. It's another gender neutral word. And the word, I forgot it now. But yes, the word kapatid is gender neutral. If you want to be specific, how would you say my brother, my sister? So if you want to be specific, you would have to say kapatid na lalaki. That's brother. Lalaki is boy. So kapatid na lalaki, that's brother. Yes, Tony is saying lalaki kapatid. Close, yeah. Or if you want to say sister, it's kapatid na babae. Babae is girl or woman. Okay? So now, yes, a lot of you are writing ate and kuya. So ate and kuya mean older brother, older sister. Right? In the Philippines, in the Filipino culture, it's all about showing respect to our elders. So I would never call my older cousin by her first name. I would always say Ate Kat or Ate Rachel, Ate whatever. It's just one of those things where we've been taught to really look up to our elders. Even if it's just like a generation above us, we call them ate and kuya. Same with an older brother or older cousin. It's always kuya whatever. So ate and kuya mean older brother, older sister. But if we're talking about just a sibling who's younger though, you would have to say kapatid na lalaki, kapatid na babae. Okay, so here's the answer written out. So kapatid na lalaki is your brother. Sibling, that is a boy. Kapatid na lalaki. That's brother. Kapatid na babae is sibling who is a girl. Because babae means girl. Kapatid na babae. Now, if we were talking about our older brother, older sister, yes, it would simply be kuya and ate. Yes, okay, exactly right. Tony said, could you just call her pinsan? Yeah, I could. Like my older cousin, she's my pinsan. But if I was like referring to her or like calling her, I wouldn't just say like her first name. I wouldn't say, oh, hi, Kat. I would always say, hi, Ate Kat. Okay. So that's interesting. This question, I really just wanted to point out that there are gender neutral words, especially in like talking about family members. I think it's very interesting. Also, like the word apo. Apo is grandchild. So if someone wanted to say grandson and granddaughter, they would have to do this same pattern. Apo na lalaki, apo na babae. Do you see the pattern there? Okay. All right. Someone said, thank you so much for the gifts on TikTok. Thank you. They are going by so fast, it's hard for me to see them. Nikki said, verbs, please. Let's do verbs for 300. Verbs for 300. Verbs for 300 is, how many different types of verbs are there in Tagalog? How many different types of verbs are there in Tagalog? Now, I'm not asking you how many verbs there are. There are certain types of verbs, like there are certain categories. And I'm asking you, like, what are the different types? And you probably only know this if you are like a grammar enthusiast or if you've watched my videos here. The answer I'm looking for is 5. There are 5 different main types of verbs in Tagalog. Mag, ma, in, and e verbs. Okay, so like magluto, that's a mag verb. Kumain is an verb, right? So this is a tricky question. Yeah, I was asking about like the types of verb, like conjugation types there. Yeah, some of you got it. You got it. Again, if you want to learn how to conjugate verbs in Tagalog, check out my full-length Tagalog lesson. It's called Present Tense Conjugation of Verbs in Tagalog. I think it's lesson 3 or 4 or something like that on my YouTube channel. All right, we are almost done, you guys. Should we do verbs, vocab, or celebrities? Let's see. Let's do celebrities. Skunky said celebrities for 500. Oh, this is a good one. Who is the Filipino-American singer and guitarist who performed at the Super Bowl with Usher? She was so good. Oh my gosh. Who is the Filipino-American singer and guitarist who performed at the Super Bowl with Usher? Oh, Bumbero said Bruno. Bruno did perform at the Super Bowl like a couple of times, and he probably did have a guitar. But no, I'm asking about the one who performed recently with Usher. So good. Oh my goodness. Yes, everyone is getting it on TikTok. Stephen James, her, yes. Splickety, yes. Ms. Didi. Yes, Jonathan and Jake, you guys got it. So the Filipino-American singer and guitarist who performed at the Super Bowl with Usher is her. H-E-R, her. Her real name is Gabriela Sarmiento Wilson. And her mom is Filipino. So her. She's such a good guitarist, my goodness. So musical. Okay, 2 more questions, you guys. Should we do verbs or vocab? Should we get the verbs out of the way, or do we want to stick with the vocab? Yes, Nikki said Sarmiento Wilson is so Phil-Am. That's exactly what I thought. Gabriela Sarmiento Wilson. Yep. Let's see. Let's do verbs. Tagalog verbs for 400. What is the Tagalog verb for to clean? To clean. How do you say to clean in Tagalog? Yes, Jake and Deborah on YouTube. Yes. Nikki and Pusong Pinoy. Very good. Kara and Skunky. So to clean in Tagalog is maglinis. Maglinis. If you want to tell someone to go clean up, you could say maglinis ka. Try saying that to someone. Maglinis ka. Go clean up. And then make sure to say, I'm just joking. Let's do it together. Maglinis ka. Go clean up. Maglinis ka. Maglinis. That was just random. And then we only have one more clue, you guys. Miscellaneous vocab for 400. We did it. Oh, remind me to show you what's on the back of this board. It's really cool. If you watched me over the summer, you already know what's on the back of this board. It's really cool. Okay. Miscellaneous vocab. Oh, this is a good one. What is rice in Tagalog? What is rice in Tagalog? Yes, I'm already seeing the different answers. So, I like this question because it shows a lot about the Filipino culture, right? So, I think you can learn a lot about a culture based on their language and their vocabulary, right? Tagalog has a ton of different vocabulary words for rice, depending on its state almost. Like, take a look at this on YouTube. Kanin is cooked rice. Kanin. So maybe you made rice in the rice cooker. That's kanin. It's cooked. You're about to eat it. Now, the uncooked rice that you buy in a bag from the store, that is bigas. Bigas. That's uncooked rice. Now, the rice that's fresh from the field, fresh from the rice field, rice paddies, that's palay. Like the rice grain, that's palay. And then sinangag, specifically, that's fried rice. There's a name. Fried rice is sinangag. And then there's just so many more. Yes, Tony on YouTube listed them out. Bahaw. That's like the rice that's the like, is that the undercooked rice? Bahaw. So there's just so many different types. Some people are saying lugaw. Lugaw is like the rice porridge. Oh, overnight rice. Yes, bahaw. That's the overnight rice. That's the one that's best for the sinangag, the fried rice. So I like this question because it shows how important rice is to the Filipino culture, right? In English, we would just say, oh, that's rice. It's cooked. That's rice. Or I got to go buy some rice from the store. I got to buy a bag of rice. But in Tagalog, there are certain words to distinguish cooked rice, kanin, uncooked rice, bigas, and then so many more. It's just so interesting. Another word like that in Tagalog is coconut. Coconut has a lot of different words as well. So, nyug is a hang on, I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. There's the baby coconut and then there's the brown coconut. Which one is nyog? Which one is buko? Oh, see? Skunky said, wow, I've only heard the word buko. Yes. So buko is the like white coconut meat almost. Like they make buko pie and things like that. But yes, you get the idea. There's a lot of different different words for certain things that are very important to the culture. Taylor said, what's the name of the burnt rice at the bottom of the pan? I think it's tutong, right? Tutong. That's what I've heard it. Anyone else heard something else? Yes. Oh, if you were to say, he is cooking rice right now, do you use the cooked or uncooked form of the word? Oh, I love this question. Civil War on YouTube said, if you were saying he is cooking rice, do you use the cooked or the uncooked version? You would use the cooked version. So, nagluluto siya ng kanin. Although, this is also interesting. To make rice is its own verb. To make rice is magsaing. Magsaing, that means to make rice. It's so crazy, right? It's so crazy. I love it. I love it, you guys. Yes, tutong, Jake said. Tutong is the burnt part of the rice. Oh my goodness. I love it. Okay, guys, we did it. We finished our Tagalog Jeopardy. We went over some common Tagalog phrases. We went over verbs and some trivia and miscellaneous vocab and celebrity. Oh, yes. Oh, do you have a YouTube video on rice? I don't have a YouTube video on rice. Maybe I should. All right. Let me show you this poster here, or this piece of decoration. Hang on, let me make my screen full screen. Here we go on YouTube. This is so cool, you guys. So this was the board that I was using for our game. Look at the other side of it. It's like a piece of wood artwork of tinikling. Isn't it so nice? And I'm not selling this or anything. I'm not promoting it. I just happen to have this. Actually, I got this. You know where I got this from? A yard sale. Years and years ago. Like, I happened to be at a person's yard sale and I was looking at their table and I came across it and I was like, wait, is that tinikling? And then sure enough, it says Philippines and it was like 25 cents. I couldn't believe it. And I don't even know how that person had it or like why she had it because she wasn't Filipino. She was not. She just wasn't Filipino. But yeah, so it was just meant to be, I guess. I haven't found a place to like hang it up. Oh, maybe I could put it right here. Wouldn't that be nice? That's kind of nice, isn't it? I've had it for years, like even before I started Tagalog Time. I just haven't had a place to put it, but I love it. I love it so much. And it's wood. Oh, I love it. It's so nice. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I will see you again. You know, I might be live tomorrow. I don't know if I'm just going to do another Jeopardy for those who weren't able to join us tonight, or if I'll do a whole new lesson. But if I do go live tomorrow, it's going to be like in the morning. I'm trying to figure out the demographics that I reach at different time zones. So I hope to see you again. I'll definitely see you next Thursday for another Tagalog Time. And then maybe one other time next week as well. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. Thank you so much for spending some time with me. Maraming salamat. Paalam. Hello, everybody. Look at us here on this late night. It is almost my bed. Actually, it's past my bedtime. 9:57 over here in North Carolina. I hope you are joining me tonight to learn some Tagalog. Let me go ahead and start my Instagram here. You know I like to catch as many people as I can because it's more fun when there's more of us learning together, right? Hello, everybody. I am live on my YouTube channel right now, and I am live on Instagram as well. If you want to catch my slides and my presentation, go ahead and hop onto my YouTube channel because I have all of the information that you need up there written out. So go ahead and jump onto my YouTube channel if you want to see the information written out. Okay, I will go ahead and get started here. So today, we will actually be learning some verbs and related nouns and objects and vocabulary about eating and food. I think this is going to be a good lesson for you because you'll be able to use some of these phrases and words on a daily basis, I think. But first, go ahead and write in the comments where you are watching from and your age. I always like to know who I am teaching. Sometimes I have some very young people. Sometimes I have older people who are just wanting to learn some Tagalog. So go ahead and write where you are currently watching. I am over here in North Carolina. Again, it is way past my bedtime, you guys. But I like to get I like to try out different times just to see my demographics, see who is watching, and maybe I'll catch people at different times. Hello. Chandra is from India. Hello. Sharon is 22. Adam, BGC. Raymond is in Chicago. Oh, I have a friend in Chicago. CBND Zida is, so it's so beautiful. Salamat, maraming salamat. Let's see, who else? San Jose. I am a sweet potato. Raven is from South Korea. Nikki is from Guam. Hello, hello. Shaden is from Hawaii. Brittany is also from Guam. Hello, kamusta ka from Arizona? F2JR said, I'm watching from the Philippines. Hello. Saan sa Pilipinas? That's so cool. Georgia, 29. Awesome. Nikki is 35. Hello, hello. I am over here in North Carolina and I am 32 years old. Mount Mayon. Pooch 2024 said, you know, my family is from Bicol, so we visit the Mayon every single time we go home. David is from San Diego, but currently in Hawaii at the moment. Oh, lucky, lucky. Mark is from El Paso. Kenvi is from San Jose. Hello, hello. How about over here on YouTube? Where are you guys from? George is from Cyprus. Hello, hello. Sure is from the U.S. Hello, hello. Orpix is from Maryland. Jack is from Alberta, Canada. Also, let me know if my audio is okay. I have 2 mics plugged in, one for YouTube, one for Instagram. So let me know if you can hear me okay. There shouldn't be an echo if it's working. Air is from Ohio. James is from the U.S. Leo is from Florida. Hello, hello. Deborah from India. Hello again. I think I've seen you here before many, many times. That guy is from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Hello, hello. Ruben from California. Jeffrey is from Arkansas. Oh, Bonnie is in New Zealand. What time is it in New Zealand? My goodness. Victor is from Detroit. Coconut Dreams from LA. And then to La Union. Oh, right. Ohio to LA to La Union. I remember now. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Ballroom is from Utah. Nicholas is from Dubai. Okay, we got to get started, you guys. So again, if you are joining me on Instagram, I'm going live on YouTube as well, and you will be able to see my full lesson on here. So we're going to be learning some verbs about eating and food. Then we will learn how to conjugate these verbs so that you can use them in phrases and in a conversation. Then we will do some practice throughout as well. Oh, Dream Key Success is from Nashville. Hello, hello. Millennia is from Houston. Hello. So here are some verbs that you might hear or say about food. So magluto is to cook. Magluto. Magluto. Next, kain is to eat. Kain. You might also hear kumain. Same thing. We'll see the difference there. Inom is to drink. Inom. Inom. Tikman is to taste. Tikman, tikman. So kain is to eat. Tikman is to taste. So that's the difference there. Magsaing is to cook rice. I always thought this word was very interesting because it really shows how important rice is to the Filipino culture, right? There is a single word for to cook rice. Magsaing. Magsaing. Instead of saying to cook rice, it's just this one word. Again, indicating that rice and then cooking rice, eating rice is very important to the Filipino culture. And then lastly, maghain, to set the table. Maghain. So now let's see how all of these verbs will be conjugated or changed so that we can use them in these in certain phrases. So again, let's look at these verbs one more time. Try saying them with me. Magluto, to cook. Magluto. Magluto. And then kain, to eat. Kain. Inom, to drink. Inom. Tikman, to taste. Tikman. Magsaing, to cook rice. Magsaing. And then maghain means to set the table or to prepare food. Maghain. Orpik said, what time does the stream end? He or she has work at 7 bukas. It usually lasts about an hour, but if you happen to jump off, this recording will be on my YouTube channel afterwards. Okay, so those are the verbs. Now, just a note about verb conjugation in Tagalog. So, first of all, a verb is an action word. Sometimes I like to just start from the very basics so we don't lose any information. So a verb is an action word, okay? And then to conjugate means to change into a different form. One time in my class, I was throwing this word around, conjugate, conjugate. And someone asked, sorry, what does conjugate mean? So conjugate means to change into a different form. Okay, so we have to change it depending on the tense we are using. So here are the different types of tenses. There's the present tense. I am eating. Right now, I am eating. That's the present moment, right? The current moment in time, present tense. Then there's past tense. So past tense is like yesterday or last week, the other month. So it's already happened. That's past tense. Then there's future tense, which is tomorrow, next week, next year. It will happen in the future. That's future tense. Then these are just some other tenses. There's the present perfect tense, like you have been eating. There's the pluperfect tense, I had eaten lunch. And then there's just so many more in English. So that's just the idea here. We're going to take a verb and then we're going to conjugate it or change it depending on the tense. Okay? And feel free to write any comment or write any questions in the comments. Oh, Timmy Time said, hello, Pat. Hello, kamusta ka? Sometimes they go really fast, these comments. So if yours gets pushed up too quickly and I don't catch it, feel free to write it again. Okay, so that is just an overview of verb conjugation. Now, in Tagalog, there are 5 main types of verbs. I love linguistics and I love grammar. So take a look at this. There's mag verbs, ma verbs, in, and e verbs. Okay, so those are the 5 different types of verbs. We're going to focus on only a few of them tonight because not all of the verb types are covered in the verbs that we talked about. But you'll see kind of this pattern that we have to follow. BK Park said verb conjugation is sobrang mahirap. Verb conjugation is very hard. It can be hard. There's like patterns, but then sometimes like there are exceptions. So yeah, it can be tricky, but I would say I'll give you some tips as we learn. Okay, let's keep going. So some of these verbs are actor focused and some are object focused. What does that mean? An actor focused verb means that the subject is doing the action. For example, the boy is playing. The subject here is the boy and he is doing the action. He is playing. The boy is playing. So that is actor focused. Kind of makes sense, right? Now, object focused verbs are when the action is being done to the subject. So, for example, wash the dishes. Wash the dishes. Now, the subject are the dishes. And then the action is being done to them. They are being washed. Okay, so wash the dishes. All right. Now, so that's just the difference between actor and object-focused verbs. We'll see how this affects the phrase that we have to say. Okay? Let me just catch up on some of these comments. Brian Wong said, how often do you do these online lessons? We have been doing Tagalog Thursdays for like 4 or 5 weeks now. So Tagalog Thursdays, I try to come on here on YouTube and on Instagram or TikTok live. Usually at around this time, sometimes a little bit earlier. And then I like to repeat the lesson another time during the week, just in case people weren't able to join the live. I know people like to write in the chat if they have specific questions. I have to do repeats on like the last 2 lessons, but they will come. I promise. I'm going to work on them next week. All right. Yeah, so object focused has to be a direct object. Yes, that's the idea. It's like a direct object there. All right, let's keep going. So now, in order to make a phrase, here are some subject pronouns that we can use. Ako means I. Ako. Ka is referring to you, singular. Ka. Siya is he or she. So you'll notice it's gender neutral. Siya, he or she. You have to listen to the context clues to determine who someone is talking about. And then just a note about pronunciation, it's siya. The S-I-Y combination makes the sh sound in Tagalog. Some regions say siya, but in the Luzon, central Luzon area, in the Tagalog region, it's siya. Next, sila is they, sila. Tayo is we inclusive, tayo. And then kami is we exclusive. So in Tagalog, there are two types of we. There's inclusive and exclusive. For example, tayo is all of us together. It's inclusive. Everyone is included. Kumakain tayo. We are all eating. You see how it's inclusive? Now, kumakain kami is me and someone else. Me and my husband, Chris. Kumakain kami. We are eating. You are not included. I'm just telling you about it. For example, you called me and you're like, hey, what are you doing? I would say, oh, kumakain kami. We are eating. It's exclusive because you're not included. That's kind of tricky there, but I think you'll see it if in these examples. Gosh, Instagram, why didn't you tell me my microphone was not plugged in? Let me know if this works a little bit better, okay? Okay, so my microphone is plugged in. Hello. Let me know if that helps or if it's worse. Okay, now, kayo is you plural. Kayo. So that's you all. Kumakain kayo. You all. So that's you plural. Okay, so try saying those with me. Ako is I. Ka is you singular. Siya is he or she. Sila, they. Tayo, we inclusive. Kami, we exclusive. Kayo, you plural. Okay? Yes, Jack said, what about kayo? Yep, and that's correct, Cassidy Lee. Kayo is like y'all, you all. Are you in the South like me? Y'all is very, very common. You all. Very good. All right. Anyone have any questions about these subject pronouns? There's a little twist there we'll see at the end. But those are just some subject pronouns we're going to start with. Now, this is the basic sentence structure when we want to say like a phrase. Verb goes first and then it's the pronoun. Verb and then pronoun. Take a look at this. Magluto means to cook. So here is a phrase. Nagluluto ako. I am cooking. Nagluluto ako. Do you see how the verb goes first and then it's the pronoun? Nagluluto ako. I am cooking. Nagluluto ka. You are cooking. Nagluluto siya, he or she is cooking. Nagluluto sila, they are cooking. Nagluluto tayo, we are cooking. Inclusive, all of us. We are in the same kitchen, we are cooking together. Actually, someone in one of my classes said that. When you think of tayo, think of together. Tayo, together. Tayo, together. We are all doing it together. Kind of makes sense. So, nagluluto tayo, we are cooking. Nagluluto kami, we are cooking exclusive. So, me and my kids, nagluluto kami, nagluluto kami. We are all cooking, or we are cooking. Last one, nagluluto kayo, you all are cooking. So, you all as a class, nagluluto kayo. Gerard said, can you do an example with kayo? Yep, that last one. Nagluluto kayo. Nagluluto kayo. Okay. Oh, Jack said, how does mag end up nag? Very good. That's a good question. It's part of the conjugation pattern. We'll see it in just a minute, okay? Now, just a note about Tagalog verbs. All Tagalog verbs have a root word. There's a root in there. So take a listen or listen carefully for the root words. Then an affix or an infix is added to conjugate the verb. So something is added to the beginning. Sometimes it's added in the middle. Sometimes it's even added at the end. And that will indicate if it's present, past, future, or any other tense. Okay, so there's a root word and then something is added. For example, magluto, again, to cook. Nagluluto ako means I am cooking. That's present tense. Nagluto ako, I cooked. That's past tense. Magluluto ako, I will cook. That is future tense. So I want you to point out the root words when you're listening to Tagalog. That will really help in the translation of whatever someone is saying. So if you can pick out root words, that's kind of half of the battle. Then you have to figure out, are they cooking right now? Did they cook yesterday? Or are they going to cook in the future? Okay, so one tip there is really listen to root words. Oh, Air Kev said, nagluluto ako ng kare-kare. Oh, pahingi, can I have some? Oh, Deborah said, what is the difference between kami and kayo? Let's take a look again. Oh, kami is we exclusive. So me and someone else. Nagluluto kami, we are cooking. Kayo is you all. You all as a class, nagluluto kayo. All right? Good question. Any other questions that I have not seen? Okay, if you have a question and I didn't see it, feel free to write it again. Darius said, how's it going today, Pat? Mabuti naman. It's going good. Ikaw, kumusta ka? All right, so now let's start with these mag verbs. Remember I said there are 5 main types of verbs in Tagalog. Mag, ma, in, and i. We're going to start with mag verbs. Mag verbs are actor-focused. Remember, it's a direct subject, direct object. They are also the most common type of verb in Tagalog. The ones we learned tonight were magluto, to cook, magsaing, to cook rice, maghain, to set the table. So do you see how they all have mag at the beginning? So that tells you, oh, I have to conjugate it like a mag verb. Now, here is the pattern for conjugating mag verbs. So this is the pattern. The affix is nag. Then there's a repeated first syllable. And then the root. So magluto becomes nagluluto. Nagluluto. Then magsaing becomes nagsasaing. Do you see how the affix is nag? Then there's a repeated first syllable, and then it's the root. Nagsasaing ako. I am making rice. Last one, maghain, to set the table or to prepare food. Maghain is naghahain. Naghahain. Naghahain ako ng hapunan. I am preparing dinner, or I'm setting the table for dinner. Okay? So those are the different examples of how you conjugate mag verbs. So again, the pattern is the affix is nag, then there's the repeated first syllable, and then the root. Magluto becomes nagluluto. So I think it was Jack on YouTube asked, how does mag end up as nag? Okay, so that is where that comes from. It's just the conjugation pattern. So let's see some phrases here. So, nagluluto ako ng adobo. Do you see how the pattern is there? Nag is the affix, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root. Nagluluto ako ng adobo. Ng, ng, means some or a thing. So, I am cooking adobo. I am cooking some adobo. Someone asked a very good question in one of my classes. Nang, do you have to have nang? Could you just say, nagluluto ako adobo? I am cooking adobo. Yes, you have to have nang in this phrase. Otherwise, it's an incomplete sentence. So, I am cooking some adobo. Nagluluto ako ng adobo. One more thing a lot of people always get mixed up is what is the difference between ang and nang? Ang is an article, meaning the or a thing. Nang is a preposition. Sometimes it's just a sentence marker that goes before a noun. Again, translating to some or a thing. Let me take a look at some of these questions here. Oh, yes. Doesn't the sentence have to be object focused since kare-kare is the direct object and subject? Let me take a look at Kev's comment again. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh my goodness, that is such a good question. Orpik, so yes, sometimes a verb can be object or subject focused. In Kev's comment, it was subject focused, but yes, you're correct. It could also be object focused, in which case we would have to change the pronoun. But Kev's comment was correct. Nagluluto ako ng kare-kare, because in his context, it is subject focused. Very good. But yes, in other contexts, it could also be object focused. We'll actually see an example of that at the very end. Okay, another example for mag-verbs. Nagsasaing ako ngayon. Nagsasaing ako ngayon. Nagsasaing ka ngayon. You are cooking rice right now. So this is just an example of how you can use like context clues. Ngayon means right now. Ngayon. Ngayon can also mean today. Like, nagsaing ako ngayon. I made rice today. So again, just depending on the context clues, we know it's right now because the conjugation is in the present tense. Nagsasaing ka ngayon. You are making rice right now. Rico on Instagram asked, does yung mean is? Yes. Yes. Yung and ang are interchangeable, and it means like yung sometimes actually means the thing, like yung adobo, the adobo, ang adobo, same thing. However, in different contexts, it means like the thing. Yung can be a little bit more specific. Okay, let's keep going. Last example here is naghahain kami ng hapunan. We are setting out dinner or we are preparing dinner. Naghahain kami ng hapunan. So what I want you to get from this slide and from these examples is, first, you can see the conjugation pattern in use, right? So affix is nag, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root. Nagluluto, nagsasaing, naghahain. And then, if you want to add an object, the sentence marker here is nang, N-G, nang. There is another nang in Tagalog, N-A-N-G, nang. That one is an adverb and always goes with a verb. So the only difference is if you're writing it out, you should know the difference. Nang, N-A-N-G, is an adverb, always goes with a verb. N-G is it's like a sentence marker, sometimes a preposition, and it goes with a noun. Okay. Now, I want you to do some examples. Let's take a look at these. He is cooking pansit. Siya is he, and I want you to translate it in Tagalog. He is cooking pansit. What do you think? What do you think? Oh, you're welcome, Jez. Salamat sa lahat ng mga video mo, ate. Maraming salamat din. How would you say he is cooking pansit? Pansit. He is cooking pansit. How would you say he is cooking pansit? And I gave you a hint. Siya is he. Jack said, magkukuking ako. You could do that. You could do Taglish. Absolutely. If you don't know a verb in Tagalog, you could turn it into a mag verb. Magkukuk ako. Very good. Yes, Orpix. Yes, very good. Sure got it. Coconut Dreams, very good, very good. Bonnie, you got it. Deborah, very good, very good. So again, here it is. Nagluluto siya ng pansit. Oh, not again. On Instagram, I did it again where I got the dog ears. I don't know how to undo that, you guys. That's what happened last time. Okay, it's going to have to stay. It's going to have to stay. I'm sorry. Very good. Yes. So, nagluluto siya ng pansit. Very good, you guys. Yes, JM got it. Nagluluto siya ng pansit. So again, I want you to focus on the sentence structure. It's verb, then pronoun, then nang, and then the object. Nagluluto siya ng pansit. Yes, Orpik said, siya and nang can be combined to make siyang. Is this legal? Yes, absolutely. Tagalog is all about making like contractions or putting words together. So nagluluto siyang pansit. It doesn't, you can, technically you can. It's not what is commonly said. Like it's not what is heard, but it is not wrong. All right. They are making rice. Oops, I just showed you the answer. They are making rice. Sila is they. Brian said, what's pansit? Who would like to describe pansit? Yes, Deborah said Filipino noodles. It's just like noodles that are stir-fried. They have veggies, sometimes shrimp, sometimes chicken. And it's definitely influenced by like the Chinese culture. Actually, I looked it up one day and it goes back all the way to when like the Chinese immigrants moved to the Philippines, and actually it was considered like fast food because it was quick to make, and then they sold it for like very cheap, and then a lot of people would buy it when they were like out and about or during their lunch break. So yes, and it is commonly served at all special occasions, birthdays, New Year's, and it represents long life when you eat it on your birthday. Yes, Jack said very thin noodles, also, although sometimes they can be thick noodles as well. So pancit bihon versus pancit canton. Canton is the thicker noodles. Pancit bihon is the thinner noodles. All right. They are making rice. What do you think? They are making rice would be nagsasaing sila. Nagsasaing sila. So nagsasaing means making rice. And then sila is they. Very good. Sure, you got it. You got it. All right. Next, David Jr. said it's one of my favorites. Me too. I love pancit. Very good. All right. Are you preparing lunch? I didn't mean to show you the answer. Are you preparing lunch? Ka means you. Tanghalian is lunch. Ba is a question word. So are you preparing lunch? Here is how you would say it. And I want to show you because ba has a certain placement. Naghahain ka ba ng tanghalian? Oh, I misspelled tanghalian there. There should be a G. Naghahain ka ba ng tanghalian? All right. So, are you making lunch? Ba goes after ka. Okay? So, naghahain ka ba ng tanghalian? Are you preparing lunch? All right. Now, let's take a look at these verbs. Remember, there are 5 main types of verbs: mag, ma, in, and e verbs. Mag, we just learned. Now let's take a look at these verbs. They can be actor or object focused. Now, kain means to eat. We learned that right in the beginning. Kain means to eat. Inom means to drink. Now let's take a look at their conjugation patterns. Usually for verbs, the pattern is goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root. Goes before the first and second letter, and then it's the root. For example, kain becomes kumakain. Kumakain. So goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root. Hello on Instagram. If you are just joining me, again, all of this is on my YouTube channel. You will be able to follow along. Okay? So, that is the common pattern for verbs. Inum is different. It's a miscellaneous verb. This is the conjugation for inum. Inum will be umiinom. Umiinom. So technically, it is still an verb, but the doesn't go where it usually goes. This time, for the word inom, it goes at the beginning of the word. And then there's a repeated first syllable, and then it's the root. Umiinom. So what I just want you to get from this is try to remember these patterns, or at least try to recognize them when you hear someone speak Tagalog. Okay? Now, here are some phrases that you might hear or see using kain and inom. Kumakain ako ng lumpia. I am eating lumpia. Kumakain ako ng lumpia. So do you see the pattern here? The just goes between the first and second letter. Kumakain ako ng lumpia. I am eating lumpia. Now, for inom, you could say, umiinom sila ng tubig ngayon. Umiinom sila ng tubig ngayon. Oh, Coco JJ on Instagram said, but why is needed? Why is needed at all? So it's like, why can't you just say inom, inom, inom? Again, because it's the idea of conjugating a verb or changing the verb into a different tense, right? Kind of like eat, I am eating something, or I ate something, or I will eat something. So you have to change the verb depending on the tense. Very good question, though. It would be very easy if all the verbs could just stay the same. Okay. Kumakain ako ng balot. Talaga, Kev? Pahingi nga. Kev is eating balot, and I said, oh, can I have some? Very good. Kumakain ako ng lumpia. Oh, you are BK Park. Awesome. Bibimbap is also sarap. Yes, Dutchman, you're correct. Any questions about all of these or any of these phrases or how to use verbs? Now, let's take a look at some examples here. I want you to translate these to Tagalog. I am eating breakfast. Breakfast in Tagalog is almusal. How would you say, I am eating breakfast? Or, they are drinking alcohol. Alak is alcohol. Did you know that? Alak is alcohol. So how would you say that? I am eating breakfast, and they are drinking alcohol. Okay, this is how you would say it. I am eating breakfast. Yes, K-Dog got it on YouTube. Kumakain ako ng almusal. Very good. Sure, got it. Yes, Coco JJ, very close. Kumakain almusal. Don't forget the pronoun. So, kumakain ako ng almusal. I am eating some breakfast. You have to have that nang in there. And it just indicates like some or a thing. So you have to have nang. Otherwise, it's an incomplete sentence. Kumakain ako ng almusal. Very good. Brian Wong got it. Umiinom sila ng alak. They are drinking alcohol. Very good. K-Dog got it as well. Umiinom sila ng alak. Very good. So now you know. Now you know if you go to the Philippines and you hear the word alak, it's like, oh, gusto mo ng alak? Be sure you know what they're asking. Do you want alcohol? Yes or no? Oh, yes. Very good. BK Park said, umiinom ako ng tubig. I am drinking water. All right. This is the last type of verb we will practice tonight. In verbs. Again, remember there are 5 types of verbs. Mag, ma, in, and e. We learned mag verbs. We learned verbs. Now, this is the in verbs. These are usually object-focused. Tikman is to taste, and this was the only in verb we learned tonight. Tikman. Now, this is the pattern for tikman in the present tense. In goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root. So, tikman becomes Tinitikman. Tinitikman. So in goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root. Tinitikman. Rico said, is alak alcohol? I thought it was wine. It's alcohol, just like in general. Very good, very good. Jack said, umiinom sila ng Red Horse. Red Horse is a very strong beer made in the Philippines. Yes. Yes, K-Doc said, does gusto mean to want and to like? Yep, it can mean both depending on the context. All right, let's keep going. Okay. Based Pedro said, the dog ears are too funny. I don't know how to turn it off. This is what happened last time too. I'm sorry. Okay, so here's an example of using in a sentence. I'm sorry, tikman in a sentence. Tinitikman ko yung sopas. I am tasting the soup. Tinitikman ko yung sopas. So there is the pattern. In goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root. Tinitikman ko yung sopas. Does anyone notice a difference here? There is something different here. All right. Tinitikman ko yung sopas. I am tasting the soup. Does anyone notice something different? Anyone? Let's see. Oh, Bonnie, I'll answer your question in just a minute, okay? So, this time, we are saying, tinitikman ko yung sopas. Ko means I in this phrase. So far, we have been using ako, right? Nagluluto ako, I am cooking. But now we are saying, tinitikman ko, I am tasting. So instead of ako, we are using ko. And ko is a possessive pronoun. You'll see down here in this like pink box. And in this green box, it says in and e verbs must be used with a possessive pronoun since the object is the focus of the sentence. So remember, Coco JJ said, is ko short for ako? I guess technically, but they're different. They are different types of pronouns. And again, this green box says anytime we are using an in or e verb, we have to use a possessive pronoun. I think of it as the person in the sentence is in possession of that object that is in focus. So we have to use a possessive pronoun. Okay, so here are some possessive pronouns. Ko is my or I. Mo is your or you, singular. Niya, her or his, he or she. Nila, their or they. Natin, our or we inclusive. Namin, our or we exclusive. Ninyo is your or you plural. And then, that's it. Nyo is your or you plural. Sorry, I got distracted by some of these comments. Yes. Okay. So those are the different types of possessive pronouns. And who was it? I think Deborah. Deborah on YouTube asked, how do you know if a verb is an verb? Or how do you know if it's an e verb? So for some verbs, it's obvious what type they are, like magluto, magsaing. They are mag verbs because they have mag in them. However, for verbs like inom, kain, tikman, they don't have the infix in their root, right? Or in their infinitive form. Infinitive means like not conjugated. So you have to, it's just a matter of gaining more vocabulary. Unfortunately, there is no rhyme or reason that I have discovered. I've tried looking it up, and there's no clear explanation as to why some verbs fall into the category, why some verbs are ma verbs, or why some verbs are e verbs. I think it's just from the linguistic gods back in the day. Someone in Tagalog was like, this is going to be an in verb. This is going to be an verb. Something like that. There is no clear explanation. If I discover one, I will share it. Or if anyone knows of an explanation why they are that way, please let me know. But again, it's just one of those things where you have to listen to Tagalog, kind of make a mental note of how verbs are conjugated, and then conjugate it in that way again next time. Okay, so now let's take a look at tikman. And here are some examples. So, I am tasting the dessert. I am tasting the dessert. Panghimagas means dessert. How would you say that? I am tasting the dessert. Dutchman said, I know there's a difference between ako and ko, but people don't understand you? They'll understand you. It's just not technically correct. You know, someone might correct you and say, "Oh, it should be ako, it should be ko." But technically they mean the same thing. Cassidy said, "Wow, Tagalog takes a lot of memorization." I know it can be kind of tricky. I would suggest maybe watching some Tagalog movies. Netflix has some. Prime Video has some as well. Sometimes YouTube just has some free Tagalog videos or Tagalog movies. They might be a little bit older. But it's a good way to listen and catch patterns, a good way to listen for root words or things like that. Or if you know a native Tagalog speaker, ask them to speak to you only in Tagalog. Try that. All right. Very good. Sure and Brian, you got it. Tinitikman ko ang panghimagas or yung. Very good. Yes, so both of you said yung or it could be ang. Again, they are interchangeable, but yung is a little bit more specific. It's like, oh, I'm tasting the desserts or I'm tasting the dessert. Very good, very good. Now, how would you say taste this? Taste this. How would you say taste this? Ito means this. Oh, Deborah asked, can you suggest some nice Filipino movies? If you have Netflix, I just recently watched Rewind. Has anyone watched it? So Rewind, I think it was like the biggest blockbuster movie in the Philippines recently. And it has Ding Dong Dantes and Marian Rivera. They are actually married in real life. And they are starring in it together. Oh my goodness, it's happy and sad at the same time. The premise, I won't give you the ending. They are married, but then she dies. That's not a secret. Okay, that's in the preview there. She passes away, and then he is given a chance to spend more time with her. He gets a chance to rewind for a few days, or maybe it's one day. I don't remember. But he has a chance to kind of redo part of his relationship. That's a good one. Oh my goodness, it's so good. Yes. Louis said, yes, it's crazy. It is kind of a crazy movie, but it's so good. Oh my goodness, it's good. Yes, Bonnie said, I cried so much watching Rewind. If you love someone, you might cry. Yes. Oh, Ray said, I saw advice by a linguist that language acquisition is faster and a better way to learn. Where should I start as a total beginner? I would say, as a total beginner, try getting more vocabulary. So vocabulary about things that you see or use every day. And then use those vocabulary terms little by little in your everyday conversation. For example, key in Tagalog is susi. So if you wanted to say, where are my keys? You can say, where are my susi? And then little by little, add more and more terms to that phrase until you can say the whole phrase. So where in Tagalog is saan. So you could say, saan my susi? Where are my keys? Then go back and figure out how to say it. So saan ang susi ko? Or saan ang mga susi ko? Mga is plural. So saan ang mga susi ko? So you see how I kind of started little by little. I think that's the best way from what I've seen to learn a language. It's like you don't have to do it all at once. No one is expecting you to be fluent. And I think that's a lot of pressure if you really strive for that goal from the get-go. So just go little by little. It helps if you have like sticky notes. One of my students, oh my goodness, she was in Spain. She would put sticky notes on all of the things that she has around her just so she could practice those words in Tagalog. Okay, you guys are taking me off track here. How do you say taste this in Tagalog? It is tikman mo ito. Tikman mo ito. Castro Carmela, hi ate. Hi din sa'yo po. Tikman mo ito. Ito means this. Okay. Now, last thing I want, it's not really last, second to last thing. I want to show you how to say like commands or how you could use them in like a statement form. Magluto ka. Cook. Magluto ka. Do you see how magluto stays as magluto? We're not conjugating it, right? It's not nagluluto. It's just the word itself. Magluto. Magluto. Next, you might also hear someone say, magluto ka na. Magluto ka na. Na means already, or it can be like an emphasis. Magluto ka na. Cook already. Like, if you're taking a long time, maybe you're spending a lot of time cleaning the kitchen first, and someone is like, hey, go ahead, magluto ka na. Cook already. So that's what na means. You might hear that as well. Next, magsaing ka. Make rice. Magsaing ka. Or, maghain na. Set the table. Set the table already, or like set the table now. Maghain na. Maghain na. So these are some of the terms you might hear. You might hear ka, meaning you go do it, or na, meaning already. Okay. Okay. Next, kain na, eat already. That's a common phrase that you might hear after someone's been cooking. They're like, oh, kain na, eat already. Go ahead and eat. Kain na. An alternative way to hear this or say this is kumain ka na. Go ahead and eat. They mean the same thing. Kain na or kumain ka na. Kumain ka na is like the longer form. The shortcut would just be kain na. But same idea there. Uminom ka. Drink. Go ahead and drink. Uminom ka. This is interesting because so far we've seen all these verbs unconjugated, right? Unconjugated. It's not like nag and then a repeated first syllable and then the root. Same with kain. It's the unconjugated form. However, if you want to tell someone to go ahead and drink, you do have to conjugate it. Uminom ka. It's the present tense conjugation there. Again, inum is very different from all the other verbs in the category there. Next, tikman mo, taste it. Tikman mo. So those are just some quick and short phrases. Maybe keep in your pocket and say it the next time it's time to eat. Okay? So just practice those with me one more time. Magluto ka. Cook. Magluto ka. Go ahead and cook. Or magluto ka na. Magluto ka na. Magsaing ka. Make rice. Magsaing ka. Maghain na. Set the table. Maghain na. Yes, Cassidy. Maghain na ng lamesa. Set the table. Very good. Kain na. Eat already. Go ahead and eat. Kain na. Or kumain ka na. Kumain ka na. All right. Uminom ka. Drink. Or go ahead and drink. And then, tikman mo. Taste it. All right. Let me just catch up on some of these questions. Hang on one second. Oh, yes. Here are some other movies that people suggested. Let's see. Dollhouse on Netflix. I have not seen that. Bride for Rent with Kim Chiu and Zian Lim. Oh, too bad they're broken up now. How sad. Yes, that is another good one. Okay. Yes. So if you have any other Filipino movie suggestions, you can write it in the comments for people to look at. All right. So those were just some examples. Now, I want to focus or I want to show you this one last thing about actor or object focused verbs. Okay. So we learned kumakain siya. Kumakain siya. We learned kain as an verb, right? She is eating. Or kumakain siya ng kanin. She is eating some rice. That's just showing you how to add an object. Ng blank. She is eating some rice. Kumakain siya ng kanin. Lastly, kumakain siya ng saging. She is eating a banana. Kumakain siya ng saging. So you see how kain is being conjugated as an verb here. Oops. That is because all of these sentences are actor focused. What is she doing? She is eating. She is eating rice. She is eating a banana. The focus is on the actor and on what she is doing. Take a look at these phrases. Kinakain niya yung cake. She is eating the cake. Or kinakain niya yung pandesal. She is eating the pandesal. Pandesal is a Filipino bread. It has like condensed milk in it, sugar. It has breadcrumbs on the outside, usually eaten in the morning for breakfast. So, kinakain niya yung pandesal. Now, take a look. These are conjugated with in. So, it's not anymore. Now, kain is being conjugated as an in verb. Yes, Cassidy said, kinakain, my jaw dropped. I know, this is an example of where a verb can be actor or object focused. So again, it's object focused. Here, the question is like, what is she eating? What is she eating? She's eating the cake. The focus is on the cake, right? The focus is on the object. What is she eating? She's eating the cake. Or she's eating the pandesal. Versus in the actor-focused verb, or in the actor-focused sentence, the question is like, what is she doing? She's eating some rice. She's eating a banana. That's the difference there. Very interesting. Rich said, mahal kita Pat, you are the best. Salamat, salamat. Yes, Jack said, kumakain ako. That's correct. I am eating. Okay, now last thing I will ask you. Ano ang paborito mong pagkain? Ano ang paborito mong pagkain? Very good, Sure said. If you recognize the kain, then you can figure it out. Again, that is the idea of listening for root words and then using the context clues. Very good, very good. Can anyone answer this question? Ano ang paborito mong pagkain? Rico, you got it. His favorite is tacos. His or her. Tacos. Very good, very good. Ano ang paborito mong pagkain? Tell me. So yes, that means what is your favorite food? Ano means what. Ang means is. Paborito is favorite. Mong is your. Pagkain is food. What is your favorite food? Very good. Sure said pizza. Yes, Boots got it. What is my favorite thing to eat? Yep. What is my favorite food? Yes. Very good. Yes, Cassidy said, does this mean certain verbs have multiple verb conjugations set already by the Tagalog gods? Only some verbs. Usually, mag and ma verbs are always actor focused. Usually, always, I just kind of contradicted myself. Usually, mag verbs are actor focused. And then in, and e can be either or. Yeah. One of those things, again, that has already been said. This is how you could say this, or your response. Sinigang ang paborito ko. Ano ang paborito mong pagkain? Sinigang ang paborito ko. What is your favorite food? Sinigang is my favorite food. Sinigang is like a stew. It's sour soup because it has tamarind in it, which makes it a little bit sour. Usually it's made with pork, can also be made with fish. It has lots of veggies in it, and it's just so good. I love it. Very good. Crispy pata is the best, Hector said. Very good. Yes. Had a lot of trouble with this, but the key in understanding really is to look at the question. If the question focuses on what someone is doing, it's actor focused. If it focuses on the verb to eat, then it's object. Yep, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah, that's correct. Let's see. Yes, Big Daddy. There is a lot of Spanish influence in it. Kare kare, ang paborito ko. Very good, Jones. You got it. Sinigang, pizza, crispy pata, ube, ice cream, pork adobo ang paborito ko. Very good. I want to show you some alternative ways to respond. So again, this means my favorite is sinigang, but you might also hear the response this way. Ang paborito ko or ang paborito kong pagkain ay sinigang. Ang paborito kong pagkain ay sinigang. So literally, that means the favorite food of me is sinigang. And this sentence structure is formal. It's not usually used in common conversation, but it's not wrong. It's a little too correct almost. Like no one really says that. It's almost like Shakespearean. But that's correct. Ang paborito kong pagkain ay sinigang. Another way to say it is ang paborito ko ay sinigang. So this one is a little bit less formal. It's perfectly acceptable as well. Sorry, I get distracted by some of these comments. Yes, kare kare has peanut sauce in it. I think someone was asking, ano ang kare kare? What is kare kare? Usually made with beef, and then it has like peanut butter in it. Okay. And then lastly, the quick answer is just sinigang. Ano ang paborito mong pagkain? Sinigang. That's it. Okay, now just to review, this is everything we did tonight. We learned different verbs about eating and about food, and then we learned how to conjugate these verbs while we're using them in different phrases. And then we learned some food vocabulary during our practice questions as well. Does anyone have any questions before I let you go tonight? Oh, Rich said, why is food eliminated there? So in my answer, I said, sinigang ang paborito ko. I didn't say food, right? It's almost like asking, what is your favorite food? My favorite is sinigang. My favorite is sinigang. So you can add pagkain, like in this first example, the first alternative phrase, ang paborito kong pagkain ay sinigang. You don't have to say it, but you can. Very good question. Alrighty. Brian said, do I have homework for us to do at home? No, I didn't make any homework. Maybe next time I'll have some homework and then post the answer at a later time. But I hope you have a good rest of your day or evening, wherever you are. I'm going to go to bed, you guys. It's so late. Have a good night again whenever I see you. Try to catch me next Thursday, hopefully a little bit earlier than tonight. But thank you so much for joining me. Maraming salamat. Hello everybody. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. Let me know if you can hear me okay. As always, feel free to write in the comments where you are currently watching, how old you are, and maybe why you want to learn Tagalog. Let me know you can hear me because I'm trying out this new mic stand. So I just want to make sure that it is working okay. I'm going to go ahead and make sure everyone is joining us. So today's lesson, I think you're going to enjoy it. It's going to be Tagalog phrases or things you can use while traveling. Okay, I'll go about it or talk a little bit more about it in detail. Hang on one moment. Alrighty, so go ahead again and write where you are currently watching. Just want to make sure everyone... Okay, there we go. Let me go ahead and make sure our other friends are on here as well. Hello, hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. If you can hear me okay, go ahead and write in the comments where you are currently watching from. Maybe tell me how old you are, and then maybe write why you are learning Tagalog. Remember, this whole lesson is on my YouTube channel, Tagalog Time with Pat. You will be able to follow along with everything written out. You will be able to see some images on there and everything like that. So go ahead and hop onto my YouTube channel if you would like. Also, if you happen to jump off or like if you have to leave early or if you're not able to watch the whole thing, you can watch the recording afterwards. It will be on my YouTube channel as well. Let me just make sure everyone is here. Okay. Let me know you can hear me okay. I am trying out a new mic stand. All right, hang on one moment. Okay. So again, today's lesson is going to be interesting. We're actually going to be learning about things or phrases and vocabulary you can say about traveling. Okay? Hang on, everyone on TikTok. Sorry, my phone is going crazy here. There we go. So we are live on Instagram, we are live on TikTok, and we are live on YouTube. We got a full crowd here today. Okay, awesome. Loud and clear on Instagram. Let's go ahead and get started. So today's lesson is going to be about phrases and vocabulary you can say about traveling. If you watched last month, I had a live Tagalog lesson about phrases you can say while driving specifically. So today it's going to be about traveling, different forms of transportation, also things you can say while traveling in the Philippines specifically. So I think you will find it kind of useful. Let's see. Poblito is from Roseville, California. Hello. Kumusta? Said H. Matdot. I'm watching from home. I'm at least 1 year old and I want to learn to teach my future children, Bonvic said. Well, that's good. Hello there, Jim said. Oh, my fiance is Filipina. We are big fans, Carson said. Salamat. Oh, Jinjo Cruz from Lipa, Batangas. Is it Lipa or Lipa? Musta Turner said. Hi, Ate. JGV said. Austin is from New Jersey. Hello. Scott Five Man said they're from Edinburgh, and Oberder is from Honolulu. Hello, welcome. Alrighty, someone asked, what are your thoughts on balot? I personally like balot if it's cooked correctly. If it's made by like the true balot vendors in the Philippines, they know how to make it just right. But I tried making balot at home once. It was not very good because I don't know how to make it very well. Hello. Oh, Sultan said, thank you. I learned a lot of Tagalog because of you po. Maraming salamat. I'm from Madera, California, Jeremy said on TikTok. Hello. Very good. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Again, this whole lesson is on my YouTube channel. You'll be able to follow along. So let's jump right in there. Here are some vocabulary words and some phrases about traveling. So the very first word you'll see here, again, it's all on my YouTube channel, it's bakasyon. Bakasyon. What do you think that means? Bakasyon sounds like the English word vacation, right? Except for the letter B. You might have noticed in the Tagalog accent, like when people are trying to speak English with a Tagalog accent, the V and the B sound are interchangeable, right? They say, oh, you're going on vacation? Or that's very good, right? The V and the B are interchangeable in the Tagalog accent. And that's because in baybayin, the B and the V are represented by the same symbol. So very interesting. Kind of like the F and the P, that sound is interchangeable as well. For example, my name is Fatima, but it's very common for people to say Patima. That's also why I got the nickname Pat. Okay, so there you go. Bakasyon is vacation. I do want to point out the spelling here. You will see the S-Y combination, bakasyon. It looks like it should be spelled bakasyon, but in the central Luzon area, that S-Y combination is a sh sound. Bakasyon. So that means vacation. Here's a phrase that you might hear or say with the word vacation or bakasyon. Magbabakasyon ako. Magbabakasyon ako. I am going on vacation. Magbabakasyon ako. Okay? So, you'll see here that bakasyon is a noun and we turned it into a verb. You'll see that a lot in these vocabulary words. Magbabakasyon ako. That mag prefix means to do something, basically. Okay, there are some exceptions there, but usually when you add the mag prefix, you're turning it into a verb. So I am going on vacation. Magbabakasyon ako. Okay, let me just catch up on some of these comments. I don't want to miss any. Hello, hello. Laya said hello from Virginia. I'm 19. Welcome, welcome. Ken Amaro said, congratulations on your interview. Maraming salamat. Oh my goodness, I was so nervous. I was nervous because I didn't want to mess up my Tagalog, which I often do if I'm speaking really fast or if I'm talking in straight Tagalog. Brooks is 39 from Houston. Hello, hello. Ken said, hey. Mr. Yoki, USA 16. Oh, nice. Okay. Olaya said, learning Tagalog because I like learning languages and I want to learn a third language. Awesome. Ken is in the Philippines right now. Vince is in Santa Barbara. Albert is 71 in the Bronx. Awesome. Magandang umaga. Almost Polyglot said, Wake Forest, North Carolina. Rob said, hello, hello. Coin said, hi. Oh, awesome, awesome. Wei is from Toronto. Okay. Cotton OK said they have a Filipino boyfriend. Awesome. Okay. GSM said, where are the words on the screen? On YouTube, are you able to see the words? Let me know if you can or cannot. I can see it on my screen. Let me know. Okay, so we learned the word bakasyon. Bakasyon means vacation, right? And then magbabakasyon ako means I am going on vacation. Oh, Sea-Dog on Instagram said Bronx in the house. Another Bronx person. Bob is from Queensland. Hello, hello. Another word about vacation or traveling or taking a trip is pasyal. Pasyal. So, pasyal as a noun is a trip. Like taking a trip. It's the trip. Now, you can turn it into a verb. And here's a sample phrase. Mamasyal tayo. Mamasyal tayo. That means let's take a trip. Mamasyal tayo. Let's take a trip. Here's another phrase I heard growing up a lot as a kid. Namamasyal sila sa luneta. Have you ever heard that before? Namamasyal sila sa luneta. So Luneta Park is a park in the Philippines. That's where Jose Rizal's statue is. And like any other park, a lot of people just go over there and, take a stroll. They like to leisurely walk around. They're not going very fast usually. So usually my parents would say this if they are driving behind someone who is very slow. They're like, oh, namamasyal sila sa luneta. It's like they're just taking a stroll. They're going so slow. So that's just another way to use it. So pasyal is a trip. Mamasyal means to take a trip. Just in case you hear these words or these phrases, I want you to be able to understand it. Okay? Oh, Maria Tan on YouTube said, why does the pa change into ma? Very good question. So we learned the word pasyal. That's the noun form, meaning a trip. Now it turns into mamasyal as the verb form. Remember in Tagalog, there are 5 different types of verbs. Mag, ma, in, and e verbs. Pasyal happens to be a ma verb when you want to conjugate it. That's all. And then the next question usually that's asked is, how do you know it's going to become a ma verb? How do you know it's going to be an e or verb? It's one of those things where you just have to learn more vocabulary and then listen to how it's commonly conjugated and then go from there. Unfortunately, there is no rhyme or reason that I've learned as to why some verbs are ma verbs, some verbs are mag, and so on. But that is a very, very good question there, okay? Let's see. Oh, Jeremy said, what is your YouTube page called? I want to see the words. Just Tagalog Time with Pat. You'll be able to find it on YouTube. Remember, this whole lesson is up on my YouTube channel. Alrighty, so let's just go over some of these vocabulary words again. Bakasyon is vacation. Bakasyon. Magbabakasyon ako means I'm going on vacation. Pasyal is trip. Mamasyal means to take a trip. Namamasyal sila sa Luneta means they're taking a stroll at Luneta Park, or like they're going so slowly. GSB or GSM on YouTube said language can be very random. You're right. Sometimes it can be like that. Jamie said magbabakasi ako sa Mexico. Oh, magbabakasyon ka sa Mexico. They're taking a vacation to Mexico. Awesome. Alrighty. Let's keep going here. Now, let's just go over some of the basics. Here are some vocabulary words about different forms of transportation. So, coche is car. Coche. In Tagalog, coche is car. I've also heard the word sasakyan. Sasakyan. Literally, sasakyan means something to ride in or something that will take you from one place to another. Sasakyan. Specifically, a car is coche. Okay? Now, I want you to take a look here. This italicized word underneath, that is the verb form. So, for example, coche is car. Magmaneho is to drive. Okay? So, magmaneho means to drive. Nagmamaneho ako, I am driving. Okay? Now, aeroplano is airplane. Aeroplano, that's airplane. If you want to say you're going to fly somewhere, like I'm going to fly to Chicago, I'm going to fly to Japan, aeroplano, it would be mag-aeroplano ako. Mag-aeroplano ako. I'm going to take an airplane there. So it's interesting how in English we would say, oh, we're going to fly. But in Tagalog, it's I am airplaning there, right? Technically, in Tagalog, the verb to fly is lipad. So you could say, lilipad ako. But that literally means I am going to fly. Like me, my body, I am going to fly. So not a lot of people say lipad. Like if they want to say, oh, I'm flying there, we are going to fly there, they would just say mag-aeroplano ako. I will take an airplane. I will airplane there. Interesting, right? And we're doing that pattern again where we are turning a noun into a verb form by adding this mag prefix. Very interesting. So do you see the difference there? So in Tagalog, if you want to say we're flying somewhere, we don't actually use the verb lipad. Lipad means to fly. We don't say like we are flying, like lilipad kami. Because again, that means like our bodies are flying there. Almost like someone asked about an aswang there. Aswang, sometimes they can fly, right? So yeah, we're not doing that. So mag-aeroplano ako. We are taking an airplane there. Sure said airplaning there. I love it. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Same with the word barco. So barco means a boat, specifically a large ship. A large ship. It's a boat. It's a ship used for traveling or transporting things. Magbarco means to take a ship or to boat somewhere, to get somewhere using a boat or a ship. Magbabarko kami, we will ride a ship. Magbabarko kami, we are going to boat over there. Now, I want to point out that another word for boat is bangka. Anyone know what a bangka is? Bangka? Well, a boat or barco is a boat or a ship, right? A really large ship. Bangka, anyone know? Bangka are the really, not really small, but they're the smaller boats, usually made of wood that fishermen use. Okay, so yes, TMD Texas said like a kayak, a little bit bigger than a kayak. They are usually made of wood, and it's just like a simple boat that fishermen use. And it's just like the simplest form of a boat. It's usually like people have to row it. Sure said a raft, not as simple as a raft. So it's a little bit bigger than that. So yeah, it's just like a really small boat. There are no sails on it, although there could be, I guess. Usually not. There's usually like there can be a covering so that there's a little bit of shade. But actually, now that I think about it, maybe there are some with propellers on it just so it could be a little bit faster. Anyway, the idea here is that a barco is really, really big, takes longer and bigger trips. And then a bangka is a smaller boat, usually made of wood. It's just very simple, used for like smaller commutes. Nefim on TikTok said bangka transports you to Boracay. Yes. So it's like Games for Tubes said canoeing. So yes, it's not quite like that. It is kind of like a canoe, I guess. There are like support beams on a bangka to keep it steady. Look it up. You'll know what I mean. You've probably seen it before. Bangka is a sailing yacht. It's not big. It's not very big. Almost Polyglot said bangka sounds like bank. Almost. Yes, GSM said, I think I've seen the ones you're talking about. Yes, if you've been in the province or any kind of smaller places like just like areas where you don't have to go very far, you'll probably see a bangka. Van Vic said that's really cool. You can go to Boracay on that. It depends on where you're coming from. If you're coming from Manila, you're probably not going to ride a bangka because it's really far. You're going to need to take a barco or an aeroplano. But you can ride on a bangka while you're at at an island like that. Jeremy said bangka is a small trimaran. Trimaran? I don't know my boats. That must be a type of boat. Local Cry said, how do you pronounce kalapati? Kalapati. Kalapati is like a little dove. Alrighty. Oh, Zell said, I just landed in the Philippines. How awesome. How awesome. Yes, Milan said, aren't they the ones you get on tours a lot in the Philippines? Yes, you're probably going to ride a bangka to take a tour of an island. We went to Cebu and we went island hopping and we rode a bangka there. Yes, exactly right. Okay, GSM on YouTube said, yes, a trimaran. Trimaran? 3 hulls. So anyone who knows their boats, you probably know what that means. Oh, Waymore said, I'll be visiting the Philippines, La Union for the 4th time. Oh my goodness, awesome. Jeremy said, I have a catamaran. Wow, awesome. Okay, so again, just to review, here are the different forms of transportation that you can talk about. So coche is car, and if you're driving somewhere, you could say, oh, magmamaneho ako. I'm going to drive, magmamaneho ako. Aeroplano is airplane, and if you're gonna fly somewhere, it's mag-e-aeroplano ako. Mag-e-aeroplano ako. Again, remember, for flying, you don't actually use the word lipad. Lipad in Tagalog means to fly. If you say lilipad ako, that means your body is going to fly somewhere. So you would say mag-e-aeroplano ako means I'm airplaning somewhere. I'm going to ride an airplane somewhere. And then lastly, barko is a ship. Magbabarko kami. We are going to take a ship somewhere. Okay? So let's keep going. Now, here are some phrases putting together some of the vocabulary words we just learned. So, magbabakasyon ako. Pupunta ako sa Boracay. Magbabakasyon ako. Pupunta ako sa Boracay. I'm going on vacation. I'm going to Boracay. So do you see how easy it is to kind of just put all of these phrases together? You're just stacking it up, use the phrases you know, and then make a conversation with it. Next, paano kayo pupunta doon? Paano kayo pupunta doon? How will you get there? Paano means how. Kayo means you all. Pupunta means we'll go somewhere. Doon means there. So, paano kayo pupunta doon? How will you get there? For example, maybe if you're in Manila and you're going to Cebu, someone might ask you, oh, paano kayo pupunta doon? How will you get there? Are you going to take a bus? Are you going to take a plane? Are you going to drive and then take a ship? So that's just asking what form of transportation will you be taking? Oh, Choki, thank you so much for the badge on TikTok. And anyone else who I missed. Oh, Choki also sent a heart. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much. Any support that you give is so amazing. I'm really thankful, and I always give back to the Filipino businesses that I know of. These earrings are from Senki's Pinay, by the way. Alrighty. So, again, the question was, paano kayo pupunta doon? How will you get there? Your response would just be any of the phrases that we learned about the transportation, the forms of transportation. So you could say, mag-eeroplano kami. We're flying. Mag-eeroplano kami. Or, magbubus kami, tapos sasakay kami sa barko. Magbubus kami, we're gonna take a bus. Magbubus kami. The word there is magbus, to take a bus. Now, to conjugate it into the present tense, it's magbubus kami, tapos sasakay kami ng barko. Sakay means to ride. So, sasakay kami ng barko means we will take a ship. Or you could say, tapos magbabarko kami. Then we will ship there or take a ship. Okay? Oh, someone asked a good question over here on YouTube. Let me just follow up. Okay, Jeremy said, how much of the Tagalog words are the same in Bisaya? So my husband's family is Bisaya, or they speak Bisaya. And I will say most of the words are the same. Like vocabulary-wise, there are a lot of words that cross over. Now, grammar can be a little bit different. Sometimes their verbs come before the pronoun, so that's just a little bit different. But for the most part, I would say maybe even like 50-50 actually. So maybe not most of the words, but a lot of the words are the same in Bisaya and Tagalog. Okay, let's see. Oh, GSM said, pupunta ako sa Siargao. Oh, Siargao is the surfing capital of the Philippines right now. I hope you have a lot of fun. Sure said, what is the difference between doon and dyan? So, doon is there, dyan is here. Well, okay, no, that's wrong. Dito is here. So, dyan and doon. Think about it like, made me scratch my head there. They both mean there. So it's like, dyan is there, doon is over there. Does that make sense? Doon is a little bit farther. Dyan is there, doon is over there. Does that make sense? Alrighty, I have a bunch of friends who are Bisaya, GSM said. Oh, Jeremy said, can you please say mage slowly so that I can hear it? Mage? What is mage? M-A-G-E, mage. Meg? Let me know like an example of when you've heard it before, and maybe I can figure that out. Oh, Zell said, tara, tara, tara. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alrighty. So, now, here are some more phrases to show how these words can be used again. So, mamamasyal kami sa Florida. Mamamasyal kami sa Florida. We're taking a trip to Florida. Mamamasyal kami sa Florida. So, do you see this word masyal? Again, the vocabulary word like the noun is pasyal. Pasyal. That means a trip. But mamasyal means to take a trip. So mamamasyal kami sa Florida means we are taking a trip to Florida. Again, the question, paano kayo pupunta doon? How will you get there? Paano kayo pupunta doon? How will you get there? Oh, magmamaneho kami. We're driving. Magmamaneho kami. We are driving. Okay, so those are just some examples of how you can talk about your vacation coming up, or you could talk about a trip that you're going to be having, and then talking about your method of transportation. In case anyone ever asks you about it, or if you hear people talking about it, now you'll know how these phrases are put together. Okay, let me see. Oh, I see. Dan said that so it's like mag-eroplano ako. Mag-eroplano ako. That that you were asking about is just a repeated first syllable. That's what we call a repeated first syllable. When we are conjugating a verb in Tagalog, specifically a mag verb, mag goes first. It's a prefix, mag. Then it's the repeated first syllable. In this case, it's right? Aeroplano, the first syllable is Mag-aeroplano ako. Yes. Dan explained it there. Yep. It's the repeated sound. Very good, very good. Alrighty, Snow Queen said, hi, I love your content. Keep it up. Maraming salamat. Thank you. Octo Rocker said, nice to learn. Very good, very good. Okay, let's see. Can you tell us the order of the words syntax, literally in English, for some examples? Yes. Let's see. Can you tell us the order of the words syntax, literally in English? Okay. So, for example, like, mamamasyal kami sa Florida. So, mamasyal is the verb. Kami is the pronoun we. Sa means to. Florida is the place. Is that kind of what you mean? Let me know. Oh, yes. Dan said, so are we using future tense because it's actually in the future versus the direct translation, we're driving, nagmamaneho ako? Yes. So it's up to you. If you are actually driving, then yes, you could say, nagmamaneho kami. Very good, very good. That's a good catch there. So if you were talking about it in the future, or like about it happening in the future, then it would be magmamaneho ako. But if you are currently driving while you are telling the story, it would be nagmamaneho ako. Very good, very good. Okay, now, one more thing. You might hear someone say this is actually based on true events. Ha? Magbabarko tayo? Eroplano na lang. What? We're taking a boat? Let's just fly. So, ha, magbabarko tayo, eroplano na lang. So, that just means what? We're taking a boat, let's just fly. And that has happened to me. I think we were somewhere in the Philippines and our plan was to fly. But then for some reason, either I think the flights were overbooked or our scheduling was just off. We had to take a boat instead and then go by land the rest of the way. So I literally said, why do we have to take a boat? Or we're taking a boat, can't we just fly? And then I was informed that flight was not an option there. Let me see. All right. Oh, yes. Jerry said, thanks for starting with common words, trying to learn. You're welcome. You're welcome. Going to Pangasinan every year with my wife. Awesome. Okay, let's keep going. Now, here's another word to describe a trip. This word is viaje. Viaje. And this is a trip, but also it's like the journey, biyahe. So you might hear someone say, mahaba ang biyahe natin bukas. Mahaba ang biyahe natin bukas. Mahaba means long. Ang biyahe means a trip or the trip. Natin means our. Bukas means tomorrow. Mahaba ang biyahe natin bukas means we have a long trip tomorrow. For example, if you are driving from New York to California, your mom or dad might say, hey, go to sleep, mahaba ang biyahe natin bukas. Go to sleep, get some rest because we have a long trip tomorrow. Do you see how biyahe is being used here? So it is a trip, but this time it's kind of talking about the journey, not so much about the destination, not your vacation, not the trip location, but more about the journey. Interesting, right? How there's a different type of word for that. And a different use or description of biyahe, you could say, madali lang yung biyahe. It's an easy trip, or it was an easy trip. So for example, if you get to your destination and someone was like, oh, how was your trip? How was the drive over here? It could be, madali lang yung biyahe. Madali lang, it was easy. Not so bad. Okay? Very interesting. Jeremy said, how is the occupation truck driver said in Tagalog? I always have to explain my job to people. You know, a lot of people just say driver. Driver ako. Driver ako ng truck. I am a driver of a truck. You could also just say truck driver ako. Truck driver ako. But yeah, you could also just say driver ako ng truck. A driver is a very common job, right? A lot of people drive other people. They might drive a bus. They might drive a jeepney. So people are like, oh, driver ako, driver. So people might expand on that and just say, oh, driver ako ng truck. Okay. GSM said, but the boat ride will be more relaxing. Maybe if you don't have motion sickness. Luckily, I'm not that bad. Like, I don't get too motion sick, but I get kind of impatient. I'd rather just go. But I do like the scenery that you'll see while out there on the ocean. Sometimes I remember seeing like flying fish. My goodness, I have really fond memories of my childhood just taking a boat from, let's see, where were we coming from? We were going to Catanduanes, which is an island in Bicol. So there's mainland Bicol, and then there are islands around it. So we were going from mainland Bicol to Catanduanes, and we always had to take a boat there. And yes, oh, so many memories. Now I miss it. You just made me go back through memory lane. I remember one more memory. As a kid, like, have you ever ridden a boat in the Philippines or taken a ship somewhere? They have kids, sometimes kids, usually kids. They are swimming around the boat, waiting for people to throw change at them, right? And that is a way for them to, like, get some money. And so you can throw coins. It makes me feel bad because sometimes the coins go all the way down, or like they go really deep, but somehow they catch it, or they're able to dive down deep and they get it, so they get their money. But I didn't know that you were supposed to just do one by one, and my parents gave me like a handful of coins, and I just chucked it. I threw them all in the water. My parents were like, why did you throw them all? I was like, I don't know. I didn't know you were supposed to do that. But yes, so they were all kind of scrambling, diving down deep. I felt kind of bad. Yes, let me catch up on some of these comments here. Sure said, makes me think of people learning English. Don't trip on your trip can be confusing. Exactly. So there are lots of homonyms or words that are spelled the same and can have different meanings. In this case, it's like different words, but they have the same meaning. I don't know what kind of word that is in English. But you're right. Sometimes it can be a little tricky. Yes. Oh, hi, Dita. Said hi, Ate Pat. Hello, good to see you. Yes, very good. O2 Nawal said, is it truck troca? Yes. Although I've heard more often just truck. Truck. Dahan-dahan may truck dyan. Be careful, there's a truck there. So Gabriel said, so lang here works as was differently from lang in okay lang. Let me see. Oh, okay. So in the phrase, madali lang yung biyahe. Madali lang yung biyahe. In this case, lang doesn't mean was. Was is kind of in the context here. Because technically, yung means, or it implies past tense. Anyway, the word lang means technically like only, like, oh, it was easy only, not so bad. It's almost an inflection, meaning lesser than. Or it's like implying, oh, it was easy, not so bad. It's like a shrug. I don't know. I'm not explaining it very well, but it just kind of, it's an emphasis word meaning it was easy. Because you could say, madali yung biyahe. The trip was easy. Madali lang yung biyahe. Oh, it was easy. It wasn't so bad. So technically, you don't have to have it. It's just kind of one of those words that you can add there to emphasize it, and also it helps you sound a little bit more natural. That's what a lot of people would just say. Yes, Anthony said it was just an easy trip. Thank you, Anthony. So it's like adding just. It was just easy. Even though just doesn't really translate like in English, it's just that implication. Like, oh, it wasn't so bad. Very good, very good. Awesome. Okay. So now, here are some other things you can say about your trip. Okay? So, pupunta ako sa, that means I am going to somewhere. Pupunta ako sa Florida, I'm going to Florida. Pupunta ako sa Pilipinas, I'm going to the Philippines. So, pupunta ako sa blank. I am going somewhere. Next, aalis ako sa, and then a date. So this is talking about a time when you are leaving, or like a day, a time. So, aalis ako sa Sabado. I am leaving on Saturday. Aalis ako sa susunod na buwan. I am leaving next month. Pupunta ako sa Pilipinas, aalis ako sa susunod na buwan. I'm going to the Philippines, I'm leaving next month. Okay? You could also add a time. Aalis ako sa alas 5. Aalis ako sa alas 5. Or alas 5 ako aalis is what's a little bit more natural. When you're adding a time, it's like alas 5 ako aalis. Okay? Next, the opposite of aalis means return or is returning. That would be babalik ako sa blank. Babalik ako sa Lunes. I'll be back on Monday. Babalik ako sa Lunes. Or babalik ako sa December. Oh, Dan said specifically, what if it's a specific date like December 2nd? Do you use English or Spanish or Tagalog, or what's more common? So yes, aalis ako sa December 2. I am leaving on December 2. If you want to be formal, or you could say it in Tagalog, it would be like, aalis ako sa ikalawang araw ng Desyembre. I am leaving on the second day of December. But you could just say December 2. December 2. They don't say first, second, third. They just say the number. Aalis ako sa December 2. And so on. Yeah. Nefim said, pupunta ako sa Jollibee. Any tips to learn Tagalog for my girlfriend? Eli said, oh, first of all, how sweet. Very good. And then also, I would say learn vocabulary words first and then insert vocabulary words in your everyday conversations. For example, where are my susi? Where are my keys? So susi is keys. Try inserting Tagalog little by little, and then you'll be able to say the full phrase. Let's see. Oh, Local said, do you have any written sources on the grammatical structure? Nothing written out unless you want to print out my slides to my full-length Tagalog lessons. So on my YouTube channel, there are full-length Tagalog lessons, and I go through the grammatical structures of present tense, past and future tense conjugation, and sentences. And there are grammatical structures in there. And I have the slides up on my Stand Store, which you can print off and follow along to while you're watching. Yes, okay, so... Oh, Rayleigh said, is pupunta, does that have the same meaning as will or only means going to? Pupunta ako, I will go to. It's the same. You can say, pupunta ako sa Florida, I am going to Florida, or I will go to Florida. Does that kind of make sense? Okay. Let's see. Let me catch up on some of these comments here. Okay. Oh, Ryu Jing said, this is too advanced for me. I'm sorry. Yes, I do have some easier classes. Some people ask for a little bit more difficult, so this might be one of those. Jeremy said, do you have a vocabulary list? No, but maybe I should make one. Love you po, Dev said. Susie is my cousin's name, Nawal said. Okay. Oh, Ryu Jing said, I just want to experience the class even if I can't catch up. Alrighty. Oh, sure said, I have Ate Pat's slides for conjugation and they're very helpful. Thank you. I'm glad you found them helpful. Okay, where were we? Here. So, traveling phrases so far, we learned pupunta ako sa, I am going to blank. Ejam said, pupunta ako sa Vegas. So, I am going to Vegas. Very good. Then, aalis ako sa, I am leaving on a date. Aalis ako sa Sabado. I am leaving on Saturday. Babalik ako sa Lunes. I am coming back, or I will be back on Monday. This last one talks about who you are going to be with. So, names of people. Kasama ko si blank. Kasama ko si nanay. I will be with my mom, or I am with my mom. So, kasama ko si, that can be present tense or future tense. So, there's no real indication of tense here. So, you could just use it in the future or present. So, kasama ko si Kuya Art. I will be with Kuya Art, or something like that. Take a look at this next slide. It has some examples written in. Oops. So, pupunta ako sa Maynila. I am going to Manila. Pupunta ako sa Maynila. Do you see the spelling of Manila here? This is the Tagalog spelling of Manila. Pupunta ako sa Maynila. Maynila. I am going to Manila. Now, you don't have to only use this phrase with a specific place, like a city or anything like that. You can use this phrase with like a location that's generally speaking. For example, pupunta ako sa tindahan. I am going to the store. Pupunta ako sa eskwelahan. I'm going to school. Or it could be specific like this. Pupunta ako sa Maynila. I'm going to Manila. Or pupunta ako sa bahay ni nanay. I'm going to mother's house. I just want you to learn this phrase, pupunta ako sa means I'm going somewhere. Okay? Jay said, just joining Ate Pat. Sorry, late po. No worries, no worries. Next, aalis ako sa Sabado. I am leaving on Saturday. Babalik ako sa isang linggo. Babalik ako sa isang linggo. I will be back in 1 week. Babalik ako sa isang linggo. Dex said, aloha from Hawaii. Hello, hello. Oh, Jason said, Pat, pupunta ako ng Pinas para maghanap ng mapapang-asawa. Of course. Did you see my eye roll? He's going to the Philippines to find a wife. Well, I hope you find other things there. There's more over there than just women. Okay. Kasama ko si Ate Pat. Ate Sara. Now I'm all confused. Kasama ko si Ate Sara. I will be with Ate Sara. Okay. Let me see. Let me catch up here. Milan said, does sa have a fixed meaning? Is it used for to and on? Okay, I'm just trying to read up on the other comments here. Yes, Dan later on answered, no, sa is a particle. It changes depending on the context of the sentence. Exactly right. So, sa is actually one of those words that can have many, many, many different meanings in Tagalog. It can mean to, like pupunta ako sa Manila, I'm going to Manila. It could also mean from. It could mean on. It could mean in. Again, it just depends on the context. And for all of those words, like on, in, from, those also have other Tagalog words, but this word sa can have different meanings, again, depending on the context. You're exactly right. Yes, Dan said, but oftentimes it can mean it's connected to a location. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, someone else had another question up here. Oh, the Rhino said, came from Instagram Live. I didn't know there are slides. This is cool. Yes, yes. Again, if you're on TikTok or Instagram, on YouTube, all of the slides are up here. You can follow along. Jeremy said, are all of your live classes on Thursdays? Most of the time, that's why they are called Tagalog Thursdays. But over the summer, I've been a little bit busy. Some of the Thursdays, we didn't have class. There was July 4th, and then I was in Chicago 1 week. But usually, on Thursdays, I try to have a live Tagalog lesson. I call them Tagalog Thursdays. Any questions about these phrases? Hopefully, you can use these phrases now, and not only talking about your vacation or not only talking about like a trip that you're going on. You can use them when you're even just talking about going to the store, right? Pupunta ako sa tindahan, aalis ako ng 3:00. I'm going to the store, I'm leaving at 3 o'clock, whether you are here or not, right? Maybe say that to someone tomorrow or something like that. Or if you need to go shopping, you could say, aalis ako, babalik ako sa 1 oras. I'm leaving, I will be back in 1 hour. Babalik ako sa 1 oras. Okay? JB said, sa is a preposition, diba? Again, it's one of those things, depending on its context, it can be a preposition. You're right. Puck said, I learned that by listening to my wife mess up all the English translation from sa. Yes, exactly right. So he said his wife never gets the prepositions right, like on, in, to, because sa takes the place of a lot of those words. Exactly right, Puck. Unfortunately, for some Filipino like people who get that confused. You're right. Maria said, what about the word si? Like in the word kasama ko si. Is that referring to a person? Yes. Yes, that is the linking word that comes before a person's name in a phrase like this and for a lot of cases. So if a person's name is coming after something, Usually it's si. Sometimes it's ni. Ni is possessive. Like, bahay ni Ate Sara. Bahay ni Ate Sara, that means Ate Sara's house. But if you say kasama ko si Ate Sara, that means you are with Ate Sara. Okay? Let's keep going here. Now, here are some phrases you can say in the Philippines while you are traveling, okay? So this might be useful for you, but you could also say it if you're just around the house or if you're traveling to somewhere new. Nasaan ang CR? Nasaan ang CR? What is CR? Does anyone know what CR stands for? Take a minute, write it in the comments while I catch up on some of these comments here. Oh, thank you. Let me see. Someone sent a gift here. Lito sent a rose on TikTok. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much. Oh, yes, Piglet said, I made your live. Yes, I made it. Hello, welcome. Dan said, Ate Pat, ang mga live class mo, ang pinaka-paborito kong serye. Salamat naman. He said, your lives are my favorite series. Yes, exactly right. Anthony and Puck and JB, you guys all got a snow. Yes, Piglet, Laia, sure, all of you. Mike, Ejam, and Jeremy, you guys all got it. Yes, and B, Habegger, you guys all got it. Roselou, BPA, very good. Oh, so girl with no said crying room. So it's not right, not quite crying room. Yay, JF got it on TikTok. So CR is comfort room. Comfort room. And from my understanding, that word came about from or that phrase came about from when the Americans were in the Philippines during World War II, and it was just considered like, oh, the comfort room. So for some reason, that stuck around. So they always say like, nasaan ang CR? Or CR ba ito? Is this a bathroom? So CR means comfort room. In case you ever go to the Philippines and you hear that or someone asks you about it, that is what that means, and it's the bathroom. Oh, the Rhino, thank you so much. The Rhino sent a gift through YouTube and it said, Maraming salamat ate, go buy some Chicken Joy. You know the way to my heart. Thank you. Unfortunately, the closest Chicken Joy to me is 3 hours away. But thank you so much. Yes, I am over here in North Carolina and the nearest Jollibee is in Virginia Beach and it's so far away. Okay. Yes, let's keep going here. Oh, Jason said, how long does it take to understand people who talk fast? Nagbabasa ako, okay. So, in order to understand Tagalog really fast, like people who are speaking, sometimes I even have to close my eyes and just pick out the words you know, and then from there, use the context clues, right? But I would say, depending on how fast someone is talking and how much vocabulary words you know, it can take a little while. Alrighty, let's keep going. So nasaan ang CR means where is the bathroom. Keep that in your pocket for the next time you need to ask where is the bathroom. Now, if you want to buy something, this is what you can say. Pabili po ng. Pabili means can I buy? Can I buy? Po is a sign of respect. Ng means some or a thing. Pabili po ng blank. For example, pabili po ng tubig. Can I please buy some water? Pabili po ng tubig. Or pabili po ng tinapay. Can I please buy some bread? If you don't know a word in Tagalog, you can always fill in the blank with an English word. I love using Taglish, especially if you don't know a lot of vocabulary words. Taglish is a good way to learn words. Pabili po ng water. Pabili po ng water. Then later go back and try to figure out what water is. And then you'll be able to learn, oh, pabili po ng tubig. Okay? Next, magkano po ito? Magkano po ito? Magkano is how much. Po is a sign of respect. Ito means this. Magkano po is ito? How much is this? Oh, Hitch in the Philippines, maraming salamat for purchasing a gift on TikTok. Maraming salamat. And then, of course, I always like to add this. Salamat po means thank you. Salamat po. In the Philippines, it really pays off to be respectful and to be thankful. So if you can always say salamat po, that will get you very far. Okay, let me just catch up on some of these comments here. Yes, O2 Nawal said banyo is more proper than CR. You're right. Jeremy said, I'm 25 minutes from a Jollibee in Bakersfield, California. Yes, I'm sure you guys have a lot. There are a lot of Filipinos over there. I really want to have my own Jollibee. So if we can make that happen, let's do it. Next, Milan said, I feel your pain, ate. I'm in Birmingham, UK, and the closest Jollibee is 3 hours away, and it still doesn't hit the same. You're right. Like, a Jollibee outside of the Philippines is exciting, and it's fun, and it's super yummy, but it's nothing like the Jollibees in the Philippines, right? Maybe it's like the heat, and then you walk into the Jollibee, and it's so, like, nice and refreshing, and you get to eat your favorite foods. It's just so nice. Alrighty. Let's see. Yes, the Rhino said that's how I am when learning a new accent for English speakers. I was born and raised in Chicago. Robert is still talking about the bangka. So the bangka is a double outrigger canoe, one hull and two outrigger floats. This is the technology that enabled Austronesian peoples to spread across the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Thank you, Robert, for enlightening us. For anyone who just joined, we talked about the bangka way in the beginning of class when we were talking about the different forms of transportation. We talked about how barco is like a big ship and a bangka is a smaller wooden ship, and I was trying to describe it. And a lot of people were saying, like a canoe? I was like, kind of. And they're like a kayak, like a raft? I was like, not quite. But this is it. So it's kind of like a canoe, but it has supports on the side. And apparently it's been used by the Austronesian peoples to spread across the oceans. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. Jason said, when do we say, salamat po naman? I don't usually put those words together. Sometimes I might say, salamat naman, but not a lot. I don't add naman to salamat, usually. Naman is one of those words that's an emphasis word, right? Like, I understand what you're trying to do here, and you might hear people say that. Personally, I don't usually say it. People might say, ay salamat, oh, thank you. Or to emphasize it, I usually say, maraming salamat. Thank you a lot. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat. Okay, very good. Let's see. Oh, Piglet said, yeah, I heard Jollibee in the U.S. is different than in the Philippines. I wonder why. That's a good question. I think it is just like a little bit different. Oh, yes, maybe it's where they source the food, but also the palates of the area. It could be. Oh, okay, Jason said, is saan ang CR incorrect? It always should be saan or nasaan. So there are two different types of saan in Tagalog. Nasaan and saan. Technically, saan is when you're asking about a verb or a person's actions. For example, Saan matutulog si Chris? Chris is my husband. Saan matutulog si Chris? Where is Chris going to sleep? So do you see I'm asking about an action? So I'm using the word saan. Saan matutulog si Chris? Versus, nasaan ang cellphone ko? Nasaan is asking about a noun. Does that make sense? Nasaan ang cellphone ko? So it's asking about the location of a specific thing. Nasaan ang CR? Nasaan ang cellphone ko? Whereas saan is used for a verb. Saan matutulog si Chris? Now going back to your question, Jason, you said, can you say saan ang CR? Yes, absolutely. And a lot of people will say that. So that is because they are shortening the word nasaan. So technically, when people say, saan ang CR? Where is the bathroom? Saan ang CR? Technically, the grammatically correct way to say it is nasaan ang CR. Same thing, same idea, just so you know. I always say saan ang CR too, just if I'm trying to be quick. Very good. Oh, Tony said, is magkano from the root of ano in the way gaano is? And then someone asked, or Dan said, yes. Well, first, Dan answered the question about saan and nasaan and said, you can still say it. People will understand. No one will call it out. Exactly right. Yes. And then also Dan said the root is kano, meaning like the quantity of something. Yes. So it's not quite the same, but very similar as the word gaano. It's a little bit different. Very good. Very good, though. Still talking about the quantity of something. This is about the quantity of value, like the cost of something. Alrighty, let's keep going. So again, just to go over some of these phrases that you can say while traveling in the Philippines. Nasaan ang CR? Where is the bathroom? Nasaan ang CR? Or pabili po ng, can I please buy? Pabili po ng tubig, can I please buy water? Pabili ng tinapay, can I please buy bread? Or magkano po ito? How much is this? Magkano po ito? And then salamat po. Salamat po. Oh, AJ, yes. AJ on TikTok said, what does nang mean? And then S replied, I think it's to connect like words together. So nang can be used a couple different ways. Here in this phrase, pabili po ng tubig, the nang means some or a thing. Can I please buy some water? Pabili po ng tubig. Can I please buy some water? But yes, S, you're right. Sometimes it can be used to link words, again, depending on the context. But in this phrase, it means some or a thing. Very good question. Okay, this is the last thing we're going to do tonight. So throughout this lesson, we learned some phrases, some vocabulary words about traveling. I want you to listen to what I am about to say. It's going to be a little dialogue. And I'm going to say it in Tagalog. And I want you to see how much you can understand. Okay? This is going to test your oral comprehension skills. So imagine you are listening to people talk about a trip. This is what you might hear. So let's see how much you can understand. You might know more than you think, okay? Okay, here we go. Magbabakasyon ako sa susunod na linggo. Kasama ko ang asawa ko, ang mga anak ko, at ang pinsan ko. Pupunta kami sa Disney World. Mag-eeroplano kami. Aalis kami sa linggo at babalik kami sa susunod na Sabado. Ikaw, kailan ka magbabakasyon? What do you think? I'll say it one more time, okay? So, again, if you're just joining us, I am saying a little dialogue here. And then I want you to see how much you can understand, okay? So it's a little oral comprehension, okay? Oh, Jay, well, thank you so much for the gift on YouTube. Maraming salamat. EJM said, thanks for my lesson before I start my shift. Have a good shift, EJM. I hope it goes well. Alrighty, here it goes again. Magbabakasyon ako sa susunod na linggo. Kasama ko ang asawa ko, ang mga anak ko, at ang pinsan ko. Pupunta kami sa Disney World. Mag-eeroplano kami. Aalis kami sa linggo at babalik kami sa susunod na Sabado. Ikaw, kailan ka magbabakasyon? Anyone have an idea of the translation of any of this? Feel free to write it in the comments. Let's see how much you can understand. Alrighty. Let's see. Alrighty, let me just see here. Oh. Okay. Yes, JB said, I will be on vacation in 1 week. I'm with my spouse, my child, and my cousin. We're going to Disney World. We're flying. We're leaving in a week and coming back early on Saturday. You, when are you going? Alrighty, let's double check here. Okay. Yes. Blake Kayer on Instagram. Yes, you're getting it. Yes, okay, let's see. So, magbabakasyon ako sa susunod na linggo. That means I'm going on vacation next week. Yes. So, susunod na linggo means next week. Susunod na linggo means next week. So, magbabakasyon ako sa susunod na linggo. I'm going on vacation next week. Next, kasama ko ang asawa ko, ang mga anak ko, at ang pinsan ko. That means I'm going with my husband, my kids, and my cousin. So this word, kasama ko, again, is one of those phrases where it can mean the present tense or the future tense. I will be with my husband. Ang mga anak ko, that's plural, children. When you add the word mga, it makes something plural. So I will be with my children and my cousin. Ang pinsan ko, my cousin. Then the next phrase was, pupunta kami sa Disney World. We're going to Disney World. Mag-eeroplano kami. We're flying or we will fly. Aalis kami sa linggo. We are leaving on Sunday. So linggo can mean week or Sunday. Tricky, right? That's why I added it there. So aalis kami sa linggo. We're leaving on Sunday. At babalik kami sa susunod na Sabado. Babalik kami, we are coming back. Sa susunod. Susunod means next. So, sa susunod na Sabado means we will be back next Saturday. Or the following Saturday. And lastly, ikaw, kailan ka magbabakasyon? What about you? When are you going on vacation? Okay? Yes, so that is just an example. I'm not actually going to Disney World. That's just an example there. Do you see how we put together all of the vocabulary we learned, all of the phrases, and we are just kind of putting it in like the correct order to explain what we want to say, right? So hopefully you can recognize some of these words and phrases now when someone talks about a trip or a vacation they're going to go on. Okay? Now, here's just a review of everything we learned tonight. We talked about the vocabulary of different forms of transportation, right? It just makes me laugh. We finally figured out what a bangka is. We learned aeroplano is airplane, coche is car, barco is boat, a ship, and bangka is like a smaller boat, right? And then we learned some phrases, lots and lots of phrases about traveling. We learned bakasyon is vacation, pasyal is a trip, viaje is also a trip, but also more like a journey, right? It's more like the act of taking a trip. And then we learned some phrases that you can say while traveling in the Philippines. And then we practiced with this example dialogue. Okay, does anyone have any questions or comments? Let me just go through some of these comments, especially on Instagram. I want to make sure I saw them. If you have a question and I didn't get to it, feel free to write it again. Blake Care said, I'm taking vacation and we're going to Disney World. Oh, I think you were just translating what I was saying, right? Okay. Oh, Jeremy said, babalik is Sunday. Babalik means to come back. Sunday is linggo. Linggo. Yes. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. Oh, Meep, thank you so much for the gift. I think you sent a gift. Yes, you sent me a heart. Maraming salamat on TikTok. Thank you so much. I will see you again next, actually, I think I will see you more or a lot earlier than next Thursday. Okay, so I plan to go live a few more times next week, not just on Thursday, because I have a lot of lessons that I want to do again. I like to do these lessons more than once, just in case people weren't able to join the first time. I like people to be able to join and ask their own questions and things like that. So hopefully I can be on again some other time next week. But I will definitely be on here on Instagram and YouTube and TikTok live next Thursday for Tagalog Thursday. Oh, Surf, thank you so much for the gift on TikTok. Someone on here, let's see, S asked, what is your Instagram? It's just Tagalog Time with Pat on all of the platforms. YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. Tagalog Time with Pat. Okay. Have a good rest of your day or evening. And I will see you next time. Maraming salamat. Paalam. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. I'm so happy you're here with me on YouTube. Let me go ahead and just make sure our other friends are joining us as well. We have a really fun class tonight. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Tagalog Thursday. I have missed you. I've missed you a lot. Tonight is going to be a very fun night because I actually have something that we're going to use, and I think it's going to be very, very helpful. So if you looked at my Instagram story, you'll notice that I put a link up there for some flashcards that I made for us. So I have been working really hard. I made some Tagalog verb flashcards for you. And not only are they vocabulary words about the different verbs in Tagalog, but on the back of the flashcards are conjugations of the verbs as well. Oh, TikTok, let me see if I can flip the screen so that you can see it. Is that better? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So these flashcards are so great because they have the word on them, And then on the back is how you conjugate the verb. Okay, a lot of you have said, oh, verbs and conjugation are like some of the most challenging things about Tagalog. And it's true. And if you have watched my full length Tagalog lessons on YouTube, then you know that there are different types of verbs, and then there are different categories, different conjugation patterns, and everything like that. And one of the things that I said is the more verbs you learn, that's kind of how you will learn what group these verbs fall into, right? So it's just a matter of gaining more vocabulary, and getting these flashcards will help you with that. Again, tonight's Tagalog lesson is about Tagalog verbs, and we are going to be using these flashcards that I made for us that have the Tagalog verb on the front, and on the back is the conjugation. Conjugation means changing something into a different form. So these are the conjugations in the present tense, the past tense, the future tense, and then there's one more conjugation in there, or one more type of phrase. It's the command. You'll see how they are used when we go through them. Again, if you want to get your own copy of these flashcards that I made, the digital download is on my Stan store. I put the link in my stories, but also it's in the in my bio as well. Go ahead and write where you are currently watching from. Maybe tell me how old you are, and does anyone have a shout out? One time someone said, oh, it's my girlfriend's birthday. Can you say hi? If anyone has a special event, please let me know. Or is it just a fun night? No special event on your side, but just something to celebrate just being with me learning Tagalog. Let me go ahead and catch up on some of these comments. Okay, let me catch up on some of these comments on Instagram here. Major said, Ate Pat, gumagawa ako ng mabuti. You're doing something good. Are you trying to say you're doing well? You can say, mabuti ako, mabuti naman. What you said literally means I am doing something good. Like you are doing a good deed or something. Oh, Chunkin Deuces said, quick question. Is there a difference between learning Filipino versus Tagalog? Very, very good question. Does anyone know? I know the answer, but does anyone know the difference between Filipino and Tagalog? Think about it, write it in the comments, and let's see what everyone thinks. Hello, magandang araw, Vic said. Let's see. Hi, Ate. Kawabanga said. Miss Anna Adams said, kumusta ka, ate? Mabuti naman. Hi, Love and Lulu. All right, let's see here. Again, we're just waiting for everyone to join. Hello, hello. Oh, so many people. Let's see here. Rose from San Diego. Ronnie from LA. Royston from Singapore. I'm Heme from California. Brandon from Jacksonville, Florida. Hello, hello. Dilshan from New Zealand. Fritz from New Jersey. Hello, hello. Mabuhay Thursday. Hello, hello. Let me see. Oh, did someone have a shout out? I forgot. Earrings are fire. Team D-Texas said, salamat. These are from Pick You Official. I think Pick You Official. Let's see. How about over here on TikTok? Captain says, I'm a Filipino. I'm all the way from LA, California. Hello, hello. Yes, exactly right. So Rocky's Barber. So the question was, Chunkin Deuces asked, what is the difference between Filipino and Tagalog? And over here on TikTok, Rockin' Barber said, Filipino incorporates the borrowed phrases and words. Exactly right. So Tagalog is a very old language. In fact, it's one of the oldest ones in the Philippines. There's like written by Bayin that's been found. It's just a very old language. And of course, the Philippines itself has had a lot of influence from so many countries, like Spain, of course, when they occupied it for 300 years. Then there was America and even Japan for a little while. And Chinese, because there were a lot of immigrants from southern China. So along with all of those different cultures, they incorporated a lot of those words into Tagalog. So much so that Tagalog itself kind of got mingled with all these languages. So they had to change it a little bit. And Filipino is the language that incorporates all of those different languages. For example, hikaw, the word hikaw is earring. That is a Chinese word, or it stems from the Chinese culture. But technically, there was at one point a true deep Tagalog word that was used before hikaw. And usually I love Tagalog, like deep, deep Tagalog, because it's very literal. When you think of the word a chair in Tagalog is upuan. There are lots of different words for chair. Upuan is a word for chair. Like the verb upo means to sit, upuan means a place to sit. But also, a deep Tagalog word for chair is salumpuet. Salumpuet. So that's like true deep Tagalog. And it means, salo means to catch. Puet is your bottom. So salumpuet is something that is catching your bottom, right? Your chair. So that's the difference between Tagalog and Filipino. So yes, Filipino kind of incorporates all of those different borrowed words, as Rockin' Barber said, whereas Tagalog really is like the pure whatever it was before all of those influences. Although nowadays, Filipino, Tagalog, Filipino, they are used interchangeably and people will understand what you mean. But technically, there is a difference. Oh, hello, Tagalog Kurt. Someone is saying hello, Tagalog Kurt. Are they here? Anyway, again, thank you. Let's go ahead and get started. Tonight's lesson is going to be all about Tagalog verbs, okay? So depending on where you are in your Tagalog learning journey, you might already know how to conjugate verbs and you just want to learn more. Or maybe you are a true beginner, you just want to gain more vocabulary. This is a good way to do it. Or maybe you are kind of a little bit more experienced and you just want to quiz yourself, or you just want to make sure you know the right words. We are going to be using these flashcards that I made for us. I'm so happy that I made these flashcards, you guys, because not only do they have the Tagalog word on the front, so this is a picture of a shower. To shower in Tagalog is maligo, and it says that on the front, okay? On the back of the card has the conjugation of the or of the verb. Okay, so it's like there are different ways you can use these cards. One way is to cover the Tagalog word and then quiz yourself. Be like, okay, what is to shower? What is to shower? Then you're like, okay, it's maligo. Now, what if I want to say, I am taking a shower? What is it again? What is it again? Then you look on the back, you're like, oh, naliligo ako. Naliligo ako. Okay, so you can purchase your own copy of these flashcards on in my Stan store. The link is in my IG stories right now, or the link to my Stan store is in my bio as well. I will note that when you purchase it, it is just a digital copy. So you're going to be purchasing the PDF form, and it's going to look like this, okay? It's just a PDF form, a document, And you will be responsible for cutting them out and putting it back to back if you want. And then I even went farther and put a lamination on them just to make it have that flashcard feel. Okay. But if you don't want to do all that, you could just print it out, maybe like put holes in it and put it in a 3-ring binder, or even just put a staple in it and call it a day. This is just a really good way to review, I think. Let me check over here on YouTube. Okay. Oh, Saul said, nakakatawa ka. I learned that yesterday from your Insta. Salamat. Nakakatawa ka rin. You're funny. All right. So let's just go over some basics about Tagalog verbs, okay? In Tagalog, there are 5 different types of verbs in Tagalog. Okay, let me find these cards here. I had organized them and now I'm just gonna find, here we go. So in Tagalog, there are mag verbs, meaning they start with mag. Mag is their prefix. There's mag verbs, then there's ma verbs, ma. They also start with ma, like matulog. Then there's verbs, Then there's in verbs, in. And then verbs, verbs. John Legacy on YouTube said, are you going to post those flashcards anywhere for us to download or purchase? Yes, they are already up on my Stan store. The link should be in my bio, and you will see it. It says new 100 Tagalog flashcards, so you should be able to purchase them there. Again, there are 5 different types of verbs in Tagalog. Mag, ma, in, and e verbs. Why is that important? Well, it's all going to determine the patterns that we use when we conjugate them. Okay? And if you need a review of how to conjugate these different types of verbs, you can watch the full-length Tagalog lesson on my YouTube channel. There's like present tense conjugation, past and future tense conjugation videos there. It will go step by step with lots and lots of practice. But we can also just learn them tonight, okay? I don't want you to get too bogged down about the patterns themselves, but I do want you to recognize that there is a pattern. Okay, you'll see. There's repeated syllables. There's certain affixes or prefixes or infixes. Okay, so I want you to just listen and see what we get. Okay, so let's just go through some of these verbs here. If you know the answer, write it in the comments. What is to clap in Tagalog? What is to clap in Tagalog? Do you know? What is to clap? Oh, thank you so much for all the gifts on TikTok. They are going so fast. FJMLV, thank you so much. And I think someone else up there, thank you. What is to clap in Tagalog? To clap, yes, Mr. Mark Tricks. So, palakpak or pumalakpak? Very good. Yes. Oh, Solman, thank you so much for the roses on TikTok. Maraming salamat. Thank you. So, pumalakpak or palakpak. So, technically, the root word here is palakpak. Palakpak. All verbs in Tagalog have a root, and then something is added to them to change the tense. For verbs, sometimes they are referred to as just the root, palakpak. sometimes they are referred to with the already in it. So if you said palakpak, that is correct. If you said pumalakpak, that is also correct. JB on YouTube said magclap. Yes and no. So I love mag verbs because you can always use mag as a way to turn an English word into a Tagalog verb. If you don't know a verb in Tagalog, turn it into a mag verb and conjugate it that way. So JB said magclap because they couldn't remember what to clap is. So, but technically it's palakpak or pumalakpak. Now let's take a look at how it's conjugated. Oh, Jess, thank you so much for the gift on TikTok. Maraming salamat. So if you want to say I am clapping, it would be pumapalakpak ako. Pumapalakpak ako. So that's just right here. Again, these flashcards are on my Stan store. You can purchase the digital copy and then you can cut them out and laminate it yourself. On the front of it is the verb. On the back are the conjugations. Okay, so in the present tense, it would be pumapalakpak ako. Pumapalakpak ako. Oh, Saul, thank you so much for the badge on Instagram. Thank you. In the past tense, it's pumalakpak ako. Pumalakpak ako. Future tense, it's papalakpak ako. So, it's very interesting. Again, all of these patterns are very specific and don't get too bogged down. I just want you to be able to recognize mostly the root and then see if you can recognize that there is a repeated syllable and then certain affixes and prefixes. Now, if you want to say it as a command, it would be pumalakpak ka. Pumalakpak ka. Clap your hands. Okay? So pumalakpak means to clap or palakpak. Interestingly, the noun form of clap, like applause, is palakpak. So sometimes it can be confusing if you don't use the People can be like, are you talking about the verb or the noun? And of course, you would just use context clues from there. All right, let's keep going. What is to yell in Tagalog? To yell. Do you know what to yell in Tagalog is? To yell in Tagalog is sumigaw. Sumigaw. So in the present tense, sumisigaw ako or sumisigaw siya. Yes, very good. Warhawk got it right on TikTok. Sumisigaw siya. She is yelling. Or sumigaw siya. She yelled. Sisigaw siya. She will yell. Okay, so sigaw or sumigaw means to yell. Sumigaw. Okay, what is our next verb here? What is to dance in Tagalog? What is to dance in Tagalog? To dance in Tagalog is... Oh, Christina, thank you so much for the rose on TikTok. Thank you. To dance is, sumayaw. Yes, very good. Leonardo on TikTok got it right. Jasmine, very close. Jasmine on Instagram said, masayaw. So that's another tricky thing there. It's like you might know the root, sayaw, but then you have to figure out, is it a ma verb, a mag verb, or an verb? Sayaw is an verb. So sumayaw means to dance. Again, on the back is the conjugation for your review if you do want to learn them. Sumasayaw ako, I am dancing. Sumasayaw ako. Sumayaw ako, I danced. Sasayaw ako, I will dance. And then as a command, it would be sumayaw ka, dance. Sumayaw ka. Dilshan said, isn't masaya happy? Yes, masaya means happy. Sumayaw is a little different from masaya. Okay? I guess we're in this stack of verbs. What is to cry in Tagalog? What is to cry in Tagalog? Oh, Cam said, where can I get the flashcards? You can download the flashcards from my Stan store. You can, when you download them, they will come as a PDF and you just print them out yourself. And you can cut them, laminate them like I did, front and back, or just print them, maybe put a staple or put holes in it and put it in a 3-ring binder. So however you want to use them, you're going to download it. It'll come like this. What is, yes, JB, you got it on YouTube. To cry is iyak, umiyak, umiyak. Very good, JB. Very good, very good. Umiyak means to cry. So in the present tense, umiiyak ako. Umiiyak ako. Past tense, umiyak ako. Umiyak ako. Future tense, iiyak ako. And then as a command, wag kang umiyak. Wag ka nang umiyak. Don't cry. Don't cry. Okay. So Dilshan said, diba means isn't it? Yeah. Means like right, correct? Or is it not? Yep, that's exactly right. Okay, next verb here on our list. What is to laugh in Tagalog? What is to laugh in Tagalog? To laugh. Yes, very good, Cam. Tumawa. Very good. So to laugh in Tagalog is tumawa. Tumawa. Very good. So tumatawa ako. I am laughing. Tumatawa ako. Or tumawa ako. I laughed. Tumawa ako. That's past tense. Tatawa ako. I will laugh. Tatawa ako. Or as a command, tumawa ka, laugh. Tumawa ka. Okay? Here's another verb. What is to sing in Tagalog? To sing in Tagalog. You might have heard this if your family is into karaoke. People will always make you try to sing. Yes, Cam is exactly right. And Warhawk. Yes. Very good. Kumanta. Kumanta. Yes. Alpo Blit. Kumanta. Very good. JB said, once again, where do we download these cards po? It's in my Stan store. So the link should be in my bio, or if you just go to my profile, look for the Stan store link. Again, when you download it, it will be a PDF like this, and then you will print it yourself and turn them into flashcards, or you can just keep it like this, put it in a folder, things like that, okay? So, kumakanta ako, I am singing. Kumakanta ako. Kumanta ako, I sang. Kumanta ako. Kakanta ako. I will sing. Kakanta ako. And as a command, kumanta ka, kumanta ka. If you've ever gone karaokeing or if you've ever karaokeed with Filipinos, they have probably said that to you. Kumanta ka, sing, kumanta ka. They leave no one behind with the singing. What is everyone's go-to karaoke song, by the way? I like Crazy for You by Madonna. I like, what else do I like? I don't know. I'm not like an amazing singer or anything. Oh, what's that one song that I like? I'll have to think about it. Yes. Okay. Oh, you might have already seen it. What is to hug in Tagalog? To hug. Oh, Captain said All of Me by J.M. Guzman. Oh, I don't even know what song that is. I'll have to look that up. Hart said Whitney or Mariah Star Spangled Banner. Number 1, do they even have that version? And number 2, I need some evidence, please. Yes, very good, very good. Oh, Captain said rap songs by Andrew E. Do you know who Andrew E. is? Andrew E. is a popular rapper in the Philippines. I feel like he was a lot more popular in like the 90s or early 2000s, like just really, really fast Tagalog raps. Are you into Glock 9? Glock 9 and like Ruby Ibarra, of course, Phil Am. There are lots of newer. Oh, and Easy Miller, hello. Like a lot of newer rappers out there. Yes, very good, very good. Yakap or yakapin means to hug. Yakapin. So, yakap is the noun, a hug, yakap. Yakapin is the verb to hug. Captain said Sharon Cuneta. You like to sing Sharon Cuneta songs? Oh, Chris McCollin said, I met Andrew E. Really? How? Jez said Dilaw by Maki. I don't think I've heard that one. I'll have to look that up. So yes, yakapin. Now we're in the in. Where am I? In verbs. In. So the first set of verbs we looked at were verbs. These are in verbs. The difference there is that verbs can be object or actor focused. In verbs are usually object focused. Again, all of that is nitty gritty. If you do want to get into all that, be sure to watch my full length Tagalog lesson videos about present tense conjugation and future and past tense. Oh, Serrano said maybe this time. I love that song. I love that song. Ozzy Mandia said, hi, I just wanted to thank you for the lessons. I plan to visit the Philippines later this year. I'm pretty good at the language. Oh, at language, so I'm absorbing everything. Good, good. JB said, my way. Do you know what happens when you sing My Way in the Philippines? It doesn't always happen, but for a while, there was like really bad things happening whenever you sang My Way in the Philippines. It used to be like maybe like 10 years ago, for a while, when people sang My Way, they would get unalived. They wouldn't, I don't know what would happen. Like it would be so violent, and then yeah, so for a while there was just that thing where it was like, don't sing My Way, or it became a joke where it was like, oh, you're gonna sing My Way. So be careful with that song. Okay, yeah, so yakap or yakapin means to hug. In the future tense, it's, I'm just trying to think because I don't want to say it wrong. Yinayakap ko siya. I am hugging him. Yinayakap ko siya. Past tense, yinakap ko siya. Future tense, yayakapin ko siya. Okay? So, yakap is an in verb. As a command, maybe you can use this on your sweet, lovey, lovey loved one. Yakapin mo ako. Yakapin mo ako. That means hug me. Yakapin mo ako. I'll put it up here so you can see it. That's the command. Hug me. Yakapin mo ako. Try saying that to your honey tonight. I'm sure it'll make them super kilig. Yakapin mo ako. Okay? Someone put it or wrote a question up here. Someone asked why. Why is it that when you sang My Way, you would get like unalived? I don't know. It was just like, maybe it just happened to be that when people were singing that, there were like violent people around them. I don't know. But for a while, you should look it up. It was like singing My Way at karaoke was kind of dangerous. Oh, and then someone asked, do you know how to speak Bisaya? No, I do not, but I know someone who does, and I'll be sharing them with you in just a little while, like maybe next week or in a couple weeks. Oh, someone up here asked, Ladorabi said, is Filipino Sign Language the same as American Sign Language? So I feel like either last year or the year before, I posted a video of Filipino Sign Language. And then people commented, oh, it's the same as American Sign Language because American Sign Language actually is universal. So people said it's the same, but I'm sure there might be some nuances. But that is a great question. If anyone knows, like, is there a difference between Filipino Sign Language and American Sign Language? Let us know. Jasmine said, I heard of you sing it badly. So maybe if you sing My Way badly, then that's why it was so violent. Patch said, your tutorials really helped me in my tutoring sesh with my US students. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maraming salamat. Thank you, din. Oh, interesting. Okay, so PJ said Japanese Sign Language is a little different. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, there might be some similarities between Filipino Sign Language and then like American Sign Language, but also there might be some differences as well. Warhawk said, I'll never sing that song in the Philippines. Yeah, don't sing My Way. You might not want to. Okay, and then someone asked, do I speak Waray? No, I do not, but I'm looking for someone who can teach it. If you know anyone who can teach Waray, send them my way. Okay. What is to pull in Tagalog? What is to pull in Tagalog? Yes, JB, yakapin was an in verb. We're actually in the in verbs now. Tots asked, can you speak Kapampangan? No, I cannot. I wish I knew people who could, though. Yes, Serrano. Hilahin. Very good, Warhawk. Hilahin. Hilahin. Very good. Hilahin means to pull. Hila means to pull. That's the root. Hila. Hilahin is like the conjugated version, or it's just incorporating that in affix there. So hila means to pull. Hilahin is conjugating it as an in verb. In the present tense, it's hinihila ko ang lubid. I am pulling the rope. Hinihila ko ang lubid. In the past tense, hinila ko ang lubid. In the future tense, hihilahin ko ang lubid. As a command, it would be hilahin mo ang lubid. Okay, so again, I just want you to notice the root word. I want you to notice that there is a pattern. You don't have to like get into the nitty-gritty of all the exact patterns if you don't know them yet. But see if you can recognize like, oh, that sounds like it's present tense. That sounds like it's past, or that sounds like it's future. Okay. But more than anything, I do just want you to get the root word to be able to recognize that, oh, hila means to pull. Again, these cards, these flashcards are on my Stan store. You can purchase them When you buy them, though, remember that it's going to be the digital download, and it will come as a PDF. When you print them out, you can cut them, you can laminate them like I did, or you can just keep it like this in a folder and use it to study, okay? You said, can you send me that card? Someone said on TikTok. Just go ahead and get it from my Stan store. There are 100 verbs. 100! I found 100 verbs for you. But tonight we're only going to do maybe like 25 or 30. I went through and got some of the more common ones for us to learn. But there are 100 verbs. You got to go get it. Oh my goodness, you got to go get it. Okay. Now, what is to sweep in Tagalog? What is to sweep in Tagalog? Samurai said there are many Filipino shops and restaurants in our region in Oman. Oh, that's nice. Very good, Serrano. To sweep in Tagalog is walis. Oh, Serrano, you bring up a really, really good point. So in this card, I am showing it to you as an in verb. Walisin. Take a look at the conjugations. Winawalis ko ang sahig. Winawalis ko ang sahig. I am sweeping the floor. Now, Serrano on TikTok said, magwalis. Oh, I love this, you guys. Walis is one of those verbs which can be either object-focused or actor-focused, okay? So there are certain verbs in Tagalog that can take on different types of verbs. So remember, there's magma, in, or i. Walis can be an in verb, or it could be a mag verb. When it's an in verb, it's being conjugated as an object-focused verb. So you can even see it in the conjugation example. Winawalis ko ang sahig. I am sweeping the floor. The focus of this sentence really is the floor. What are you doing? I am sweeping the floor. Now listen to this. When I say, nagwawalis ako, now I'm conjugating it like a mag verb. Nagwawalis ako, that just means I'm sweeping, right? It's a complete sentence. Nagwawalis ako, I'm sweeping. There's no floor, there's no object. It's just about me, the actor. It's actor focused. What are you doing? I am sweeping. Versus, what are you doing? I am sweeping the floor. Do you see the difference there? That is a prime example of a verb that can be object or actor focused. Very good observation there, okay? Tim said, I love those cards. Thank you. Again, these cards you can get on my Stan store as a digital download. When you purchase them, it's going to come as a PDF form, and you can cut them out and laminate them like I did, like front and back. Or you can just keep it in a folder and use it to study that way. There are 100 verbs in this pack, okay? Okay. Oh no, I have to go, Rayo said. Bye. Salamat. Let's see. This random name said, are you American? Yes, I am. And I'm also Filipino. Okay. What is to tell or to say in Tagalog? What is to tell and to say in Tagalog? Kakak said, how do I get the cards? A link to them is in my bio, the Stan store. Look for the link to my Stan store. Oh, very interesting. String said, magsalita. Very close. Oh, very close, you guys. Yes. Dilshan on Instagram said, nagsasalita. JB said, is the Stan Store on your IG page? You can find it in my YouTube channel as well. Just go to the About Me area and then look for the Stan Store. Yes, JB actually got it. So it's sabi or sabihin. So very interesting. A lot of you are saying salita. Salita means, it also means to say, but really it means like to talk. Magsalita ka, talk. But also it can mean like say something. So salita and sabi are very similar. It's kind of like saying say, tell, talk, right? They're all kind of similar. Sabihin technically means to tell or to say. Very interesting. Oh, Yahia said, what is the best free app to learn Tagalog? Anyone know what is the best free app? I know of like this one app I made a video for. What is it? Turong Wika. Turong Wika. That means teaching a language. They teach Tagalog. I know other languages or other apps teach Tagalog as well. I just don't think they're free. Oh, Diego said, how do you say I don't know? How do you say I don't know in Tagalog? What do you think? Write it in the comments. That one is easy. There are a couple ways to say it actually. Oh, Mr. Crank said, is there an app that you would recommend to help learn Tagalog? Let's see. So the one I recommended earlier, Turong Wika, that one is a good one. Does Rosetta Stone have an app? I made a video for them. I know they have like an online profile, but I don't know if they have like exactly an app. Does anyone know? And then Ling is an app. I think they have Tagalog as well. Does Duolingo have Tagalog? Does anyone know? Oh, yes, very good. To answer Diego's question, how do you say I don't know? A lot of people on Instagram and TikTok are saying hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam literally means I do not know. Hindi ko alam. Or an easy way to just say it is ewan, ewan, or ewan ko. Very good, okay? Yes, someone had some questions up here. Oh, Diego said, hi Pat, ako si Diego. Currently started your first video on Tagalog and I can't wait to learn more. Very good, very good. Okay. Let's keep going. So yes, sabi means to say or to tell. So take a look at the conjugations. Maybe that'll help you kind of determine or help you understand the difference between sabi and salita. So, sinasabi ko sa kanya. Sinasabi ko sa kanya. I am telling him. I am saying it to him. You see the difference there? Sinabi ko sa kanya. I told him. Sasabihin ko sa kanya. I will tell him. Okay? And then, as a command, sabihin mo sa kanya. Tell him. Sabihin mo. Oh, okay. Diego said Duolingo does not have Tagalog. Interesting, interesting. What is to find in Tagalog? What is to find in Tagalog? Oh, Warhawk said Bluebird app is decent. Bluebird app. To find in Tagalog is... Yes. So, hanap is the root word. Hanapin is the verb. Hanapin, to find something. Hanapin. Like, oh, hanapin mo. Find it. Hanapin. So, here's the conjugation. Hinahanap ko ang susi. Hinahanap ko ang susi. I am looking for the key. Hinahanap. That's the present tense. Past tense, hinanap ko ang susi. Hinanap. I looked for the key. Hahanapin ko ang susi. Hahanapin ko. I will find the key. Okay? So again, hanap means to find. Hanap. Oh, Jcast said, where do you buy these flashcards? You can buy them from my Stan store. Link is in the bio. Look for my Stan store. You will get the digital download. You will get the PDF form, and it looks like this. And then you can cut it, laminate it like I did, or you can just keep it like this, maybe put it in a folder or in a binder, and then use it to study like that. But I have 100 verbs for you. 100. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy for you guys that you have this resource. But we're only going over like 25 tonight. Oh, thank you so much. Sean said, I bought them. Salamat. Maraming salamat. Okay. What is to run in Tagalog? What is to run in Tagalog? Oh, Major said, Ate Pat, can you give me a Tagalog tongue twister? Ooh. Let's see. Let's see. There's so many. I don't want to say it wrong now. There's that one. It's like mecánico ni Monica. Minicánico ni Monica. Minicánico ang... I don't even know what it is now. Someone write it in the comments. Minicánico ni Monico ang makina ni Monica. Minicánico ni Monico ang makina ni Monica. That means Mokino, the mechanic, fixed Monica's machine. Minicánico ni Monico ang makina ni Monica. Oh my goodness. And then there's so many more. Yes, so to run in Tagalog is very good. Blasian, you got it. La, Yesam, and JB, you got it. Tumakbo. Tumakbo. Yes, very good. Tumakbo. So takbo is the root word, takbo. Tumakbo is showing that it's an conjugation. Tumakbo. So if you want to conjugate it, tumatakbo ako. I am running. Tumatakbo ako. Or tumakbo ako. I ran. Tumakbo ako. Tatakbo ako. I will run. Tatakbo ako. Julie and Captain both just asked back to back, where can we get these cards? Yes, so these flashcards are on my Stan store, stan.store/Tagalog Time Pat, or you can just go look on my bio. Look for the link that says Stan Store, and it's going to be a digital copy. When you purchase it, it's going to look like this as a PDF, and then you will be able to cut it, put it together, laminate it like I did, or you can just keep it like this, keep it in a folder, and study it like that. But there are 100 cards, 100 verbs. Oh my goodness. Okay, what is to drink in Tagalog? What is to drink? Oh, Diego on YouTube said, when do I use mo? So mo is a possessive pronoun, and you use mo for certain verbs if it's an object-focused verb. Okay? So, it goes into all of that in my full-length Tagalog lesson, I think 3, present tense conjugation. Take a look at that. It will break down how to use mo in certain verbs. Yes, very good. Serrano said umiinom or uminom. Uminom means to drink. Very good. Blasian, JB, you got it. Yes, Delician. Uminom, to drink. Uminom. Very good. Now, as a conjugation or to conjugate it, umiinom ako, I am drinking. Umiinom ako. Or, uminom ako, I drank. Uminom ako. Iinom ako, I will drink. Iinom ako. Or, uminom ka, drink. Uminom ka. That's a command. Remember how I told you that some verbs can be object or actor focused. Inom is one of those verbs that can be both. So, uminom means, or it's focusing on the actor. I am drinking. Umiinom ako, I am drinking. But if you want to focus on the drink itself, you actually have to conjugate it as an in verb. So, iniinom ko ang kape. I am drinking the coffee. Iniinom ko ang kape. So, as an in verb, it's focusing on the object. As an verb, it's focusing on the actor. Very interesting. Only a few more will do here, guys, because it's getting kind of late. So here, what is to eat in Tagalog? What is to eat in Tagalog? Yes, Shalona McFarland said, where do we get these cards? These cards, again, are on my Stan store. I made them for you. They are the digital download. So go to my Stan store. The link should be in my bio. When you purchase them, you're going to get them as a PDF form. You're going to get it like this. And you can cut it and laminate it, or you can just keep it like this and study it like this. Keep it in a folder, put it in a 3-ring binder, whatever you want. Or you can cut it out and laminate it like I did. Very good. So, very good. Kain. Kain. Kumain means to eat. Kumain. Yes. Blasian said, pwede bang magtanong? Can I please ask? Why does it change to ininom? Like in the conjugation, iinom as the future tense, that's just the pattern that it is. You have to repeat the first syllable. Or, like, are you asking why does it become an in verb when it's an object-focused verb? It's just one of those things that it's like a thing in the Tagalog language. Some verbs can be actor or object focused, and that's how it would change. It would change by the affix or prefix. And not all verbs are like that, just certain ones. Very good. Oh, La Yesam said, can I get these cards in Canada? Yes, absolutely. When you purchase them, it's just a digital download. So it will go straight to your email. And then you can print it however you want, and then you can cut it out, or you can even just keep it like that. Very good. So, kumain means to eat. Let's conjugate it. So, kumakain ako, I am eating. Kumakain ako. Or past tense, kumain ako. Kumain ako, I ate. Kakain ako, I will eat. Kakain ako. And then as a command, kumain ka. Eat. Kumain ka. Okay, kumain ka. You might have heard that phrase. A lot of people like to feed their guests. So that is the thing there, the phrase that you might hear a lot. Let's see, what else? Let's take a look at some of these E verbs. We didn't get to look at them. How do you say To write in Tagalog. To write. So to write something. I'll give you a hint. It's an E verb. To write, E. Oh, hang on. Who was that? String Hands said, "Hi, Pat. Your content helped me talk to my mom during her last years before she died. Maraming salamat po." Oh, my goodness. Strings, first of all, I'm so sorry for your loss, but also, I'm so happy to have helped you. Stay strong, okay? I lost a parent too, and it's not easy. Not easy at all. Oh, Julie said, "I can't find your Stan store." Let's see. Go to my link or go to my bio, and I think just click on whatever link is there, and then more links should pop up. So go to the Stan store. Someone even put it up here. I think you just type in stan.store/Tagalog Time Pat or Tagalog Time.pat or something like that. You could even try to Google stanstore.com. I'll definitely put a post or make a post about it afterwards so we can all find it. Oh, very interesting. Yes. So Serrano again said magsulat. I have it as an E verb, isulat. Yes, Blasian also said nagsulat. So yes, this is one of those things these are one of those verbs. Again, isulat means to write, but that's focusing on the object. Like, isulat mo ang pangalan mo. Write your name. Isulat mo ang pangalan mo. Write your name. But magsulat just means writing. Like, nagsusulat ako, I am writing. Oh, someone on TikTok said it's only showing the coffee, buy me a coffee. Oh, yeah. So if you're on TikTok, maybe just go open a browser and do stan.store/Tagalog Time with Pat or tagalogtime.pat, or you can go to the links in my Instagram. It'll be there. Stan Store. So, isinusulat ko ang libro. I am writing the book. Or isinulat ko ang libro. I wrote the book. Or isusulat ko ang libro. I will write the book. But again, sulat can be a mag verb. Nagsusulat ako. I am writing. Or nagsulat ako. I wrote. Okay, let's do another E verb. Actually, we'll do two because they're opposites. What is to raise and to bring down? So this one is showing people raising their hand. What is to raise? This one is showing a man putting a box down. So what is to bring down? So to raise and to bring down. What is to raise and to bring down in Tagalog? And I gave you a hint. It's an E verb. To raise in Tagalog is itaas. Itaas. The opposite of that, to bring down, ibaba. So itaas, ibaba. Very good. Yes, exactly right. And you probably heard the phrase like, bababa ka ba? It's one of those things in Tagalog. It's like, baba, just depending on how you put the emphasis, it can mean different things. So, bababa ka ba means, are you going down? Like, are you going down the stairs? Are you going down the elevator? So, ibaba means to go down. Itaas means to raise, like to raise your hand. Let's take a look at ibaba. So, ibinababa ko ang bagahe. I am bringing down the luggage. Ibinababa ko ang bagahe. Or past tense, ibinaba ko ang bagahe. Future tense, ibababa ko ang bagahe. And then as a command, ibaba mo ang bagahe. Bring down the luggage. Okay? Now, let's take a look at itaas, again, to raise. In the present tense, itinataas ko ang bandila. I am raising the flag. In the past tense, itinaas ko ang bandila. I raised the flag. And then in the future tense, itataas ko ang bandila. I will raise the flag. And then as a command, itaas mo ang bandila. Raise the flag. So Love said, spaghetti pababa, pababa, ng pababa. Does anyone remember that song? So baba means to go down, and there was this song back in the day, maybe like, was it early 2000s, I think? Spaghetti pababa, pababa ng pababa, Iser said. And then, spaghetti pataas, pataas ng pataas. And it was just this silly, silly dance, and you heard it on every variety show on the Filipino channel. You heard it on the radio all the time. People still dance it. I don't know why it's like that. It's like, why is the spaghetti going down? Why is it going up? Oh my gosh. You can't like not dance when you hear that song. Yes, Blasian said, is there another word for flag? Yes, so I said bandila. Bandila means flag. But watawat also means flag. There's another one, bandila, watawat, and does anyone remember what the other word for flag is? Wumagayway. Watawat, wumagayway. Wumagayway means to wave, or like to wave around, correct? I'm pretty sure. So watawat is like waving the flag, exactly. Oh, thank you, FJMLV said, I just got the flashcards. They look so good. I'm glad they have the sentences with them. Again, if you just joined, you can purchase these flashcards that we were using during the lesson. On the front is the Tagalog verb, and then on the back are the conjugation patterns in the present tense, past, future, and a command. It's like an example. So I think it'll really help you learn more verbs. And when you download it, it is a PDF digital download. So you will be able to cut it out and laminate it if you want to, like I did. Or you could just keep it like this, maybe put a staple in it, or you can put it in a 3-ring binder and just use it to study that way, okay? And there are 100 verbs, 100. I looked up all of the different verbs for you, so I think this will really help if you're trying to learn more Tagalog verbs. Again, you can get it from my Stan store. Stan store. The link should be in my Instagram bio. I think on TikTok we're having a hard time finding it there. So just go to my Instagram or YouTube. The link is in there. Bandera. Yes, I think that's another word for flag as well. Well, you guys, I had so much fun with you tonight. I hope to see you again soon. There are so many more verbs. Again, there are 100 in this pack. This is only like 25 or 30. So maybe next time we will go through more. Oh, FJM said, what are on your YouTube slides? I'm trying to learn more for my fiance. The YouTube slides, if you decide to buy those are just the whatever slides you see in the video. So back up. I make full-length Tagalog lesson videos on YouTube, so those slides are what go with the full-length Tagalog lesson videos, okay? Budak Baru said, where can I get the flashcards? I'm not from the Philippines. You can get them on my Stan store. Go to my Instagram, click on the link in my bio, and look for Stan store. And it will be a PDF download, and you can download them, you can cut them out, you can laminate it, or you can just keep it like this and study it, okay? Yes, let's see.